Now, doing nighttime jogs was one of my favourite things. It was really nice to be out by the streetlights, and I never dared really to go towards a real forest because I kind of thought they were quite creepy. Once or twice I actually got caught out in the forest and it did scare me a bit. I remembered one time that most of my friends had actually gone away and I was basically on my own. So I decided that I should probably do some exercise just to keep my mind happy. Now, my brother had actually went on holiday too, and I kind of regretted not going. The thing was, I went away with these guys before and I really come to not enjoy it much, and I just thought it would be a waste of money to do so again. A lot of people were telling me to go, but I just couldn't justify the money and time, and heck, it was only going to be about 1 week. Now, I wasn't actually working at this time, so I was probably especially bored. And like I said, most of my friends had all went away on this one trip, so there wasn't much I could do. And I lived at home with my mum and dad at the time, so I'd actually be quite bored and not really have anything to do whatsoever. It kind of sucked where they lived because it wasn't close to a gym or much of anything, and I don't know, I just thought that was really boring for me. So yeah, I was doing one of my regular jogs and I decided to go through the forest on this one particular day. I didn't really check the time and I'd actually originally decided to walk, so I didn't expect to be jogging. But for whatever reason that bug kicked off on me and I go off into the woods. Now, I spent too long on my phone and the next thing I knew, it was already dark, like really dark. So I was out there trying to find my way back when suddenly I hear the sound of a dog. Now, this thing is barking really loud, like it kind of makes me jump every time that I hear it like that, and it doesn't let up. It goes on for about a good 10 minutes before I realise that it's getting closer, and this thing sounds menacing, and there's no owner chasing it by the way, so I'm pretty convinced that I need to get out of here. I quickly jump up on the bench, and there's an old structure there. And I hear the barking get closer and closer, and then I can see it. Now, I don't know for certain if this is a wolf or not, but my god does it look like one. It looks much bigger than normal dogs, and within a second I'm on top of this structure. And this thing is honestly like a bat out of hell, but coming straight for me. It jumps up so high that it almost reaches over to get me, and it falls back down again, and I start screaming for help. I scream a few times and I'm met with only the sounds of the trees moving from the wind, and I realise I'm on my own. And this dog does not give up, or wolf, whatever it is. It's literally trying to climb on top to get me. I go to kick its head when it comes up, but I realise it might bite my foot and drag me down with it, so I decide not to. I don't have any idea how to train myself or what I can possibly do if it comes, so I just get ready to fight basically. Now, this freaking thing does not let up for a good 40 minutes. What's worse is my phone that wasn't very good at the time had completely run out of charge, so it's just me, myself and I up here trying to get away from this thing. The other thing too is I was quite cold because I wasn't moving much, so I was worried about getting too cold and being in another kind of danger or getting pneumonia. I don't really know how it works, but you can read between the lines of what I was scared of. Eventually, I hear a very loud crash of lightning, and it disappears. I'm too scared to actually look over the edge of this building because I'm certain that it's going to be there again, but it's completely gone. Now, annoyingly for me, there's an inside part, and this animal could have easily ran and hid inside it, and I wouldn't have known. So now I'm stuck with a dilemma. I can stay where I am, or try and make my way out of there, but I know realistically this thing could run and get me. I decide that I don't have much of a choice now, so I decide to dangle down my headphone cable and actually drop my headphones in case it runs out. But nothing happened. I then have a more ingenious idea and wait for the next flash of lightning, which is actually scarily close to me, to illuminate the surroundings just enough, and I can see that this thing is gone. Now that's what doesn't make sense to me. Within a second, no actually less than a second, this animal completely disappears. So yeah, it was pretty weird that this had happened. I'm very scared and convinced myself that this is the end, and I'm just prepared to go up trees, and while I'm walking back to civilization, I'm always looking for the closest one I can get to. Eventually I make it back to safety, and I ended up jogging home because I was cold. I didn't really tell my parents about what had happened, but I was a little bit concerned about that thing I'd seen. It honestly looked like a wolf, but somehow different. I don't know if it was a new species or what, but I know for a fact that they're not native to the land that I live on, so there 100% shouldn't have been one there, and that creeped me out. Now interestingly, that's not the only scary thing that happened to me when I'd been out in the woods on my own doing some exercise. I remembered that another time I was walking in an area that I thought I knew pretty well when I noticed the path ahead's blocked. There's an old burnt out car which is completely blocking my way, and it's quite weird because it almost looks like the car's just been burnt a few seconds ago, but if you get close to it, it doesn't feel warm at all, and there's no people, no fire engine, and not enough of the ground is burnt, to be honest. The ground should be burnt completely over, but it really doesn't look like it, and I think this is really odd. Not to worry too much though, I have a plan B. I can go all the way around, and that's what I try and do. Now I make it a little bit further up ahead, and I realise that there's a gate which I should be able to scale over and make my way back to a main road. Now I have to be careful here because the gate is a pretty big one, and I don't want to get my legs stuck and probably bleed, because that could be just as dangerous. Or obviously I could hit my head, but you get the point. Now I come up to another area that I'm familiar with, and it's just open land. That's when I realise something moving up ahead. I stay completely still for a few seconds and try and figure out what it is, and I can see that there's a person walking. Not just one, there's multiple. There's 5, then 6, then 7 people all walking in a single file line. They're wearing some kind of overalls, but they're carrying something, and I can't make out what it is. Now I can't be certain, but there's a very large box which they're carrying on their heads. And weirdly when they're walking, they don't seem to make a sound whatsoever. And this is something that really creeps me out. I actually don't have a clue how they move so silently in this kind of situation, but they did. Whatever they're carrying seems to be really heavy, but they're not making any signs of struggling. Now they walk off into the trees literally and disappear. The thing I didn't get is the way they walked is literally straight into some really dense, like, I don't know what you call it, but like plants and things. But they should have made noise and they shouldn't have been able to walk so directly into it. But guess what? They did. And that still freaks me out to this day. So yeah, as you can imagine, for about 5 or 6 years I didn't actually go into the woods whatsoever. Not really for anything, I just didn't see the point because I actually got bored of it all. I know it looks beautiful and great, but after a while it can become quite the same. But for some reason I started to get that bug in me again to go back out into the forest and just jog. And what do you know, I ended up doing it quite regular, which is back to the start of my story. It was one of those days and I decided that I was going to go further into the forest. Now, this was actually during a summer's day, so everything was really warm and dry, which was great. You did have a number of different insects and bugs that you had to be careful for, but that wasn't too much of an issue. I made my way into quite a nice open area, and I jogged for about a good 10 minutes before stopping. I actually should have brought some kind of longer bottoms, but I didn't, so my legs were getting cut up pretty nastily while I was jogging. So I took a while to sit down and just relax and listen to some music, and I had a grand old time. That's when I could smell smoke. Now it took me a few seconds because initially I thought it was a barbecue, like don't ask me why, but this is exactly what I thought. And suddenly I realised that it feels too warm where I am, and honestly, for a second I thought I might have passed away or something. It was that weird. Everything has this glow to it, and I realise that there's a fire, and a big one. Not only that, some of the houses near me have actually caught fire. I look around to see how far the fire goes, and then I realise it doesn't stop. Literally all around me is fire, and there doesn't seem to be anywhere I can go. I start panicking now. As I look over, all I can see is a very tall wall which protects something. I don't know what it is, it's like trains or whatever, but it's impossible for me to climb it, literally. Even if you're the best in the world at parkour or climbing, there's no way that I'm going to get over it. Now, the fire actually begins spreading, and it's kind of coming parallel to me. It means it's not going directly to where I am, but I can see any opportunity for escape getting narrower and narrower, and I decide to assess the situation. I quickly take the deepest breath that I can, and I jog towards it. I didn't realise how quickly I'd get out of breath doing so, but I now quickly scan my surroundings. I certainly can't jump through this, and I can't hear any fire engines or anything, so I know I'm in big trouble. There is a kind of canal thing that runs off. I don't know whether it's a stream actually, but I know that that's dangerous too because the water runs very quick through here. And I realise that if the fire does spread on either side, I'm going to drown trying to escape. And then I have to catch my breath again, so I sprint back in the exact direction that I've just come from. I now start to scream and swear, calling out for help as quickly as I can. I managed to call through to the fire department, and they say that they're aware of the situation just to stay where I am and that help's coming. They tell me don't move whatever I do, but I say no, I'm gonna move. And I say I'm gonna turn off my phone now because I need to save the battery, so I do so and don't listen to their reply. Within those couple of seconds that I made the call, the fire actually starts spreading at a much quicker pace now, and it starts to engulf me, and I realise that I have no other options of what to do. I start to get as much air into my lungs as possible and try and breathe out all of the carbon dioxide that might be in my system. I take one last breath and I dive into the water. Immediately I hit my head and I start bleeding because I've gone into some rocks, because the water's actually less deep than I think, and I'm really struggling to stay afloat. I lose my phone immediately upon impact and I start drifting backwards. Now, I didn't realise too, but again the fire had spread even closer and was actually spreading to the wall. The wall was made out of some kind of wood and it wasn't fire resistant whatsoever. I now realise that there's a small clearing where this goes under the wall, but I don't know what's on the other side because I can see smoke coming from here. I decide that I don't have much of an option, and I quickly take my last breath. I close my eyes and I just try and be as peaceful as I can, because if I don't make it, it's not going to make much use panicking now. And within a second, I'm ejected on the other side, and there's no fire. It takes me a while to figure out where I am because I've actually never seen this, but there's some really old rail tracks here. I quickly surface again, and I go to find my phone, but it's long gone. I can't stay for too long because the fire is also spreading on the wall and I can see it at the very top. I eventually beeline it towards where I think civilization should be and thankfully make it to a road in safety. I never recovered my phone, and luckily nobody got hurt in the fire, but my god, I still have nightmares about this thing. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat remembering the situation that I was in. During the summer of 2008, it was a rough time to graduate from college. I just spent 4 years getting a degree, only to find that the job market had all but dried up. As bummed out as I was about being unemployed for the foreseeable future, I found a deep appreciation for backcountry camping and hiking that summer. Growing up in the Rocky Mountains and graduating from a college in western Montana, I was not a stranger to hiking or camping, but That summer, it had become an escape to the point of obsession. Now, going on daily hikes and camping beneath the stars really helps my mental health while I was worried about my life purpose and future. It was June and unseasonably cold and wet. It was even cloudy. The daylight highs barely touched 50 degrees, and at night, it could easily go way below freezing. But despite the weather, I had planned to hike around the Anaconda Range that week, and I wasn't going to let that deter me. My plan for the week, funnily enough, was to hike from Storm Lake, over Storm Lake Pass, and down to Upper Seymour Lake. Storm Lake is a challenge to get to and actually requires a 4x4 pickup and some skilled driving. The road is narrowed and a 2-track winding one, pushing its way through thick pine forests. The way was slick with rain, but I made it to the top with a little heartburn. I set up camp on the north shore of the lake and decided to do some fishing. The fishing was miserable. It was cold and nothing was biting, but the best thing about bad fishing is that my thoughts were free to wander while I sat on the shore. The rain was a constant light drizzle and created a natural white noise. Time passed and my daydreams were cut short as a low rumble comes up from a canoe, overtaking the sounds of rain. The rumbling was not like a distant diesel engine. Now that was a little bit odd. There were no roads that go beyond where I was camped. No machinery or vehicles could be up on the canyon. Maybe it's a plane, I thought, looking up into the rain clouds, but the sound wasn't getting closer or further away, and the sound wasn't actually above me. It came from beyond the lake and up into a canyon. The sound was stationary and constant. This was most certainly not a plane, or a truck or bulldozer. All of this wasn't outright scary, but nonetheless made my hair stand on its ends when I sat there listening. After 20 minutes, the rumbling faded away, and I was again left with only the sounds of rain. Soon enough, I caught a decent-sized trout and cleaned it and headed back to camp to get ready for dinner. The fish cooked up fine, but to be honest, I hate trout. It's edible, sure, but totally unappetizing. They taste like mud. I ate as much as I could stand and tossed the rest into the lake. I'm now building up my fire for the night. I sat back to enjoy the evening bit of whiskey. Night comes fast. The mountain ridge put the sun to bed early, and the rain clouds had actually obscured the starlight. It was dark, really dark. There was the sounds of crackling warm fire and rain bouncing off my tent, which were a great comfort and reason for me to lure into sleep. I remind myself that I needed to build up the fire before bed. I walk over to my pile of scavenged firewood and grabbed an armful. Being away from the fire cracking, I could pick up on that all too familiar rumbling sound which rises and falls in the background. It was growing louder and louder, and closer. I may have had a few many pulls of whiskey, but the noise was definitely ringing up to my camp. I yelled out, "Hey, shut up." Like a switch being flipped, the rumbling sound stopped, and so did the rain, and my heart skips a beat. I realized that isn't actually a coincidence. There was almost an intelligence, something sentient, observing me and responding to my screams, and I wasn't getting the most positive vibes from it. I threw all the logs onto the fire and retreated back to my tent, more on edge than I've ever been before, listening to the fire crackling, to my rapid breathing, and beyond that to the silence of darkness. Before that moment, I had never felt alone and dangerous at the same time. Now I feel vulnerable and alone. Beyond where the firelight faded, I felt that there's actually a million eyes watching me. My paranoia began to subside when suddenly the rain starts again. Not a drizzle, but actually a downpour. I was honestly shocked by this and really glad that I built up the fire, or it would have been snuffed out for sure. My tent was being pushed down by the force of the storm. I thought about bailing to the truck, but I knew I'd be soaked to the bone instantly. Risking injury or death getting over wet is something I can't really risk. I couldn't feel the rain poodling over my tent though, initially, until I focused on it. I now realise that the storm isn't letting up. The urge to get in the pickup and drive away was truly tantalising. I could get my stuff tomorrow in the daylight and spend a few nights in town. But I'd had a bit too much to drink. Driving essentially wasn't going to be a good idea, especially on the muddy 2-track road, which would have actually been a death sentence. But I still needed a safer place to stay than a wimpy tent. Grabbing what I could, I ripped open the tent flaps and ran for the truck. I was soaking wet by the time I settled into the driver's seat and locked the doors. Turning the heat on full blast, I hoped that would dry me out. It was going to be a miserable night. I reclined in my chair, then tried to calm my thoughts with deep breathing. The rain isn't letting up though. I was warm from the heater, and I was riding the crest of a good whiskey buzz, and weirdly the fire was still going strong despite the rain, and keeping my campsite well lit. I remembered the truck's clock reading 1:06 AM. I blinked. It was only a moment, but when I opened my eyes, the rain had stopped. It was foggy and quiet. The once raging campfire was just embers, and there was morning twilight to the east. The truck's clock now read 5:45 AM in the morning. That couldn't be right. Almost 5 hours gone in the blink of an eye. I must have passed out. My head was killing me. Now, I didn't feel like I'd drank that much to justify this feeling. I never had it before. I turned off the truck and stepped out to survey the night's damage. My tent was completely flattened. Tent poles were shattered to pieces. Everything was soaking wet. Smothering in the remains of the fire, I quickly dragged all my junk and pick up and toss things into the bed. My hike over the pass wasn't happening today, that was for sure. It was around 6:30 AM before I finished picking up camp. As I climbed into the cab of my truck, I heard the rumbling again through the morning fog. I drove out as fast as I could down that muddy road, not once looking back. I've never been back to that lake since. In the summer of 2012, I took a job as an expedition canoe guide on the Boundary Waters in northern Minnesota. These are a massive wilderness area of lakes and land. I was working for the Boy Scouts, and we were based on Moose Lake on the US side. My job was to facilitate a fun and safe multi-day trip, anywhere from 7 to 12 days out. Most of the summer was typical, but one expedition in particular still haunts me as a result of what happened to us over the course of a few days. Here is the account in full. My crew was on the younger side. There were 9 of us total, the maximum allowed in a group per a permit. There were 6 scouts, 2 adults, advisors, scoutmasters and myself. They had wanted to do a 200-miler but didn't have the physical ability, so we had to amend our route. They were bummed out, so I decided to take them to a waterfall called Eddy Falls. It's pretty flat up there, so a waterfall is somewhat rare, but that decision would end up putting us in path of something. We visited the falls and camped near to it. That evening, I had the boys working on camp setup while the advisors worked on fire for dinner. I was collecting firewood in a big tangle of down trees. brush and bramble, and I could faintly hear the falls off to my left when out of nowhere I hear the most unearthly scream and roar that I've ever heard. It stops me dead in my tracks. I was frozen. The second scream is closer, and the third is closer still. I couldn't see anything due to the thickness of the brush, but whatever this was, it was actually coming directly towards me now. By the fourth scream, I could actually feel it in my chest. I got nauseous and involuntarily barked at it. I have never before or since heard that sound come out of my body. The fifth scream, though, actually physically hurt. It snapped me back to reality, and I ran back to camp. My crew heard it too, but what do I tell them? I claimed it was a boar. There's no boars up here, and the advisors knew I was lying, but I didn't call my bluff. After dinner, they went to their tents and I retired to my hammock about 50 yards from camp. As a rule, I'd always set up my hammock at my head height, so about 6 feet up. I would use a tarp over my body and head to keep the morning dew off and mosquitoes at bay, but the tarp wasn't strung up. That's important. It was just loosely over me. It must have been around 3 or 4 a.m. when I was awoken by what sounded to me like a woman sobbing. Not an outright cry, but a sob. At the time, I'm hearing something walking through the thick brush down past my feet, so I listen, totally still, and I'm as quiet as I can be as it crosses into camp. I could hear the change from the brush to granite rock, but could still hear its heavy footsteps as it walks right through the camp and on towards me. At this point, the tarp is still over my head and I couldn't see a thing. I don't know what to do. I had no time as it was standing right next to me. I could hear the breathing, the loud congested sound. I could smell the musk. I could feel its enormous presence only inches from my body. Just standing there, time to make a decision. I suddenly threw my tarp off my head and, as I did, to my left, I touched this thing's chest. Now it was dark, but I could make out briefly a very large upright figure. The hair on it was long and coarse. It was muscular and impressive. Now, it all happened in a second, and as soon as my hand made contact, it actually bolted back into the brush with immense speed for such a thick thing. Now, by the time I got my headlamp and it was gone, my crew had slept through it all until the sun comes up, and I decided, well, I probably shouldn't mention this. The next day, we moved on a few miles towards base camp and camped on a small island. Campsites on the US side are designated by a fire pit and a grumper, which is a fiberglass toilet over a deep hole. We were just arriving and it was evening. One of the adult advisors needed to visit the grumper, so he starts to walk towards it. About 2 minutes later, we hear him yelling, and he come running back to camp, still pulling up his pants, and tells us that he's just seen a gorilla run right in front of him. I asked him if maybe it was a bear, and he said absolutely not, that he'd hunted bears for years, and it was definitely not a bear. It was a monkey, and it was about 9 feet tall. At this heightened estimate, I imagined that this was the thing that I saw by my hammock. If I touched the chest and it was 6 feet off the ground, then that puts its head at about 9 feet up. Was it stalking us? Was there more than one? The boys were now scared. Time to mitigate. I suggest a night paddle. No one's sleeping anymore anyway, so we pack up the things that we have and set out around 8 PM and paddle by a headlamp for several miles. My plan was to get back onto Moose Lake and camp very near to the base so we could be the first crew off the water the following day. Moose Lake is connected to Newfound Lake by a small pitch and a channel of water that's not very deep or wide. There's dark woods on both sides. We were right in the middle of Pinch when a rock the size of a basketball came flying out of the woods on the right side narrowly missed the bow of the canoe that I was steering. And there's still no cliff there. This thing was forcibly thrown at us from the tree line. At this, we paddled like hell. We paddled to the center of Moose Lake, tied all 3 canoes together, and we sat out there all night. With the sunrise, we paddled to base camp and ended our expedition. Now, they did not want to talk about what happened, and I was okay with that. They left for Oklahoma the next day. After they left, I went to work a shift in the canoe yard, helping crews offload. My buddy Justin got back for that day from a trip in the same area that we had been to in Bear Loop, and as I was helping him put a boat on the rack, I noticed he had a distant stare, almost like a 1,000-yard stare. I thought this was odd, and I say to him, "Well, how did your trip go?" And he said it was all good until they hit Knife Lake/Newfoundland Lake. He said that they thought they were being messed around with for 2 nights on Knife and actually had a rock thrown at them. Sure enough, for a solid 2 weeks after, that crew kept coming back from that area with solid stories matching this one. One night, there was a crowd of guides in the staff lodge swapping trail stories, and these encounters came up one after another. You know, the screams, rocks, sightings of apes. Then from the back corner of the room I hear a chuckle. It's one of the old veteran guides who had been there for over a decade. All he said was, "It's about time that somebody else seen one." I asked how long he'd known they were there. He said that he'd actually been encountering them for 10 years, and he said they talked to me. This shocked me, and I said, "Like a language?" He said no, telepathically. The less you acknowledge them, the less they'll bother you, but they can read you like a book. Now, what happened out there is still a big question in my mind. I've always been open to the idea of Sasquatches. Their existence was never a huge stretch for me. But what really sticks with me is the way that the veteran guide spoke of their intelligence and parapsychological abilities. That they can read human emotion as clear as pages in a book, that they know our specialties and our abilities even greater than our own species ourselves. My husband and I love to go driving. We prefer road trips, but on the weekends or nights, we have nothing better to do than to go around cruising and just drive around. We prefer smooth and not busy roads. On this particular night, we are bored and decide to go cruising. We went up north to a small town, about half an hour from the city, where the roads are curvy and smooth. This town is close to the mountains, and if you follow this particular path to the main street all the way up north, it starts driving up a mountain. It's about 9 PM, and there are very few cars in the road already since it's a little cute town. But we kept going north anyway, from the houses and stores, and eventually to where the roads start curving uphill. We drive up for about 15 minutes more, and it's pitch black when we see some blinking lights. As we get closer, we see a truck that's on the side of the road facing us. I'm getting the chills thinking about being all the way up there in the middle of nowhere, and a stranded truck on the side of the road appears. As we slowly approach, I tell my husband it's probably best to turn back. I have a bad feeling, but at this point, we're pretty much at the truck. He pulls up next to us. We see that there's a young blonde guy, probably in his late 20s, who gets up to our window. I get such a bad vibe by this and tell my husband not to put his window down. I think he also gets a weird vibe and actually listens to me. He kinda just loudly asks what's wrong, and the guy just says something happened to his truck and he needs a hand. His phone is dead. Now my husband asks what happened, but this guy insists on showing him and to take a look. He says it's very friendly and even calls him bro. and he's glad we pulled up. My husband says, "You know what? I won't be much help because I know nothing about cars, but I can call help for you. My friend knows a lot about cars." The guy's insisting and gets upset. I'm now looking back at the truck, and I thought I caught movement inside the truck. I tell my husband I think we should go. Now, you probably saw the look of fear on my face because he puts the car in reverse, but as he did, the guy is now behind our car, so my husband decides to go forward instead. We drive up for maybe 2 minutes, trying to find a place to turn around since the road is so narrow. The road turns to a dirt road, and there's a little more space on the side, so he's able to turn the car around. I am dreading going back that way now, and our phones have no signal at all. In my mind, I know this could all be someone with genuine problems, but this doesn't make sense. I cannot help the feeling in my gut. We soon reach the area where the truck had been, and there's no truck at all. We drive maybe another 5 minutes, no trace of one whatsoever, and we're sure we've passed the place that he said. We didn't drive up too far to begin with. I am both relieved and terrified that the truck's no longer there though. If it had really broke down, how did it get help working again in such a short amount of time? Calming myself down, I'm telling my husband, hey, maybe they really did get it to work. Maybe it turned on all of a sudden and they drove off. Suspicious, yeah, but not impossible. As we keep driving through, the roads begin to straighten out. We notice far off the truck with all the lights off, and park to the side again and notice movement in the truck. I say out loud, why did they turn out all the lights? I think they were thinking we're still far enough away from them, but we see 2 figures get on the other side of the truck and crouch down as if hiding. We get closer and my husband floors it. As we drive past, the 2 men get up. One of them is the guy that we had spoken to earlier, and the other's massive. With a very surprised look in their faces, one of them turns and runs behind us trying to catch us. I kept looking back, but it's so dark. Now all of a sudden, I see the headlights in their truck, and they start driving in our direction very fast. My husband keeps going, and eventually, we lose the headlights. I kept looking back the rest of the way, so scared that they're somehow still following us. Maybe they turned off their lights again and I can't see them. Anyway, after driving for a very long time back to the city, we're convinced no one's following us now. We do call the non-emergency line given a description, but we don't get the plates, so it's pretty much futile doing so, just given a description of the guys we saw. I realise all this could be rationalised, but it makes no sense why one guy was hiding and how they tried desperately to follow us. I hate the fact that they're still out there. I just pray we never encounter them again. I don't know if this is an Eastern Coast thing, but in my little town, there's a twice the ice station. Basically, you fill up water jugs and get ice bags for cheaper than you can in the grocery store. I went out a few nights ago to get some water, because hey, who wants to be drinking tap water? My husband was home, and because I'm kind of heavily pregnant, he insisted that he go instead, but I really wish that he would have done. I was out at 1 AM, and it's dark for miles in the middle of nowhere. As I get out of my car, I open the back seat to get the gallon jugs and close the door. The moment I do, a dark blue truck van pulls up behind me. I presume that they're doing the same thing as me, and I don't really think too much of it. However, alarm bells start going off, and the alarm bells start screaming at me when the slide door opens up and 2 large men step out. It's about a 20-foot distance between me and them, So the first thing I do is pull out my phone and start making a pretend phone call saying, "Yeah, I'm almost home." As soon as they see me answer, one guy says "crap," and they both get in there, tires literally screeching as they bolt out of there. I throw the jugs into my car, empty, and lock all the doors a million times before I broke down calling my husband. He told me to write down the make and model of the car and colour, and we'd go to the police station first thing tomorrow. Now I don't know if they targeted me because I was a woman alone in the middle of nowhere, but deep down, I know they targeted me because I was pregnant, and I don't want to think what would have happened if they got me. When I was 16, some friends and I went to an outdoor centre concert thing. We parked at the mall and took a shuttle to the venue. For perspective, the mall is a 20-minute drive from our home, and the venue's another 20 minutes away in a different direction. During the concert, I end up losing my friends in the crowd. I don't care though, as I wanted to get to the front, and I could just call them after the concert ends. Well, of course I lost my phone somewhere in the crowd of people, and don't even notice until the last show wraps up. I search the ground as the people dissipate with no luck. Reluctantly, I just hop on the bus heading back to the mall, hoping to meet them at the car. The car is gone, and I start to freak out a little, but it's 10 PM when I head to the bus station to see when the next bus is coming. Just my luck, it's a special holiday, so no buses until 10 AM. I borrow a stranger's phone and call the two numbers I know, my mum and brother. My mum doesn't answer, but my brother does. He basically gives me the suck it up talk and hangs up. So I'm alone, scared, and a little drunk in a city I don't know. I try walking but quickly give up when I realise I'm basically walking down a random highway towards God knows where. Back at the station, I'm just staring at the map when a stranger creeps up behind me. He asks me where I'm heading, and I say the truth. He is conveniently going to the same city, asking if I take a split to a cab. Realising this is my only option, as I said I don't have my own money, we get in the car. Turns out he has less than I do. We barely have enough to get to the heart of the city, which is a 10-minute drive from my home, but at least I know my way from there. During the drive, this guy gets progressively more creepy. He's aware that I'm 16 and he's 25. He scoots closer every minute, touching me, insisting I come back with him, even writing his number on my leg. As we get there, I realise the situation I'm in. We're about to get out at a quiet area at 2 AM, and the cabbie's gonna drive off, leaving no one to hear me scream. The second he gets out, I turn to the driver begging him to take me further, so I can at least put some distance between us. The cab driver said he hadn't heard a word the whole way, but definitely heard something odd. He asked me for my address and takes me all the way home, and the creeper stares in frustration as he drives off. When I got home, I offered to wake up my mum to pay him, but he declined, saying he's just glad I'm safe. I broke him through the kitchen window to get to bed and cried myself to sleep. I'm just glad the cab driver was so kind to me. I really enjoy going camping. I'm truly an outdoorsy kind of person. It's very rare that I ever have a bad experience while camping, but I did have one that stood out to me, and is one that I can't explain. So let me start off by saying this was a good few years ago, and everything seemed normal on the day. In fact, I was having a really good day, so I arrived for my 4-day planned hike and camp in the evening. I had a really easy to set up tent, so it didn't really matter what time I got there. Now I wanted to sleep on the first day because I was tired from driving. So I park my car up and I realise I'm the only person in the parking area. I get out and hear some voices, but they immediately stop when I get outside. I look and realise that I've accidentally left the radio on, so I just turn it off, get my camping gear out and head out. Now everything feels normal. The sun's setting, so I can still see where I'm going, and honestly, the forest and area that I'm in looks truly beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, it's probably the nicest sunset I've ever seen. There was sort of a mist above the trees. I took a couple photos on my phone and I was really glad I did. I actually still use one as a screensaver, but that's not the point. I find this beautiful spot that I've been to before. It's close to a lake. I set up my camp and equipment, and what's better to do than some night fishing? So I head off towards that. I have an inflatable raft that I can use for my fishing. I have a small Bluetooth speaker with me and set that down and set off. I'm having a brilliant time. Unfortunately, I haven't caught anything, but I do have this strange feeling washing over me. It's almost like a paranoia that I can't quite describe. Now the forests and wilderness can be a beautiful area during the day, but at night, even for an avid camper like me, it can be pretty scary. I stay still for a second, and I'm sure I can hear the same kind of voices from before. That's odd. I turn off my speaker so I can concentrate more. I know it's definitely not from what I was listening to previously, but I put my mind on fishing. I want to catch some dinner. Now as I'm fishing, I hear this strange thumping sound like someone slamming something on a tree. It's odd, it's almost like someone's taken a metal hammer to an old oak tree and is smashing it. It's in a very rhythmic manner though, stopping for a few seconds and starting again. Now, needless to say, this confuses the hell out of me, and I begin to hear more voices. I can't tell exactly what they're saying, but I decide that, you know what, I think it's better to be out in my camping site at least. That's where I have my weapons if I really need it, that I've buried now under some leaves. The thought flashed across my mind that, oh god, imagine if they found my site and my weapons, then I'd really be screwed, and I laughed to myself. So I start paddling back. As I do, I realise that the sound has now stopped, but also that it's coming from the opposite side of the lake. I have a horrible feeling about this. I don't know of any other campers in the area, but hey, it's not the first time I've encountered anyone out there, and I make it back to the shore. As I do so, I get my stuff together, leave my raft deflated on the side, knowing I can come back for it in the morning, and I head out. As I do, the thumping starts again. This time it's louder and closer than it was before. Okay, that's really odd, and I've now picked up the pace. I'm thinking about calling out, but I realise it's not a good idea in case these are actually bad people. I glance behind me for a second, and I can just about make out the flash of a light before it cuts off the second I turn my head. Now, I don't need any more signs, and I literally start sprinting back to my campsite. As I do, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched and followed. The thudding sound slowly stops as I'm jogging, but I'm not going to wait around for it. I quickly pack up all my stuff. I decide I'm going to sleep in my car just until I figure out what's going on the next morning. I look and thankfully find my gun, exactly where I left it. I feel a lot more safe now. I start sprinting towards my car, and as I do, I can hear rustling around me. I'm now terrified. I call out, whoever's there, I have a gun and I'm not afraid to use it. What's wild is this doesn't even deter them. I start to think maybe it's a group of animals stalking me like coyotes or something. The last thing I need. As I'm running, I can see the figure of a person near my car. I shine my torch and I can see the reflection of animal eyes. I don't really get a lot of time to figure out exactly what animal it is, but it gives me some relief, knowing it's not a person. As I get closer, there's this disgusting smell. Just as I reach for the door, I can see that this isn't actually an animal. It's just an animal's head that's been freshly cut on the roof of my car. What the hell? I now let out a really loud scream that I don't even have to think about making. I quickly get in my car and turn on the lights. I can see the silhouette of a person in front of me now, who quickly ducks down. I instantly slam it into reverse, but I realise I'm having a really bad panic attack, and I need to wait at least 3 seconds or so before I start driving, before it gets any worse. Just as I'm doing so, I can see the flashes of more torches behind me. I instantly snap out of it, and immediately step on the accelerator and speed the hell out of there. I then instantly call the police to report what's happened. I can't believe that this actually happened to me. How could a nice relaxing getaway turn into this? How the hell did that animal head get there? Who were them people? The police agreed to meet me further up the road, and I agreed to help go back to figure out exactly what's happened. I'm literally shaking, but I feel a lot safer with the police officer there. He says he's never heard of anything like it before happening. When we get there, there's no longer a feeling of being watched. Disgustingly enough, the animal head's still on the floor, close to the exit where it rolled off my car. The officer says that someone must have done this very recently because of the way it sat and the blood around it. He does a quick patrol and can't find anything in the area. I go to the lake and show him exactly where I saw the first torch. I'm now able to retrieve my raft too, but there's no signs of anyone out there. He says he's literally never seen anything like this before, and that whoever done this is long gone, and I agreed to go back to the station with him to make a bigger report. Turns out, there's lots of reports of occultist activity in the area that neither me or the officer knew about previously. Apparently they make regular animal sacrifices, and worse, they attempt to kidnap people, and have done so before. Unfortunately for me, they never found exactly who did this, and I still have more questions than answers, and I never went back to that same area again. We live in Oregon, and we drove down to the coast of Northern California. We had a late start leaving our houses, and arrived at a little beach south of the Redwoods just after 9 PM. It's pouring rain and dark out, so we park on a dirt road that had access to the beach, and decided against walking down on the sand to set up my camp. My friend drives an old Toyota pickup with a camper shell cover in the bed, which has a mattress in the back, so we decide just to sleep on here. The beach area where we were is very secluded, and belonging to a local Native American tribe. They didn't mind us visiting, as long as we're respectful. After talking for a while in the shelter of the truck canopy, my friend fell asleep before drifting off myself. I realised I had forgotten the passenger lock of the truck. All of our valuables were stored in the cab, so I hoped nobody would come along to rob us in our sleep. After a few dreamless hours, I heard the sound of the driver's side door handle of my friend's truck being lifted. That door happened to be locked, but I was awake, terrified that whoever had tried to open the door would now go around to unlock the side. or try to get in bed where we are. It was still dark out at this time, but I heard footsteps starting to walk around to the back. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it through the back window of the camper shell, in hopes of alerting the intruder that there's people here. I heard footsteps get a little further away. Then I heard the sounds of snapping twigs and something heavy being thrown. Then the man let out a long yell, screaming a swear word at the top of his lungs. It didn't take more than 2 or 3 yells before I woke up my friend. "Dude, there's a crazy guy outside. He tried getting in the truck. Now he's walking around yelling," I blurt out as I shook his shoulder. We sat upright peering out of the windows, but it's still pitch black out. I check my phone and it's 5 AM. The sound of the man walking around the woods near the truck don't let up. He's still screaming now, and it seems to be getting louder. He would occasionally yell further away, but then appear closer. We sat huddled in fear for a good hour, unsure of what to do. His shout sounded as though he was full of rage, but he never attempted to get into the truck again. Eventually, the owners of the only other car parked there come to their vehicle and drove off as the sky started to lighten. We did not hear any more yelling or log frying after that, and eventually we're both able to sleep for a bit, waking up at around 10 AM. It's hard to believe that during that terrifying hour we heard what we did, and it was so vivid. We still had no idea what the man was doing or why he was so angry, but the guy screaming profanities still remains a mystery to me. This happened when I was probably 7 or 8. When I was a kid, I lived in a pretty sketchy neighbourhood. We lived in those long apartments. Ones are attached to the sides rather than stacked on top of each other. The front of the apartment faced a main road, and there's a little street to access the park and woods and back area of the apartment. Behind the apartments is a massive field and a forest. Me and my friends and I used to go there to build hobbit holes in the grass. My mum hated it when we went out there because there were some rough people that lived in the neighbourhood. She didn't like the idea of 7-year-olds playing out there in the same place where people do drugs. I'm adding some more details so you can get a picture. Now one day, I was out in the woods by myself, just exploring and pretending to be Indiana Jones or something, and I was coming out of the tall grass. I could see the little back alley in between the parking area and the woods, and I saw something lying in the grass. I believe it's a deer. I think it's just sleeping, so I creep up on it, trying to not scare it. I know, cool. That was quite funny. When I got there, I knew something was off. The deer was too still and smelled horrible. I couldn't see its face, and its back was facing me, but when I got up to it, I nearly had a heart attack when I saw its entire stomach is ripped open. I wasn't a smart kid, but I knew this was messed up. When I turned to run back home to tell my mum, I saw another deer nailed to a tree next to the first. I don't know how I didn't notice this before, but its 2 front hoofs are literally nailed to it. It's a disgusting scene, as you can imagine. As I stood there, staring at it, a car drove past a little alley. I remember it's a white car with tinted windows driving really slowly. I mean, everyone drove slowly on this alley because it's a residential street, but these people were barely moving. I can't see inside, but I got the sinking feeling that they were watching me. Obviously, I can't be sure that they are, but I'm 99% sure it was them. Once they were gone, I booked it home and told my mum the whole thing. She told me not to go in the field again, and I agree. I really hated what I saw. For the next month or so, I saw that car drive everywhere. It would drive up and down the main road I was on while I was playing in the front yard. It would drive down and back towards the alley when I would be back in the yard. I even remembered seeing it at a grocery store once, but they were definitely staking the house out. It was always the white car, tinted windows, maybe they're following me, and always driving way too slowly to be normal. I tell my mum about it, but she chalks it up to a neighbour just going down the road. So one day, my mum was out mowing the lawn. Because of the way the apartment is, she had to push the lawnmower all the way around the apartments to get to our backyard. Being the helpful kid I was going to meet my mum out the back to open the gate so she can put the lawnmower in the shed. As I'm walking out the gate, I see the car come along the back alley. Normally, the car goes slow. As soon as it turns a corner, however, the driver steps on the gas, zooming up behind me. The back door closest to me opens and someone gets out and starts running towards me. I don't remember what he looked like or even if it was a he. I just remembered getting back home as quick as I can, terrified. After that, my dad yelled at me for peeing myself, and neither he nor my mum believed me about the guy in the car, and I never saw him again, and we moved a few months later. That sounds really harsh, Jesus. My parents still think I made up the whole thing, even though they thought how sketchy the neighbourhood was. I don't remember anyone going missing at that time in my town, but I never really looked it up. All I know is it was really messed up, and I have no idea who those people were and why they did that to the deer or what they planned for me. I just hope they never done anything to anyone else. This happened a few years ago, and we didn't know exactly who this man was, but it still scared me senselessly. When I was about 13, I used to have my bed right under my bedroom window. It was also around the time my dog was brought inside because she got too old to stay out. At the time, we didn't have screens covering the doors like we do now, or the windows, so the windows could easily be opened and there's no barrier. I always left my window open during the day to let in fresh air, then close and lock it when it starts getting dark. The house is surrounded by forest, not very thick, but still thick enough that you can't clearly see through it. It's completely normal to hear strange noises at night, because things like bears or stray dogs or even former neighbours' chickens would roam around through our backyard. So when I heard something shuffling around my window, I didn't think much of it, and continued playing video games. Not even 10 minutes later, I heard something hit against it. It may have just been a large June bug. When they hit a window, it sounds like rocks being thrown, so I literally ignore it. The knocking kept going, but I just kept ignoring it until finally it stopped. Fast forward until around 2 AM. I was finally settling down and going to sleep when I hear breathing. Very faint, enough to miss if my room wasn't silent. I heard something drag down my window, like a stick or finger. I did it a few times, and that was enough for me. I jump out of bed, running to my dad's room. I told him that there was something at my window, and he immediately came to look. We turned on the lights, and nothing's there. I told him what I heard, and he said he's gonna look in the morning. We did just that, and my stomach churned. Under my window, there were two completely different foot tracks, one back and forth besides the generator, looking directly under my window. There's even cigarette butts laying on the floor, and ashes. Like they've been there for a while. The foot tracks led towards the woods, and seemed to stop there. We have no idea who this was, and to this day even thinking of this terrifies me. Afterward, we put locks on the windows and screens up, but I'll never forget that day. Okay, so this was a normal rainy evening when I was 14. I played games until my mum come in and told me to go to sleep. But before I get to the creepy parts, I'll give you an overview of our home. Our house is located on a hill. The closest neighbours are literally 100 meters further at the road. This road leads to nowhere, so there are rarely people going past our home. Behind the house is a little forest area that I used to play in as a child. And also, the house has 2 floors. My room is at the second upper floor. Yeah, I gotta admit it's a lonely house, with rain, darkness, and a forest that could keep me a little bit worried if I didn't know what was in there. So I went to sleep as usual at 11 PM. I fell asleep very quickly. However, at 3 AM I woke up, and I didn't do that so often. I think I had to go to the bathroom or something, so I went to pee and look through the window and do my thing. But it wasn't that relaxing nightly forest that I saw. My eyes glued on a specific character in the darkness. A man wearing dark clothes was just standing at the path of the forest. I don't know what he was doing. I started to panic, of course, and switched off the bathroom lights really quick. I sneak up to my parents downstairs, and I've never felt so afraid moving in my home in my life. We had alarms on, but it didn't calm me. I took a look at my parents. They're asleep. My sister's not up either. I went to the kitchen and peeked through the window. There he was, still standing at the pathway, closer now. And now I can see his body. I can't figure out his face. He looks huge. I just sat at the window, scared and almost falling to tears. Little rain poured to the ceiling and made naturally chill sounds. That didn't help. I peeked through the window again, and I almost jump out of my skin when he's standing in the yard now. I can see his face. He looks terrifying. I now ran to my parents to wake them up. My father ran out the back door, but my mum said that he could be dangerous and might be armed. She calls the police. Movement inside the house made the guy move, and he runs towards the road and the forest. My father swore that he couldn't go after him, but was mad that he couldn't. Now we wait for the cops to show up. Eventually they show up and ask questions and check out the forest with my dad. At this point, I went to sleep again with my mum, terrified but managed to sleep. I still have nightmares about this today. When I was young, me and my brother loved to go and play and explore in the forest near where we lived. We had a group of neighbourhood friends that we'd also do this with, and to be honest, those were some of my best memories. However, this would all change one day, and everything seems like normal. We set off on a normal summer's evening, and we decide we're going to play hide and seek. Now, to get to where we play, we have to walk through a bit of a swampland. I say swamp, it's not really a swamp, but it feels very similar to one. So we're walking through this, stumbling around, and finally make it to the giant tree. This is the exact tree that marks the spot where we play. So, I have to look for people unfortunately, but it's my turn, so that's fine. I hide behind this tree and start counting. I finally get to 1 and say I'm ready for you lot. And I burst out laughing when I see one of my stupid friends has literally climbed on top of the tree, hit directly above me, got caught instantly, then starts panicking that he can't get down. I help him down and I say, "You search the left side, I'm gonna go a bit deeper and find these." He says fine. To be honest, more than anything, I can't wait to tell the others how stupid he was. As I'm walking, I see something up ahead. It's a dark figure. I laugh and start sprinting up there. I stumble on the way and hurt my knee though, so I was quite annoyed about this. But by the time I get there, the figure's moved. Now I'm looking around and something feels very odd. It feels like I'm being watched, but not like in hide and seek. This is almost like a much darker, ominous presence is there. I've literally never had a feeling like it since then. So I look around when I see part of a hand. Well, it's not a hand, it's a stick that looks like a hand, but I can make out what it is in the shadows. As I get closer, I see it's holding something. I think that's really odd. I get a bit closer and realise that it's a skeleton hand. One that looks slightly degraded, like it's been there for some time. Halloween's around the corner, so I'm sure it's a Halloween prop. I hold up the piece of paper and look inside. It says run. It's not in any of my friend's handwriting. And then, to my horror, I see a shadow appear behind me. I glance back for a second, and there's two giants of men standing there in full camo gear, with smirks on their faces. I drop the paper and let out this blood-curdling scream, and I begin to sprint my way back. I end up going all the way to the tree, and to my horror, I'm met by all of my friends there, who can see how scared I am, and we all sprint all the way back home. When I get there, I explain what's happened, and my brother's so scared he starts crying, where he's younger than me. We're more scared of getting in trouble with our parents, don't even bother telling them. But looking back on it now, I really wish I'd done something more at the time, like told the authorities or something. I hate the thought that there's some twisted, mental people out there that would do something like this. God knows what their intentions were, but I can guarantee you that they weren't good. A little backstory first. I grew up in upstate New York, about 30 minutes north of Syracuse to be exact. It only made sense that I would return to my quiet little part of the world after I got out of the Marines in 2007. The only problem is that I didn't have much money. The good news is that my grandfather had an old pool behind camper that he told me I could have until I got on my own feet. So, being on my own, I decided I'd spend about a year in the pool behind on a few acres of woods that I bought from a friend of mine while I was in the Marines. Now all my taxes had been paid for the year, so the only thing I had to do was pay for gas and propane. I managed to avoid looking like a crazy mountain man by showering and washing my clothes at a local truck stop / diner, even getting a pretty decent job working security. I filled the rest of my time working odd jobs for extra cash. Alright, so for the main story. It was mid-April. I was sitting next to a nice low fire while listening to my battery-powered radio, watching nightfall in the woods. I had gotten a nice dinner at the diner down the road, so I didn't have any work for the next few days. Generally, I don't see anyone in the woods for weeks at a time, so I wasn't expecting it when I hear a scream to break the silence. I shot up, grab my shotgun, and get out of the camper and check the chamber to make sure it's loaded. I stood on the edge of a small clearing, strained my ears to listen for any sounds. It's generally hard to pinpoint sounds in the dead of night in the woods, but luckily I hear some shouting and car doors slamming, so I knew that the sounds had to be coming from the main vehicle trail a short distance from my campsite. I made my way to the trail as fast as I could in the low light, and before I get halfway there, I heard another clipped scream to my left. I could hear a rustling in the brush. I slowly made my way there, and to where I think the noise is coming from, I come out of the woods right next to a man who had a woman pinned to the ground, just standing over her. Shaking from adrenaline, I leveled the shotgun at the top of the guy, and the woman growled at him to get off. Now I'm a big guy, but I have no doubt that the shotgun was the deciding factor in this whole situation. Each of these guys easily had a solid 30 pounds of muscle on me when I was a 200-pound Marine. I ushered the two idiots back, so I was between them. The woman's now getting to her feet. It was about now I realised we have another problem. My cell phone was cheap and didn't get reception in the woods, and hers had been broken by these two sickos. There wasn't much I could do other than march these two back to their jeep under the threat of shotgun. I get the license number, and I'm sure it was fake, and a description of them and their vehicle. Before the driver gets in the vehicle, I lower the shotgun to his crotch and made sure he understood what a 3-inch 12 gauge shell loaded would do. They took off in one direction. Me and the woman made our way back to my campsite. We drove to the DEC station and reported it as quick as possible. It turns out that the guy I'd threatened was the young girl's now ex-boyfriend. They'd been out having a few drinks when the third wheel in the situation got a little too handsy for her liking. When she said something to her boyfriend, he basically told her to stop and get on with it for once. When she refused, the boyfriend smashed her phone and pushed her to the ground. They both pushed her into the truck and drove her deep into the woods. She had waited for them to become complacent before throwing the back door open and jumping out and taking off. Luckily, the Jeep was crap and the back door didn't lock. It was a stroke of luck that I happened to be outside when she escaped. Fast forward 7 months, and that woman I helped is now my wife, and we moved into our first house using the money I saved up living in the woods. We've been married for 8 years now, and I have 2 kids, a 6-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl. I still go out to camp every year to hunt and haven't seen the Jeep or the guys again. We heard through the grapevine that they had been arrested and actually got jail time. I'm assuming they moved to a different area because I never saw them again. I live in a suburban part of a small rural town in eastern Missouri, in a pretty quiet neighborhood. We've had one crime here in the past 3 years, and it was me who committed it. A jaywalker. Comprised mostly of elderly women and single mothers. We own 4 vehicles: my car, my mum's van, my stepdad's car, and my mum's old truck that's illegal to drive now. So I was home alone, about a week after my graduation, while my stepdad's at work. My mum was talking to my youngest brothers, and they had to go to the doctor's office, so they left. And my 2 middle brothers were at their friend's house, so I was lounging on the couch in my fuzzy robe and underwear playing Fallout. Good game. My stepdad is a professional chef and does 80% of our cooking at home. I have terrible anxiety and an addiction to investigation discovery. So whenever I'm home alone, I keep the longest, sharpest knife on myself or within an arm's reach at all time. It may have saved my life. Or something. This is confusing. There's a knock at the door, and it's not too suspicious. We frequently get solicitors and Mormons in the neighborhood, so I wasn't worried. Being a cautious person, I peek out through the curtains just a bit to see who it was. I'd seen this guy around the neighborhood before, walking around, and I don't feel threatened by him, since if it got physical, I had at least 5 inches on him and a knife. Anyway, I want to open the door, and I do so, figuring that at worst, I can politely turn him away, tell him I wasn't interested and go on with my life. At best, well, not gonna lie, he's cute in a generic way, So, I opened the door, resting my hand on the back of the couch, where I've hidden the knife under a blanket, just in case. As soon as I opened the door, I knew there's something off. I've got a blunted effect due to a combination of depression, PTSD from abuse, and schizophrenic type personality disorder. So, I'm grown up, and I'm used to using fake facial expressions to fit in. I thought maybe he had similar problems because his face was not normal. He had a big friendly smile, right below a pair of absolutely dead eyes. "Hey beautiful, day out. Mind if I come in for a moment?" he said awkwardly. I kinda smile awkwardly and say, no, my mum don't like having strangers in. "Oh," his smile gets bigger. "What are you doing?" At this point, I'm starting to feel nervous. I shrug. Can't complain, I guess. "Are you here to sell something or tell me about God?" He shrugged back. "Oh, you know? Can I come in? Maybe talk to your mum?" I'll go get her. She's in the backyard." I moved to close the door and stepped back, not turning my back to the dude. Before I closed the doorway, he reached out and stops the door. His fake smile is gone. His face is dead. Not angry, just dead. "You're home alone. Your mum isn't in the backyard." I pause and swallow hard. Then I push the door again. "What do you want, man?" "To come in. Please let me in." I reach over, quickly sliding the knife from under my blanket and pointing it at him, saying, "I'm not gonna let you in. Leave." He looks down at the knife, back up at me, blinks rapidly, then affixated the smile to his face again, saying, "Oh, no problem. Goodbye." I watched him turn around and walk back down the street until he turned the corner. Then I locked and deadbolted every door and window in the house, got the dog out of my mum's bedroom and resumed my gaming. I ended up calling my aunt's boyfriend, the only cop I trust, let him know what happened, stayed on the phone with him until my mum got home from the doctors. She called around town, found a couple of other people who'd seen him walking and driving around, but none of them knew who he was. So we were on high alert for about a week. It's been over a month now, and nobody in town's seen him. This old memory of mine, I've been talking about a lot because of the recent news of the Delefi murders. As the man I'm talking about looks similar to the first sketch, but this is 20 years ago and the sketch is now irrelevant. But anyway, when I was 12, I lived in Flagstaff, Arizona. If you're not familiar with this part of Arizona, it's not what you think of when you think of Arizona. It's a Pondasora pine forest with mountains, and it snows in the winter. Anyway, across the street from my home was an entrance to some woods with paths. As my parents worked, and I was the first one home after school, it was my responsibility to walk the dog. Usually, I would take him just inside the woods entrance so I wouldn't have to pick up his crap from under the rocks that would usually be in sight. Now, usually, I was too afraid to go into the actual woods, even with my dog, because he was stronger than me and didn't listen to me well when we were outside. The other reason I didn't like it is the wolves, packs of wild dogs, sometimes cattle, seriously, and of course, anything lurking. But this day, I felt adventurous, I guess, and took him over there. We went pretty deep that day, and I didn't see another soul because it's about 3 PM and the people are at work. None of the neighborhood kids really hang out there either. Now my dog was excited by anything that moved and always wanted to greet another person, cat or dog. But this day, on the way back, I remembered him being steadfast, still pulling, walking me along on the way back home, ignoring squirrels and trees blowing in the wind. Then, out of nowhere, a man appeared on the trail in front of me. Now when I say out of nowhere, that's exactly what I mean. The woods are not dense, and usually you can see people from a mile away, as long as they don't surprise you. The man was dressed head to toe in brown and tan colours and gave a weak "hey" and doesn't make eye contact. The way he dressed stuck out to me, as everything but the treetops was brown, as there's actually a drought going on at the time. Even the picture I linked is more greener than it was then. As he passed me, I took a few more steps and turned around because he made uneasy and steady pace behind me. But he was gone. I could see probably 50 feet of the trail behind me. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to see him still. My kid brain starts going, maybe it's a ghost. No, he must be hiding. There's no way I wouldn't be able to see him immediately after passing each other. Maybe he was hiding in front of me, before he came out of nowhere. Maybe that's why he's got all brown on, trying to blend in. The dog didn't want to greet him anyway. It didn't make sense. It didn't take long for my dog and I to take off running all the way home. Thank God I had my goofy dog on me, because he was pretty aloft, but also protective. For all I know, maybe the disappearing woodsman watched me take my dog out every day, saw me wander in that day. I know I let my dog crap in the yard a few weeks afterwards. The reason it was so weird is that he was pretty much in perfect camouflage, and he had no dog on him or reason to be out there. I'm not sure exactly who it was. It definitely wasn't a hunter either, because hunting's illegal, and that's what creeps me out. Why on earth would anyone be in camouflage in the woods where hunting's illegal? My boyfriend and I went backpacking in the mountains. I've been camping before, but only camping in a car, so never had to carry a bag on me for a long period of time. So this is my first time actually backpacking. Now after getting lost trying to find a parking lot, the map swore there was, but there actually wasn't. We drove around the mountains, finally finding a parking lot we could stay at. We'd planned to walk down the mountain, camp, then walk back up the following day. About an hour in, it's maybe 6 PM, and we come across this guy sitting off the side of the trail, cooking in a cheap stove. He said to us if we know why we're there and where we're at, and saying can we point him in the direction of a certain place on the mountain. He says he's parked there. He continues talking about how he had a friend drop him off who was going to pick him up at point A, and then changes his story to that he's parked at point B, and then said another friend dropped him off and went to hike somewhere else, and that he needed a map or something to get to point C. Yeah, I'm confused, and I don't like his story. We finally bid the dude good luck, saying we can't help, and continue down the trail. Now the trail is poorly marked and doesn't correspond with the map we found online, so we're really confused when we come to a horse trail with no markings to tell us if we're on the right path still. We decide to go down the trail and see if we can find a place to camp for the night, and find our way out in the morning. Both sides of the trail are lined with barbed wire, preventing us from being able to camp there. Eventually, we run into a huge puddle in the middle of the trail. We decide to turn back and go back to the part of the trail before it turns into a horse trail. That way, we can camp there for the night, because it's really dark and we're tired. About 20 feet behind us, we see the man from earlier. He talks to us again, and through conversation, we learned he had heavy narcotics, including fentanyl, and another one I don't remember the name of. By this time, there's so many red flags, so we took off, deciding to go back to the car and just drive home now. We live 4 hours away, and we're about 6 miles from the car, so we take off up the trail as fast as we can go. I got severely dehydrated on the way and was struggling. I have lots of water, but it's very hot out. And we're practically running up the mountain now. Eventually, I start hallucinating, thinking I'm vomiting blood, which is red Gatorade, or there was blood coming from my shoes, which is sweat. And there may or may not have been a bear somewhere nearby, but I could have hallucinated it also. We ended up doing the full 6 miles up the mountain in only 2 hours. We reached a parking lot, and that's when I gave up. I decided to wait on a branch while my boyfriend got in the car. The parking lot was curved, so we're out of sight from each other. But he finally came back down to me with the car and helped me in. We found a gas station and slept for a little while before heading home. As we're driving out the park, we see a warning sign saying there may be an escaped convict in the area. This is a true story that happened to me. Back in the 80s, I was a camper at this place in the Adirondacks, a 6 million acre state park in upstate New York. All camps have their own customs, and I'm not sure if this occurred elsewhere, but if sitting around a campfire and smoke was blowing in your face, we would utter the phrase, "I hate white rabbits," and I swear this worked. The smoke would immediately move towards another direction. And no, it wasn't the breathiness of speaking the words that made the smoke move. It was rumoured to be a voodoo chant though. So things are different in the 80s. Things we did back then might have gotten you kicked out of camp if you got caught, but to be honest with you, these days, you would probably catch a court case and get jail time. Like the time my counsellor locked me in his room with a 6-pack of Budweiser, tall boys, and told me I can't come out until I finished. But that's a separate story. This camp was right on a very large and pristine lake, and periodically, there would be hikes and canoe trips to some of the islands on the lake. You choose your adventure, basically. So we're on this canoe hike to a large, huge, massive island that's not too far from camp at all. We're all slackers, smokers and stoners on this hike. My kind of people. The island was so big, it had a pretty wide running trail that went around the perimeter of the island, wide enough to comfortably ride a 4-wheeler around. Were they allowed? Wider than I was tall at the time, wide. So I mentioned this is in the 80s, right? That first night, some of us campers were partying with the counsellors, beers were being drunk. Now at the time we're sitting around a fire, of course, and when the smoke blew into someone's face, they said the phrase, "I hate white rabbits," and the smoke moved. The next reciprocate of the smoke said the same words, and so on. And the smoke was being moved around fast from person to person. At the height of the frenzied chanting, the smoke almost looks like a vortex. The next morning, I opened my tent to see lying on the ground, spanning the width of the running trail, the biggest dead rabbit I've ever seen in my life. It was dead. It had eyes that were glazed over blue and white. I've really never seen anything like this before. I know it could have just been coincidence, but it was crazy. This happened a couple of years ago. I wanted to go to the local wildlife trail to walk in the woods. I'd gone several times to hike and jog. I normally went with my boyfriend at the time, but he was working and I wanted to go, so I decided to go by myself. I felt pretty comfortable going. I park at the far end of the parking lot in case anyone else appears. The trail continues straight from the parking lot for about a mile until it curves up a large hill. Where I wanted to go was the abandoned parking lot with a lake. The turn off to this part of the trail was about 400 yards down to the left. Once you turn left, you have about 200 yards of flat trail before it inclines. This incline section is loose gravel and it's quite noisy when you walk up it. The last section is about 100 yards. I felt pretty at ease going along the straight trail before I turned left. When I hit the incline, I began to feel uneasy. I brushed it off as being overly paranoid and continued. As I went about halfway up the incline, I began to hear crunching and snapping of twigs in the woods to my right. It sounded about 100 yards off. It was just far enough into the woods that I couldn't see what's making the noise. I froze in my tracks and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stood still as I heard the crunching stop. Stupidly, I brushed it off as a deer or bobcat. I continue up the path until I hit the end of the incline. That's when I heard this thing in the woods beginning to run at me. I froze in fear, my heart beating 1,000,000 miles an hour. Every hair on my body stood up. I was rooted in place. That's when I saw him. A man was running straight for me while holding something in his hand. I began to run down the incline back to the main trail. I was slipping and sliding down the gravel. I looked behind me and noticed how that he's at the top of the incline already. He had this evil look in his eyes. I noticed the item in his hands was a knife. I almost slipped up due to me looking back at the man. He called out to me, "Get back here now." His tone was malicious. I sprinted as fast as I could and took a hard right back onto the main path. When I hit the parking lot, I didn't look back. I unlocked my car and started as quick as I can. Right as I was backing up, he emerges from the trail entrance. He just stands there, partially covered in the shade of the trees. As I tear through the parking lot and onto the highway, he just stares at me. The biggest, creepiest smile comes across his face as he slowly waves at me as I get onto the highway. I never went back to that trail. This encounter has scarred me for the rest of my life. I hate walking through the woods now. Okay, so I have no idea exactly what I saw that night. I have searched everywhere for sightings or even myths around that area we saw it and found nothing. If anyone has any idea what we saw, please let me know. My husband and I think it could have well been a Wendigo, but I don't know. I haven't heard anyone else say they've seen anything like it. I guess more than anything I want to know what I saw and have some closure. So anyway, my friends and I go camping a lot, and my favourite place is the Red River Gorge, Kentucky. We go there often. I've been going there since I was an infant. I'm 28 now, married with a kid and still go. It's the coolest place to go where I live, and you can actually see the Milky Way pretty much every night. I mean, it's perfect for stargazing, and I've seen a shooting star every clear night that I've been there. When we go there without our kid, we might have a hike and stargaze for hours. Our first experience happened when we were night hiking, and we would go on trails we knew well, and we used frequently during the day. Ones with log fences and gazebo resting places. The most used trail is in the National Bridge State Park that leads up to the Natural Bridge. The trail is around 2 miles uphill, depending on where you're starting. Now I've done this trail every summer of my life, and could do it blindfolded. It has wooden steps, carved rock steps, log handrails, multiple sitting points under a roof, trash cans, but after reaching the main trailhead, there's no lights at all. It's used often, and while it's uphill and the difficulty is low, as long as you have a good grip on your shoes and water, you'll be fine. My friends have done it with me multiple times, and we're confident as hell at it. Hiking this trail at night is not allowed, but the woods have never really been a problem for me, and no one really cared about the closure times. When we used this main trail to hike to the top, we would park in a lot designated for the pool and Hoedown Island. You walk across the road that leads to the pool, and you're at the first trail marker. You go up the gravel for a while and past a natural bridge state park lodge. There's a waterfall and some lights, so it was best to go fast and watch out for rangers that would tell us to leave. Then walk across another road and there's a mini shelter to sit on or a small rock where you can rest your legs. Then it's the beginning of the top of the trail. The night was weird to begin with. As soon as we started the hike, the clouds took over and it appeared we'd be walking for nothing even to stargaze at. But we went anyway, just in case it cleared out by the time we get there. In the beginning, it was normal, and paranoia was kinda setting in, but eased up a little. You know you've reached the bottom of the bridge when you see a giant limestone wall. Now during this time, there was a gazebo that sat to the right of this wall, and the trail continued and followed next to the wall. When you come far, there's a fairly steep part of the trail and the gazebo is welcomed. Now my husband, my best friend at the time, and I all sit on the gazebo steps. The bench is under a roof and even darker than the rest of the outside, so we just stayed on the steps, facing to where we're looking downhill at the trail that follows the limestone wall. We each have a bright LED headlamp and a handheld flashlight. We don't usually look at each other when we night hike because the lights are so bright. We sit in a line like the Lord's Supper and walk in a line staggered so we don't blind each other. It's after hours at this point, so no ski lift rides had gone on for hours, and the rangers had already done the sweep and left before we could get there. We left no time between them making sure the trail and the top were clear and start our hike. The ski lifts takes you to the top, but there are workers that stay and do counts and only leave after it's clear. I guess I have to make these points because that's what I was thinking when what seemed out of nowhere, a girl with a headlamp begins to walk down the trail. This is kind of odd really. She's in a sundress and flip-flops. This hike is uphill, and while it's fairly easy to hike up, it's not easy to do without real shoes or water. She'd have to have hiked up and down to get to this point without food or water, which is a massive challenge. Her light seemed almost blinding too. When she reached where the trail turns from in front of the gazebo to down where we came from, she stopped. She just stood there, how a human is presented in an anatomical drawing. She was looking directly at us all, sitting there, and her light made me bring my head up. It was so bright that I literally had to shield my eyes. She didn't turn away from our light at all, or even seem bothered. She had 6 LEDs shining directly at her face. I say hello. She said, kind of with a pause between every word, something like, "Hello, how are you?" I said something like, "Good, how are you?" And she took an even longer pause before saying, "Oh, I'm fine." And she just stood there with her hands to her side, facing down, staring at us. Her light made it impossible to really see her face. It was unnaturally bright. I had my hand up the entire time to not be blinded still, until she turned and slowly walked down the trail part we just came up. She got to the part where the trail turned, and we saw her light just stay in that one spot for a minute, until she turned and the light faded out of sight. We wait for a while before continuing up. I kept making comments about how weird that was, and had anybody else just seen this? And was I being overly paranoid with my fear? And why did no one come after her? Why had she done this all alone at night? And somehow without being found by any ranger. We got up after a bit and started back up to the top. It felt like it took much longer than it ever had in the past, but we made it to the top. There's stone steps named Fat Man Squeeze that you get to at the top of the bridge, and you can walk across it and whatever. Going up and being on the top, we can hear twigs snapping, almost alternating from left to right. We lay down and stargaze, but the clouds are thicker now. It was miserably hot, and we can hear voices at the same time. My husband kept checking for people. He never saw anyone. We see a flashlight, but we never see anyone attached to it. And then we hear a bird call. It wasn't like a real bird noise at all. It was like someone making bird calls, rhythmic and not natural. I'm convinced now that we're not alone, and hadn't been alone at all during this. And to say this is a lot because I'm not easily spooked. I asked to leave as soon as they're done. They then tell me that they're ready to go right then and there, and that scared me. It showed that I wasn't imagining all of this and they're just as scared as I am. We began going down the way we came from, and it felt like it was taking so long. We were going steady and quick, and it was downhill, but we were not making any ground, it seems. It's hard to explain, but it was so weird to the point that I said aloud, "This feels much longer than it should be," and everyone agrees with me. I keep looking behind me with the flashlight, and my husband kept looking out to the sides. I kept feeling watched and couldn't figure out where the footsteps were coming from. It sounded as though they're coming from all directions. I would turn my head in the direction of a sound and not see anything. When my husband was walking, he kept saying he was catching eyes in the flashlight. Usually you catch a raccoon's eyes spying on you, but he was afraid maybe it's a bigger animal like a bear or something. And even weirder is that he never seemed to catch contact with it truly when his flashlight went over it. By now, we're hiking down a semi-flattish area, compared to the downhill hike we've been doing at least. The log fence or handrail or whatever it's called is on our right side. Now, we're walking in a row, within reaching distance of this barrier, and my husband just stops walking altogether and says, "What's that?" But the question is more of an alert than a question. I move my headlamp in that direction and don't see anything at first. Then, both of his lights catch a shape, and then my headlamp also does the same. I move my headlamp to the center and catch it while my friend simultaneously finds it in her lights as well. All six shine on a kind of reflective grey creature. It's bent in a crouching position, kneeling on its front leg, and it starts turning towards us. It starts to turn slowly, and my mind is racing. It looks like a human, but it's too big. People mistake human shapes for what's actually bears, but this is skinny. It's thin and big, and almost white. It's so light grey. Its skin resembles that of a dolphin. There's a shine to it, and our lights get reflected a little way when they're on it. It gradually comes to a standing position in front of us. Its head is long, and its eyes are in a human position on its face, not on the side like most animals. We can't see other facial features, just big, almost empty holes or pits where its eyes are. It looks directly at us and our lights. The way it stood is almost intimidating, almost like when a snake raises up and flexes their necks in a wild fashion to show how strong and smart they are. It was like it was stepping up for a fight, from crouching, then standing directly in front of us. The arms hung down so low, the hands seemed way too long. Its hands had to be by its knees easily. I guess it stood 9 feet or so, and not that far in front of us. No, it has no hair at all, and its head is large. I couldn't process what I was seeing. I was truly frozen. Then, I just feel my husband hitting me, yelling run. I start to understand we have to get away from this thing, and it pivots and runs to the right, going backwards on the trail so it could get around the barrier and onto the trail behind us. We take off running the rest of the way down the trail, knowing that this thing just took off much faster than us, and after it had crossed from behind the barrier, it would be gaining on us quick. We didn't talk at all because we tried to figure out what was going on and knew it wasn't good to draw attention to us. We kept running as fast as we could, but some areas are steep. It literally never feels as though we're out of sight from this creature. And we made it to the trail beginning with the gravel, and we can hear something to the side crashing down through the forest. We ran until we got to the car, then drove as fast as we could, and as soon as we got to the main road, we're finally out of there. When that thing looked at us, I knew it was smarter and faster than us. I knew that if we didn't react, something terrible would have happened. We made it back to where we're all staying, and all of us took out our phones and wrote a note of what we saw. We haven't spoke about it until after, and we all looked at each other's phones and the stories are all exactly the same. When I was 12, me and a group of my friends would play hide and seek in those woods where we're on the edge of our neighbourhood. We would always play at around 6, but had to be home by 10:30 at the latest on a weekend, and we weren't allowed to go so far that we couldn't see our houses. Those are the only rules our parents had for us. Well, one Friday, we're out playing in the woods as usual, and I, for whatever reason, decide to go in the woods deeper. I can't remember how far I went into those woods, but I do remember coming across an old shack. I considered using it as a hiding place, but then I thought that they wouldn't come this deep into the woods to look for me, so I decided to head back. However, when I start to head back, I turn my head to look at the same shack one last time, and for a split second, I see someone peeking around the door. Whoever it was quickly turns their head back when they saw me, and I don't pay much attention to it and head back. I'm about halfway through my walk when I hear, "Hey kid, come over here." I look back and see an old man hiding behind a tree, gesturing for me to come. I know better, and took off running. While I was running, I heard him yelling, "Wait now, come back," and I could also hear the sounds of other footsteps accompanying him after me. When I got to the end of the woods, I ran into my friend's house, who was wondering where I was. I told them to get out of the woods, and we ran to our friend's house. I told them what happened, and eventually, I told my mum what happened too. Our parents called the police to search for the woods, but they never found anything, and our parents never let us play out again after that. Old man living in the shack, you could still be out there. I just hope you get caught and haven't done anything worse. My old man was an avid outdoorsman in the Colorado Rockies in the late 80s. He'd go on week-long treks with his buds. One summer, they'd been out for a few days in the Pikes National Forest. They set up camp in a ravine they thought was safe. That night, my dad unzipped the tent to take a leak in the dark, and outside stood a pair of bare pale feet. My dad screamed and zipped up the tent. Everyone else woke up and said, "What's wrong?" My dad said someone was barefoot out there, and they went out and flashed their flashlights for a bit, hollering. My dad swore that he saw the feet and described them in perfect detail. They were old blotchy feet, even having a lump on the ankle. Tony, his bud, asked what foot, left or right, and my dad said it was the right. Then Tony said they needed to move their camp immediately. My dad says why. Tony says he doesn't have time to explain. They all go along with it and pack up and move up to the hill. The next morning they woke up to find a flash flood had torn through the ravine that night. It would have surely killed them. Tony's grandfather had just died a month prior, and one of the last things he said to him was that he would always watch over him. The feet described reminded Tony of his grandfather's very feet. My dad is highly religious too. Supernatural or not, it's terrifying what happened to them. So this happened to me when I was about 7, and I lived in Portland with my grandparents. Now my grandma and I would always watch Lost together every night, and then the news would always come on afterwards. When we saw there was a sniper that was going around our area, in the woods somewhere, and they were looking for him, and lost his location, it blew our minds. I remembered one day at school, the whole school had to go on lockdown, because someone reported seeing him near the school, and so everyone had to go to the hall and wait out the entire situation to clear. I don't think we left school until 7 PM. The police caught him and took him in for questioning. Later on, we found out through the news that he was hiding out in these small woods that are behind our house, literally meters away. Now my grandma and I would go for bike rides and walks most evenings. The only reason we hadn't was because of the shooter. I refused to leave the house for a good week or so because I was scared that he'd still be out there, and I wouldn't let my grandparents leave either because I was so scared something bad would happen to them. To this day, I still have a mini panic attack every time I go near them woods. Just the thought that at some point in time, only meters away, there was a killer waiting in the woods in camouflage terrifies me. It was the end of my freshman year of college, so my friend and I spent a weekend at my family's cabin by ourselves to celebrate. The weekend was fairly uneventful. The most exciting things to happen were burning a pizza on a grill, and a chipmunk trying to join me while I was in the outhouse, which was pretty funny. But then, we had to leave. Even though I'd gone to the cabin every summer since I was born, I still didn't know very well how to get from it. We had been using my friend's dad's GPS. It was pretty old and probably hadn't been updated in a while, which is likely why it took us where it did. The route we took was fairly unfamiliar to me, but what do I know? It's a GPS. I trusted it enough to bring us wherever we needed to go. It ended up taking us down a twisted side road that I knew was wrong, but I kept going, thinking that maybe going through the woods would be faster. That's when it told me to take a left. I obeyed, but was extremely confused because it looks to be a dirt road. I slowed down to look at the GPS when my friend lets out a horrid, "Oh my god." I look up and realise we're not on the road at all. We're on someone's driveway. Then I saw the dolls. They were worn by the weather, full of dirt and faded from the sun. The ones I took note of were clowns, and bodiless and beheaded. There were so many, I can't even make out how many there actually are. Every single one's hanging from a tree. My friend and I were both shrieking at this point. Her yelling at me to back up and get out of there, me yelling what the hell over and over again. We safely got back to the main road and followed that until the GPS gave us a different route, which took us home without incident. Although I didn't see the person living in that rundown house, it was one of the most terrifying things that ever happened to me. It didn't even feel real when it was happening. It felt like I'd been dropped into the middle of a horror movie about a serial killer with some doll fetish or something. Sometimes, I wonder what would have happened if the person who lived there actually saw me pulling up. But I try not to let my imagination get the best of me. I hate to think of whoever's responsible for that house, if they still lived there. Red River Gorge is a beautiful and huge park full of wildlife, rock climbing, waterfalls and dense forests, gorges and beautiful views. The place feels truly isolated, disconnected from the rest of the world. One evening, my boyfriend D and I decided to go camping at the gorge. We went out and tried to find a campground that was as backwards as possible. Sites were spread far from each other. Our site, that was on the edge of a very steep drop-off. We arrived at sunset and quickly set up. By the time we fully set up, the sun had set and we began making a fire. About 20 minutes into relaxing, we began to hear howling that doesn't go away, and it doesn't sound like it's far from us. We both freaked out by the realization that there were wolves nearby, but we tried to not overreact and continued to sit by our fire. 10 minutes later, I start hearing a faint yelling about 15 feet away past the cliff's edge. Now, I told Dee to be quiet and listen, and we're both frozen out of fear. A woman was now screaming. I couldn't make out any words at that point, but it was a deep, gurgling shriek, a noise that I've never heard a person make in my life before. Then I heard it. She was screaming, "Help, please someone help. Someone please help me," repeating this over and over again, howling at the top of her lungs. I'm terrified. She could have been turned around in the dark and fallen off the cliff. She could have been attacked by wolves or a bear or bitten by a snake. At this point we both sprinted into my car, frantically climbing inside, locking the doors. I tried calling the police but have no service. I threw the car in reverse and sped down the dirt road to find anyone that could help. The shrieks continued. I didn't make it far before I found 3 young men standing on the edge of the forest. I slowed down and cracked my window, still hearing that woman begging for help, and asking the men if they heard that. How could they have not heard it? I told them it was a young woman screaming in the forest. Then, 2 of them went sprinting into the darkness. Without questioning me or anything, the other one just stood by my car, assuring me he had no idea what was happening. While the 2 men were somewhere in the forest, I drove further down the dirt road until I found a spot to turn around at. When I came back, the screaming had stopped, and the men were back by the side of the road. I slowed down and asked them where the woman was, and one of the men that had run into the woods said, "Don't worry, it was actually just a kid messing around." I just said okay. I drove back as quickly as possible. We left the campsite and went straight home. Once out of the woods, we called the local police station multiple times to no answer. I know it wasn't a child. I've never heard such primal screams in my life. It made my skin crawl and my heart race just thinking about it. What did those men do that night? What was I a witness to? I live just where farmland meets the edge of the suburbia, on an island off the coast of BC. The climate here is sub-temperate rainforest, so the natural and untouched landscape is incredibly wild, dense and lush. I'm keen on endurance cycling, and I take full advantage of the trail network in the forest surrounding my area. I work long hours, so most of my winter rides are in complete darkness with my trusty trail light. One section of my home trail winds through a rainforest bog full of hundreds of trees. They're huge. It's absolutely beautiful in daytime. It feels like a magical place with shafts of sunlight piercing the fog, hundreds of different species of flora, and there's so many wild animals out there. It's really beautiful. Now at nights, my gut starts tightening as the thought of passing through this mile-long section of trail appears. One day about a year ago, I was lucky enough to get a chance to go for a ride through it, so I took it. It was cold and very rainy, with few other people out on the trail. I had packed thermos of hot coffee in my backpack, and I thought the rainforest-style bog was the best place to take a rest as any. Now, I chill out. I have an interest in botany, so I was looking closely at the lynches growing off of the huge Douglas fir. But suddenly, I felt distinctly not alone. No biggie. Lots of people use the trail, although not many are out there that day because the weather's so wet and cold. And that's when I heard it. A meow. That's odd because this isn't a good place for a cat to be alone. We have cougars and bears, but I hear a meow again. Except this time, it was canned and robotic sounding, like somebody playing a bad audio file of a cat. My gut starts to clench. It just sounded wrong somehow, and I can't figure out why. My hands were shaking when I unzipped my backpack to put my coffee thermo back in. I felt waves of nausea roll over me, and the air suddenly felt dense and thick. I was in a rainforest surrounded by trees and moss, but I felt like I can't get enough oxygen. I hadn't seen anyone for at least 10 miles, and I was distinctly aware of how far I was, and I couldn't really get any cell reception here either. Now, I hear the same meow again, but this time closer. I've never heard a cat like this before. It sounded like an imitation of a cat or a person saying meow. It was so tiny, cold and robotic. I now know that without hesitation, it's time for me to go immediately. I was panicked on the inside, but can't show fear, so I casually slung my leg over my bike and start riding. As soon as I got out of the bog, I ride the rest of the way home like a bat out of hell, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. I can't see anything. I will never forget this experience for as long as I live. I've had some pretty disturbing things happen on my night rides, but nothing ever like this. I hate the fact that clearly something was imitating a cat, and I'm sure it was a recording. God knows who was out that deep into the forest too. I just hope I don't encounter this again. I used to love going for long hikes in the forest near where I live. I usually did it on summer's evenings. Yeah, I know this probably isn't the safest thing to do, but I always had my hunting rifle on me anyway. I mean, I'd be stupid not to. All it takes is one wild animal to go for you, and if you're unarmed, good luck to you. So anyway, I set out one summer's evening. I had my iPod playing some really chill songs and I felt really good about myself. I can't really get cell phone signal where I go because the trees cover it, but I like listening to my music. Now I was a good 40 minutes into my hike. There was enough moonlight for me to see where I was going. That's how I normally planned my hikes, when the moon was out of its brightest on the most clear days, so I can see everything. I'm really enjoying myself this night. I found true tranquility. I decided to stop for a minute, take off my headphones, and just pour out some of the hot chocolate I had in my flask. Now, the second I do this, I have the feeling that I'm not alone, and I can't describe this feeling. It's almost like I'm comfortable in my own presence, but I don't want to be joined by anyone else, and this unsettles me. I just think I'm just being a little paranoid. I say to myself, thank God I've got my rifle, and I could have sworn I heard a laugh afterwards. No, it must have been just an animal, surely. So I go about drinking my hot chocolate. As I do so, and I'll never forget this, I hear someone whisper behind me, "Mind if I have some?" And a terrifying laugh follow. Now the next few seconds is a complete blur as I fumble, fall over getting up, grab my rifle, and scream myself, and sprint in the complete opposite direction to where I heard the voice and back onto the trail. I try and scream out that I have a gun, but I can't get the words out. What's worse is I hear rustling behind me. I continue sprinting up the trail, only to slip temporarily again, and now on my back. I lay there wondering whether it's better to pretend I'm still. I look behind me, and I can see what appears to be the butt of a cigarette lit in the distance. Well, looks like I'm going to keep moving then. I get up again, and scream I have a gun and I'm not afraid to use it. What's worse, I'm sure I hear laughter in the distance after saying this. I sprint all the way back to my car. I don't even bother going back for my flask for anything. I immediately get on my radio and call it into the park rangers in the area, who say they're going to check it out and they want me to show them exactly where it is. I say you've got no chance and speed out of there. And the whole drive home, I can't stop thinking, who in their right mind was out there? How long were they stalking me for, and what on earth did they want? They clearly weren't mentally sane, whoever or whatever this was. Now, I don't believe in the paranormal, but this could have easily been something like that, because why would you be out there with no torch or anything? Maybe it is an insane person. All I know is that I never got to the bottom of it, and I never went out on my own in the woods at night again. I come from a big country family. We live on a farm. We raise our own food and meat animals, and we hunt and process. My dad's first cousin is even a licensed taxidermist, so we get a lot of hunting in. For a bit of backstory, on the homestead I grew up on and that we still live in, it was my parents, my pop's first cousin and his wife, me and my 4 sisters, and my 4 female second cousins. So 4 adults and 9 kids. And sometimes my pop's brothers come to stay with us too, especially during the hunting season. So hunting season is on, and my pops and his brother and the cousins we live with are all getting ready to go hunting. Some of the kids decide to tag along with me, my sister and my cousin. We get permission from one of my uncle's friends to hunt his lands away, and it's basically on several hundreds of acres of forest. Now, an important fact, during the time we're setting up, my pops and uncles are quiet while the 3 of us kids talk, and my voice hasn't changed. This is important. Us kids keep chatting away while the adults are just getting louder and feeling more energy while they check out the survival equipment, making sure the guns are clean and working, etc. Now there's a rustling in the thick brush around us, and suddenly 3 creepy looking guys enter the clearing. They literally stop dead. One of them has a hand on his knife on his belt. They're clearly drunk as hell. They kept looking between A and S and my pops and uncle, like debating something. My pops and uncle stand up. Last bit of backstory, every guy in my family is huge. I'm 19 and 6'5", My dad is 6'10" and 280 pounds, Jesus. Just deeply intimidating men. And so are my uncles. The guys laugh nervously as my Uncle V picks up one of his rifles, pointing it at them. The dudes start running off into the clearing like the devil's after them. My pops immediately says we're clearing out. My uncles don't question it, and neither do we. We're freaking out, and we're totally scared now. I mean, we're taking things down really sloppily, but my pops doesn't say anything about us messing up the camping equipment. When we get back, we instantly call the police, who unfortunately don't take it serious. We also told the owner of the land to be careful of his kids. The craziest thing is that, at that moment I realised A and S and me, with my unchanged voices, are the only voices that these guys would have heard, so they clearly come across here, trying to find some children on their own. Just down the road from where I lived a few years ago, in southeast Australia, is an opening into about 100 acres of woodlands and bush that I frequently went into when I was younger to do the usual things, riding and camping, etc. I was out driving at around 11:30 with my girlfriend, and as we're in the area, I decided to show her the woodlands while we sat in the area, as she enjoys everything to do with nature. And it's still summer, so it's an extremely warm night. I left my car with the light shining into the trees as we weren't going too far in, and it was pitch black inside, and the two of us just kind of sat around chatting and just relaxing. She was sitting on a sort of map of the area that had been used before, and there was some plastic around us. I kept getting this feeling like we're being watched though. Now I've read on here a few people have said that they felt like they're in danger, although nothing around them was off. Everything was fine, apart from the feeling I had, and I just can't explain it. After lighting another cigarette, my nerves are calmed. I scanned the tree line again and realised that it looked different than before. It was only after starting into the dark that I saw that there was now moonlight lighting up all around us, and I can see a black shape blocking where we come from before. This I didn't see before. I've got goosebumps just typing this, but the only way to describe it is that all sound just ceased and everything went dead silent for a few seconds. I had this disgusting feeling of dread coming over me as I saw motion in the dark path, as something literally crawls towards us on all fours. Now I've seen nearly every animal in the outback here, and we don't have any large predators like in the US or Europe, but somehow I knew this thing was a predator, and it wasn't hiding from us, and it starts slowly coming towards us, clearly hunting. Now I don't know if my girlfriend saw it or not, as it was kind of dark, but I saw that thing get off on its two legs, just staring at us. Now I'm 6'4", and this thing was about another ½ meter larger than me, with arms that were far too long. I mean, they're literally reaching the ground. I'm terrified now. All I can make out was an off-white, almost yellowish fur colour it had, and a strange wolf-like head. I wasn't able to move as it stared at me, but it's at this point that my girlfriend gasped, which seems to break the silence between us. I grab her arm, and we sprint to the car, slam into the doors. This thing is tearing after us too. We both screamed. We tear out of there quick, not even looking back. It took us half an hour to calm down enough to talk about what we had seen. We both discussed it many times and know what we saw wasn't fake. We still have no explanation to it to this day. It's really scared me, and I've never went back to that area since. I always used to go camping a few years ago. I stopped doing it as much recently because of work, but I still get out there on the odd occasion, and I love it. I never had anything weird happen to me while I was actually camping, but some of the strangest things would happen when I was driving. It was never too bad, I'd just see strange lights in the sky, but I was sure that was just because I was tired. There was one thing I could never explain though, however. So I was driving back from a camping trip one summer's evening when I see somebody standing in the road. I don't know what they're doing, so I slowly drive up to them. They're not facing me, they're facing directly away from me. I turn my lights on to try and let them know that I'm there, but they don't move. I stop my car and get out and I say, "Hey bud, I need you to move out of the road for me please, is everything okay?" And I'm not kidding you, the second I finish my sentence, they fall to the ground. Well, I say they, all of their clothes do. It's almost like somebody just disappeared. I rub my eyes and I'm sure that I'm just sleep deprived and hallucinating, and I get back in my truck and slowly drive towards it. To my horror, I can see only a pool of blood exactly where I thought the person was standing, but it's dried blood like it's been there for weeks. I have no idea what it is. I immediately do a U-turn, scream to myself for what felt like an eternity, and get the hell out of there. To this day, I still have no idea what happened or who that was. There was nowhere for them to have run, and if they did, I would have saw footsteps in the dirt. There was neither. The drive home from work was always a long one for me. I had to drive through miles of woodland roads completely on my own. It was about an hour's drive, but I got used to it. I used to get finished on my night shift at about 10 o'clock, and I'd always turn on the radio and just enjoy my drive. There was one cold winter's night in December that really shook me up though, however. So I'm about 10 minutes into the drive, trying to demist my dashboard, when suddenly I have a feeling come over me like I'm being watched, and I can't shake it. It's a weird feeling, but it went away after a few minutes, and as I'm driving, I suddenly realise that I've lost my power steering. That's odd. It normally comes on again if this happens, which it rarely does, but then I see my lights go off and my engine cut out. It was almost like somebody let off an EMP in the atmosphere. Everything just stops, and I crawl to a halt. I'm confused out of my mind, but I'm not scared. Now as I'm sitting there, I become aware of just how dark it is around me. It's literally pitch black because of the trees. 10 seconds later, the radio comes on, and I can hear a staticky voice saying, "Please don't be scared." And suddenly, my engine comes back on without me turning the ignition, and everything else goes back to normal. Needless to say that I was terrified in this moment. I drive back home as quick as I possibly can. Nothing like it ever happened since, and I still have no explanation to it to this day. I grew up in the south. There's tons and tons of beautiful places to see that haven't been taken over by concrete yet. It's nice. But along with that, it's pretty boring. Being a teenager and wanting to go out and have fun led to mostly improvising with your buddies and hoping that something good can come out of the night. There wasn't really a local spot to go and hang out at, like a club or cool bar, and the places that were close to us were boring, because we'd went to them so often. I'm sure if you've ever lived in a rural area, you can understand it. Something that I found a ton of enjoyment in as a teen was just cruising around super late at night listening to music. I would fill up my gas tank, grab something to drink, and I'd just drive off until the sun comes up. It was a way to clear my head and relax. Those country roads are always fun to drive down at 2 a.m. and was just also the right amount of spooky. I don't know why that made me laugh. Well, one night, I absolutely got more than I bargained for. I can't remember what month it was exactly, but I knew for a fact it was in the summertime, because I was out of school, and I also remember it being a comforting, chilled night. So, if I was to guess, it was probably around July or August. I was cruising around like I always did, and was completely worry-free. I had music blaring, and I'm in my zone. I decided to head down and park just out of boredom. This particular park is at the end of a very long stretch of desolated country road, but it is a really pretty drive because of that. When I say desolate country road, I don't mean that it's some dirt road that goes through the woods or anything crazy. It's a normal paved road, but there really is nothing on it after a certain point. The entire road takes about 20 minutes to drive down, and to get to the park after about 10 minutes into the drive. That's where the houses start spreading out further and further before there's none, and just a road leading to a park. I think a lot of the reason I like this drive is, at night, it's so creepy, and there's really no getting over that. I love the adventure of it. Now, the park isn't open for camping or anything. It's mostly just lots of land with walking trails and biking trails set up through miles of woodland. So obviously at around 3 a.m. in the morning, it's pretty dead. I made it there and just did a slow normal loop around the park. The night before it stormed so badly. So I remember my parents and I had to take shelter because of the threat of a tornado. There ended up being no tornado, but the storms were pretty rough. Because of it, I come up on a fallen tree in the road that looped around to the exit of the park that must have been caused by the storm. It wasn't some massive tree or anything, but I knew for a fact that there was no way it could have gotten there from a car, obviously. It was pitch black, everywhere besides the front of my car because of my headlights, and because of that, I immediately ruled out backing up the entire way. I just drove when I entered the park. I knew that this was super dangerous and there was no way. At this point on the road, there was flat land on each side of me. I figured that it would make the most sense just to back up to the grass beside me, just a little, and then drive back the way I come. It was a one-way loop around the park, but I wasn't really worried about going out and the wrong way because it's so late. So now I start to back off the road so I can get my car to turn around. All was good until I pull off onto the road. I totally didn't take into account how wet the grass was and the amount of mud there is. My car went absolutely nowhere. My back tyres are completely stuck and were spinning in places where I didn't think they could. I start getting scared now. It really isn't the most ideal of situations to be in. I immediately take my cell phone out of my pocket and saw that I had service, which comes as a massive relief. I call my parents and tell them what's happening and where I was. I'm pretty annoyed, but they said that they're gonna pay for the tow truck to get me. My parents both drove their small 4-door sedans, and they said that they would be zero help in the situation I'm in. It was about 45 minutes away from my home and most of human civilization, so I was pretty sure I'm going to be stuck there for at least an hour before someone comes to get me. It's a freaky feeling. But I tried getting out of my head and just continue listening to music and playing on my phone. Not really a lot I can do. After I kind of calmed down from the initial anger I had, I started to check out my surroundings. I didn't even notice at first because everything's going on, but in front of my car's placement was a field that's full of deer. It's the most I've ever seen in my life. There legitimately must have been 40 deer just walking around eating grass. The field wasn't directly in front of my car, but if I was to get out and throw a rock, I would have easily hit one. So if I'm gonna guess, they're probably about 30 yards away. I watch him for a little bit, but I'm quickly over it and start browsing through my socials on my phone. They seem to have been over it quicker than I was because they all go back to eating grass after figuring out I'm not going to attack them. After browsing my phone for 15 minutes, I finally get a call back from my parents letting me know that the tow truck guy's coming. He's about an hour and a half away. Still to this day, I remembered hearing that and thinking, "You've got to be kidding me." I understood that me and only me is the reason that I'm in this situation, so I can't complain. But I mean, come on. I decide that the smartest thing to do now is to make sure all the doors are locked and lay back and sleep for a bit. So that's what I do. Okay, here we go. So I wake up 45 minutes later to the feeling of being watched. I'm not sure if anyone has ever experienced it before. I don't know how common it is, but it's almost like a sixth sense was going off in my head telling me I need to wake up. Now. Waking up to that feeling in that situation is horrifying. I sit up and immediately check my surroundings to see nothing. I look through my car very quickly for any kind of weapon and find a pocket knife. A pocket knife. Great. I'm really scared now, even though I haven't saw or heard from anyone. I was shocked to see that the field of deers in front of me was still full. I don't know anything about the animal, but I guess they were just gonna move. But they're motionless. I call my parents back to see if they've heard anything. I decide not to mention how scared I am because I know it's gonna worry them. And there's no updates from the tow truck guy, so this can't be much worse. The last call just lasted a few minutes, and I felt like an idiot. They both had to wake up for work quickly after, and now they spent over $100 to try and get me home, and they're worried about me. We hung up, and I looked up from the phone, and immediately went from 0 to 100 in a panic. All of the deer in front of me had perked up, staring in the same direction in front of them. Every single one of them. One of them stopped dead in their tracks, standing completely still. The others followed, looking at something. I put my high beams on and stared, waiting for absolutely anything to happen. But there's nothing. I tap my horn real quick. They don't even budge. That's what scares me. They were completely glued to what was in front of them instead of being scared by me. I know they were looking into the woods, but where I was, I can only see them. I can hear my heartbeat, and I grabbed my pocket knife and just waited for something to happen. I would say it was about a minute after I honked. Every single one of them in unison ran the opposite direction that I am in. And now within 10 seconds, it's completely empty with just me in the field. I'm petrified in fear. I knew that staying in my car would be the safest thing, but I'm now stuck. My head is on a swivel. I'm freaking out in every possible way. I assumed that it's a bear or something, but it could have been absolutely anything. I was convinced at that point that it's the devil himself. I don't know what to do now. I knew that the tow truck was close by, but I have no idea where. I start shaking because of nerves, and just look around me to make sure nothing was by me, and focusing on the field in front of me. I did this for what felt like an actual eternity, sitting in complete silence and darkness in the middle of nowhere, waiting for something to jump out and attack me. Now 15 of the longest minutes of my life go by, and I start to see lights break through the tree line on the road. As it gets closer, I see it's a tow truck guy. The lights on in his truck feel like Jesus coming. He gets up to me and I jump out of the car and say, "Do you have a gun?" I tell him what's happened, and he said something's definitely nearby. He let me know that he grabbed his shotgun in the truck and assured me that it's probably a bear or bobcat. He gave me the whole, They're more scared of you than you're of them, crap. The tree was small enough for him to sort of bulldoze it out of the way and hooked up my car. He wasn't really listening to what I was saying about the story, but knew I was shaken up from it. The whole time, I still had my eyes glued on the field looking for anything. He was completely done with everything in about 15 minutes, and he told me that to follow his truck out of there and onto the main road's the best bet. I got in my car and was ready more than anything to get out of there. We start to move away from the spot I'm in, and I still had my head on a swivel, completely shaken up. As we're driving away, I look in my rear view, and just out of the way, I could see the partially lit up spot where I was from the vehicle lights. I watch in my rear view mirror as a man comes out of the tree line behind my car and walks into the middle of the road watching us. He's a huge person too. My heart stops. I legitimately start bawling out of fear. I can't see any details of the man. I don't care about that, honestly. The feeling when we're driving away was the worst of my life. He stands there the whole time. Now, he was there watching me, creeping up on me when I'm completely alone for a very long time. Maybe even coming up to my window watching me sleep. That's a feeling that I can't quite put into words. The entire time we're driving off, as long as I can see him, he doesn't move. He just watches. A million things are racing through my mind now. I was scared that there might have been multiple people waiting for us. I was trying to figure out if I should start beating on my horn or what. I decide all I want to do though is get out of there, more than anything. The second we finally got out of the park and was able to be on two roads, I drive past the tow truck driver doing at least 70 miles per hour. I run inside, quickly saying sorry to my parents and nothing more, run into my room, not sleeping for a single second that night. I was searching everywhere for what could have happened, escaped convicts, whatever, and I've come to the conclusion that I'm never going to know who was out there or what they were planning to do to me. I never told my parents this story either until years after, and it freaked them out when I told them it, even in my older age. I never went back to that park ever again, and I never will for as long as I live. Years ago, when I was still a teenager, my friend Justin and I would often go longboarding at night. As my friends and I are quite the night owls, we love the freedom of almost never seeing another soul on the roads or the paths we frequented. Even when using main roads, it would be very rare to see a car out so late in such a rural area. And you could see or hear them coming from very far away due to their headlights and the noise of the vehicle disrupting the peace. We were really into it at the time, and would often ride our boards for miles and miles, not seeing anyone until the sun was up. One particular night, we decided to ride a few miles away from our usual back roads to take one of our favourite hidden routes. It began with a narrow, paved path that was the only piece of land separating two sides of a long lake. It would often sink under due to rain, and we wanted to seize the opportunity to use it before it rained and went underwater again. It was roughly 2 miles long and extremely relaxing to ride through due to scenery. After making it to the end of the lake, we decided to keep moving and continue on our way and turn into a very close path that leads into a densely wooded area of a national park. As we came up to the first hill, we looked down at the bottom into the blackness. We both noticed what appeared to be a tiny ball of light moving down there. At first we think it's a park ranger, but it moves so strangely, and it was extremely difficult to make out what it is. Rather than shine our flashlights down, we curiously watched out for a few moments, whispering to each other what it could be. And all at once, That small light turned into multiple blinding lights and extremely loud revving sounds. Overwhelming our senses as to become accustomed to the darkness and silence. Acting purely on fear, we instantly turned around and ran as fast as we could, hearing yelling and revving gaining behind us. By sheer luck, we managed to run off the path into a very dark, very overgrown hole in the side of a hill overlooking where we just come from. We decided to hide in the natural dugout of this hill, hoping the plants and darkness would be enough to protect us from whatever was happening out there. We watched our pursuers right up to where we originally were standing. There were 4 men, 2 on 4-wheelers, 2 on motorbikes, each other yelling something, but we can't make out what they're saying due to the distance. We felt safe enough to whisper softly to each other and speculate who these people could have been. Our first thought was that they might be park rangers of some kind, although we've never seen any in here, and we've been here a lot of times. And honestly, we doubted that this country had the budget for them this deep, unless they're on a big manhunt or something, which has happened in neighbouring states. Besides, these men are on vehicles that are inappropriate for paved bike trails. They're very angry too, and we don't know why. They call out for us for a while, yelling things like, "We know you're there, and we can see you, come out." We stay silent and decide to call on their bluffing instead of running. Eventually, I heard one of the men yell, "Find them now," and smash a bottle. That had erased any hope that they're rangers. We watched them split up, and each of them gone a different way down a series of paths on their vehicles, including the one that we've just come from. It took us what felt like ages to move. We're frozen in fear in that dugout, watching the lights from the vehicles travelling through the woods and paths. One of them already come in full circle and passing the point that we started on. I thought about calling for help, but I was too afraid. I was scared that the smallest amount of sound would give away our location. After waiting for the lights of the vehicles to reach our furthest distance yet, we finally summoned the nerve to get up and to run somewhere far enough away from them to make a call. We ran as hard and fast as we can through the woods, since their headlights gave their locations away on the paths. We would hide again whenever we felt like they're close. Our available hiding spots were getting progressively worse as the woodland became less dense, and the fear is overwhelming. Finally though, we emerged from the woods onto the intersection of the 2 main roads, far enough away from where we started. We ducked down into the ditch to call for help. I opened my phone. I noticed I had recent missed calls from one of our friends, Connor, who we're supposed to meet up with after our longboarding excursion. I called him and frantically asked where he is. Luck's with us again, and he hadn't given up on our plans despite us ignoring him. He's only a few miles away now, already heading in our direction. I gave him the names of 2 of the streets we're near. I explained that we need to be picked up immediately. He agrees to speed over to us while Justin and I were waiting and hiding. Thankfully, Connor arrived before any of them men did. We bolted into the back seat of his car, yelling for him to get out of there. He took off fast. Relief doesn't begin to explain how I felt after being safely driven home. After explaining everything that happened to Connor, we ended up just moving on with our night and decided not to call the police. We figured they'd be gone by the time any officer made it out there, and that we're putting ourselves at risk by admitting that we were breaking the law being out there. Justin and I later admitted to each other that when the Reverend started, we could see our minds going to chainsaw killer or something worse. Frustratingly enough, whatever them weird men saw that made them want to chase us so bad, we actually never saw, so they even had no reason to chase us. I never found out what they were actually doing or why they're so angry at us. I just know we're in a very dangerous situation, and to be honest, we're probably lucky to make it out of there alive. Me and my friend John loved to go for hikes in a national park that was a couple of hours drive away from where we lived. We'd often end up camping overnight. We'd always bring our camping gear in case we didn't make it back in time off the trail and it was dark. Now, we usually did this in summer evenings. Oftentimes we'd never encounter anyone else except for the odd park ranger. It was normally nice to see them, and we'd have a good laugh for a little bit. I always respected park rangers and embraced them when I saw them. Now, we set out on this one hike during one summer's evening 2 years ago. We're having a really good time. We're just talking about life. My friend's talking about not really liking his job much, and he's complaining about the hours and the work they have him do. He works in a hospital and really doesn't enjoy it, and I felt pretty bad for him. He's only starting and they're making him do all the dirty work pretty much. I wasn't too happy in my life either at the time. I had some big changes coming, and I was waiting on people, and I hate waiting. I really can't stand it. So we're talking about this for hours, and honestly, it's like a therapy session, and I really enjoy it. We keep talking and we're talking about the highs and lows of life, things that are coming, and things that we just want to see change. We're both saying it's surprising how that this time next year, we have no idea where we're going to be or what we're going to be doing. We're just putting the work in now. As we finish talking, we realise it's nightfall and there's already moonlight illuminating around us. I love moonlight, and we say, hey, how about we set up camp? John agrees. We walk further down, and just as we think we found a good camping spot, we see another tent further up. Now there's this horrible smell there, so we're sure that whoever this is has hunted an animal, and they've left it out there, which is kind of disgusting, but they might be skinning it, getting it ready to eat. My friend goes over to say hello, and just say that not to worry about us, we're going to move further away so he can have his own space. And what do you know? A park ranger appears. You can see his hat from a mile away. As we go over there, we realise that there's something not quite right about this ranger. We can't really tell what. He doesn't have a normal uniform on. Well, he has a hat at least, but he has a big coat on. It's not cold enough for a coat. He says very few words when he speaks to us. He just says, yeah, I'm just setting up camp. We're out looking for someone, and that we should leave. I end up talking to him for a little while, and a lot of what he's saying doesn't make sense, and I get this really weird vibe from him, like he's looking at me but he's not, and he's trying to look through me at the same time, if that makes sense. He says, are we armed? And we say, yeah, we've both got hunting rifles, but we got a permit. He asks to see it, and my buddy shows him his. He says, that's okay, you haven't got to get yours out to me. And then John says that we need to get moving and should probably set up camp. He says fine, and the second he turns around, my buddy John grabs me hard by the arm and starts walking really fast, guiding me. Now I'm confused because, well, we're out in the middle of nowhere in a national park. There's going to be lots of places we can go and set up our camp. But there was something different about the way he grabbed me. It felt really urgent. I can't describe it. I don't need to know any more about the situation, and I should start to lightly jog with him. The second we're away from the camp, I turn back and I can see the ranger still watching us. He's standing in the exact same spot as before though, which is something I find very odd. The second that we get over this hill, John says run, and I don't question it, and we start sprinting as fast as we can back the way we've come. He starts telling me, I don't think that's a park ranger. I say, what? You're kidding me? He says, no, just run. And we run for miles and have to stop eventually to catch up with our breaths. He says, I don't think that was a dead animal we could smell, and that guy definitely wasn't a park ranger. I said, how'd you know? He's just wearing a coat. He said when he looked at our permits, he didn't even look. And then he said it was fine, and a park ranger would have to check both of us had permits, pretty much. I got a horrible sinking feeling in my stomach as I remembered turning round and looking at the park ranger just standing there staring at us, and a lot of what he said didn't make sense. God, it all clicked now. We continued hiking into the morning and eventually make it back to our car. We drive immediately to the park ranger station, and the park rangers there say that nobody's out in that area and they're definitely not camping. Eventually, they sent out some people to go and investigate and got the police involved. It turned out that they suspect that this guy had murdered someone, and where we encountered him, he moved everything and hid the body. The police are still out there looking for it today. Now, to set the scene for my story, at the time I was just a broke college kid. I was driving back from the campus back towards where my parents live. Now, I'd been on the road for quite a number of days now, stopping at different motels periodically not to get too tired and fatigued. When I reach my parents' state, it suddenly becomes a lot more wooded, and I guess becomes cleaner in some ways. I'm not really too much of a hippie about environmental things, but honestly I think there's a huge difference you find when you get back into the cleaner air states, i.e. the ones with more woods and forests. Now, to set the scene a little bit further, at the time of this trip I was pretty tired, to be honest, and kind of getting fed up of everything. Honestly, it feels like no matter how much I work, I didn't seem to be getting anywhere. The assignments were basically piling up and I was getting really fed up of it. I mean, I guess a lot of you can relate to this, but at the time I didn't really realise that it was important to manage time, so I'd basically implode every once in a while. Hence why I was pretty happy to be driving. Now, to be honest, I really found that I was resetting while driving through those woods. Now, on this particular day in question, I was feeling pretty tired. I've been on the road for a little bit now and I only had myself for company. So to try and make things a little more interesting, I decided that I was going to drive through the woods. Now, I mean off the road kind of, well at least a true pavement, onto the kind of gravelly roads until it's basically a forest road. If you live in those kinds of areas, you'll know the difference. New to these areas I was not, but this one I was. I pulled onto this main road when it wasn't too dark. The sun was beginning to set and I was basically on the very last stretch. As I turn into this part of the road, I immediately almost run over a rabbit and stop because of it. I feel a bump in the road and I'm convinced that I've just killed the poor thing. I say, oh God, you've got to be kidding me. I really wanted a break from having things on my conscience and already feeling burnt out. It felt like everything was starting to accumulate. I got out and luckily it all seemed to be fine. That was when I noticed someone off the side of the road. I said, hey, I almost killed that thing and laughed, hoping they would respond, but they don't seem to say anything. They just stand there, just off to the side of a tree, and don't say a word to me. I realise that I'm not very welcome here and decide that I probably need to get a move on. The person isn't dressed too strange. They have a flannel jacket on, I think that's what they're called, which is kind of a dark yellowy colour, some jeans on and a cap, and I really can't see much else. They seem pretty tall, at least 6 feet, and I don't want to stick around for much longer. Glad that I've not killed the rabbit, I'm happy to set off again, though I have to be a little bit more slow now, as I decide that I'm going to avoid the main road and go off the roads that are kind of more winding and easier to get lost to. I know it's stupid because I thought I was escaping the danger of that person, but instead I was probably getting myself somewhat lost. I take a quick look in the mirror and I can't see them anywhere, so I think I'm fine. While I'm driving, night has started to set quickly, and I turn on the radio for some music. It's just some of the local stations which aren't really good to say the least, so I ended up putting in a cassette tape that I have. And yes, I'm an old person, so we used to use cassette tapes. At the time I was listening to Nirvana, and it was pretty cool. I love Smells Like Teen Spirit, and some of their other classics they had on there. Now, the first part of my return goes pretty well. Everything's relatively normal, and I do make way. I'm pretty sure I'm heading in the right direction, but I realised soon that maybe it wasn't a good idea to go off the main path. Where I'm driving, I pretty much come to a snail's pace because of all the trees around me, and I have to be very careful not to go over something that could puncture my tyre. Now the radio cuts in and out basically because I'm going relatively deep into the forest now, so I really have to mind my way because I know I'm kind of getting lost at the same time due to the unresponding radio signal. However, lo and behold, I can see some red lights just up ahead of me, signaling that there's probably another car up there and that I should probably follow them to get back to civilization. I know this is a stupid idea, but when you're lost, it seems like a good one. I turn on my lights momentarily and try and capture what kind of car it is, but it's pretty hard to tell, but it's basically a black truck. I try and get a closer look, but I realise that I can't actually see their lights that well. That's bizarre. It seems like they're driving in the dark and I've only seen the reflection temporarily, or maybe they turned their lights off when they saw me, or they were braking. I wasn't too sure, and then I noticed something else odd. I can't seem to see any kind of registration plate on the truck ahead of me. Now this is probably a bad sign to be honest, because why would anybody be driving around here without a reg plate? Well, I guess there's probably a good chance that they're up to something dodgy or are not insured, so I decide the best thing I can do now is just keep quite a nice pace behind them. I continue driving regardless and make sure that I keep a distance. It's now blatantly obvious that I'm behind them because of course I'm coming at them with my beams on, so at least I can accept that they know where I am. I continue following for a number of seconds until I seemingly come up right behind them and I realise that they've stopped for some reason. Now this is pretty odd, and you don't really want to have this in the forest. The problem really is that somebody might be coming up behind me now, and I'm not going to be able to escape. I keep looking in my rearview mirror because I'm pretty paranoid that something dodgy is about to happen, but I can't figure out exactly what it could be. I roll down my window for a second about to ask if they need help, but I realise quickly this is a stupid idea, and luckily some higher conscious in my brain kicked in and said, "Get back, don't do this." So I start to reverse my car a little bit. After a few seconds they turn on their lights and I can actually see the rear views a bit, and they start driving. I give them a few seconds to go off and I seem to not be able to catch up with them again. I'm still not exactly sure where I am at this point and it's quite annoying. It's starting to become a little bit foggy at the same time, which is really restricting my visibility. It seems strange because the truck basically went into nowhere and I really can't figure out where they could have possibly gone. Also, the road was pretty cruddy up here. There's these massive holes in the road and I'm really worried that I'm going to bust my tyre or my car. And I know my mum would have killed me if I had done that, and I hate to think what would have happened if my dad caught me in that situation. So I plough onwards just very cautiously. The trees are relatively big at this point, and they're pretty full of life. If I roll down the window just a little bit to get some air, I have to be careful for bugs not to fly in. I think at this time of year especially, they're really in full swing of life, and it's pretty nice on most occasions, just not this one. I continue going down the same path until eventually I make it back onto a main forest road, if that makes sense. I'm very relieved at this point because I'm no longer lost necessarily and I have a rough idea of what direction I have to go in. Basically, this will be pretty much a one-way thing until I get to the main road again, and then I'm only about 50 minutes from home. Success is in sight. I continue driving and realise that my gas isn't too good at the moment, so I have to make sure I get back and don't get stranded out here. Now when I see it this time, it's like it's had a little crash, but almost comical how obviously it's been set up. It literally looks like a truck is crashing into a tree, and someone's laying next to it, but there's no damage whatsoever to the truck. While driving a little further, I can catch the reflection of something up ahead. Now I realise that it's the same truck again. This time I can just see the glow of its tail lights. I decide to stop and scope it out. I have some cheap binoculars with me and I try my best to see, but unfortunately, with astigmatism, it just looks like a big blur because of the headlights. God, how are my eyes this bad that I can't even look for danger? I decide to put the binoculars down, actually throwing them back towards me in frustration, and decide that I should very cautiously creep up and investigate what's wrong. Now it appears like the same truck from before has just gone off to the side of the road, and it's perfectly parked in front of a tree. The tree's completely fine, but there seems to be something next to it. I pray to God it's not a body, but something just feels off in this situation. I start to edge closer and closer until I realise that somebody seems to be laying on the ground. They're dressed in basically all black with a strange kind of robe on. It's almost like a cape, but not really, but they just look really out of place in terms of what they're wearing. I then realise that the truck is literally perfectly fine and the tree, and the person, funnily enough, has moved very slightly. I realise that I'm probably in grave danger now, and this is a setup. I feel frozen with fear and don't know whether I can go on or not. I decide the best thing to do now is just reverse the truck, then turn around. I'm keeping my eyes fixated on this person 100% in the road, making sure they don't move, and making sure that there's nobody waiting in the truck for me. The last thing I want to do is get shot by a shotgun, and I'm too young to pass away like this. I slowly back out and look 100% forward the whole time until eventually I round a corner. Now luckily for me, nothing happens at this point. I'm able to turn around and make it onto some more forest roads where I can take the long way round. Now granted, going through the back roads is really a bad idea because this path alone is bad enough, but coming off the road makes it even worse for me. But something is off about this. I know now that I have to get away from this person because something is wrong. I decide to stop for one moment, pick up the binoculars and scout out before I proceed. I quickly turn off all the lights and look at my binoculars. I realise now that if I slowly come out of my car and kind of crawl up to the trees, I can investigate with the binoculars. Feeling truly like G.I. Joe, hell of a name, I decide that I'm gonna do it. I slowly crawl out, making as little noise as possible, still with the engine off and all of the lights. I don't bother locking the door, and I slowly crawl up to the position where I need to scout out what's happening. I can no longer see the figure, but the truck seems to have moved a little bit further. God, I knew they were up to something. Luckily for me, I didn't panic too much. Don't ask me why, I was probably just fed up and wanted to get home. I continue watching and basically nothing happens for a good 2 minutes, me purely fixated on the truck, slowly being caught up with the sounds of the insects and whatnot around me. Suddenly I hear rustling to the left of me. I stop dead in my tracks, not moving another inch from my vantage point. I decide to stay perfectly still, and I can hear this person slowly getting closer and closer to me through the forest. I can hear crunch, crunch, crunch slowly getting louder. I try my best not to look to my left, but I have to. I need to know whether I have to fight or run now. And suddenly, I notice there's a creature on the floor. I don't know exactly what this is, but maybe it's some kind of possum I haven't seen before. It's hard to tell because of all the adrenaline running through my body made my eyes shake a little bit and not focus. I go, God, under my breath, and then immediately back to the truck. Now I realise that the truck is gone, which is really bizarre because I was watching that thing only 10 seconds ago and I didn't hear it move, but maybe just maybe I was so scared that I couldn't really look anywhere else. Now, realizing that the potential danger seems to be heading off in the opposite direction as me, I decide to wait for a while, but I want to scout out the area before I go any further. I didn't remember to lock the truck at the time, and I considered going back to do it, but realized that I'm going to hear anyone pretty quickly if they go there. I decided to continue on my G.I. Joe mission and crawl up closer and closer to where the truck was. I then began crawling very slowly and quietly through the leaves, and I realize that I'm not making much sound and I feel pretty safe at the time. My eyes have basically adjusted to the darkness pretty well, and I'm just being more careful not to go into little puddles and things. I don't want to get my clothes crappy, especially not out here. I continue on, and I eventually make it up to the edge of the trees, basically where the road is. Now from here I can see pretty well in both directions, and I can see that the coast is clear. I still have literally no sign of the person or the truck, so I assume that they've gone off in another direction trying to look for me. If they stayed on the main path, which I'm pretty certain they have, then they're not going to be near me. They've probably gone in the opposite direction because I wouldn't have been able to escape otherwise. I decide the best thing to do now is slowly crawl back to my original position. I can hear movement once again, just the second I start turning, and I duck down. I bury myself in leaves and wait. I can hear a click 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 around me with twigs breaking. I can hear this continuing for a few seconds, but it sounds just like the animal I heard before, so I'm suddenly at ease again. Now I'm not 100% convinced that this is what happened, but I'm far quieter now just in case, and decide to lay buried as long as I can. I think I'm pretty well buried, and I'm just getting annoyed at the smell of the leaves around me. They smell absolutely disgusting. I wait here for a good 10 minutes until I start to get quite cold quite quickly, and realise that once again I should really be getting on the move. And I take the leaves off myself, now realising that I wasn't as well hidden as I thought I was. Now one strange thing during this is I can see a red light in the trees, maybe 4 or 5 feet in the air. I don't know what it was, and I only saw it for about 5 seconds, but it definitely distracted me. I then realised that I have to crawl back, and I should probably stay as quiet as I can to do so. I turn round and I start making my way towards the truck again. Now everything's normal at first, and I don't really have anything concerning. Every so often I can hear the sounds of animals around me, but I kind of come at one with nature at this point, and I'm not really bothered by them now. And I'm pretty sure I can differentiate the difference between those and people. Whoever was trying to get me is now long gone, and I slowly make it back to my truck. Now I'm glad that I didn't bother locking it before, because it would have made far too much sound, and I jump back in. I put the ignition in, and I do something relatively stupid. I don't turn on any lights whatsoever. I'm worried it's going to draw attention to me, and my night eyes are pretty well adjusted now. I turn off some of the lights inside the cabin that I can control, and I very slowly start reversing back out the way I've come. Now to say this was difficult would be an understatement, especially because some condensation is built up on the rear mirror and the rear window, but I make it somehow. Now, I was doing some incredible reverse driving here that I really wish some other people could have seen. I eventually make it back onto the path, and I take a look to my left and right and can't see anything or anyone. Presuming it's safe now, I start off. Now maybe adrenaline or senses are caught up with me after my adrenaline dump, because I end up going very quick. While driving, I notice a small little cabin building just off to the right of the road, but it looks like it's been long abandoned. I'm driving very quick, and some rain has picked up at this point. I decide that I have to put on the lights because it's too dangerous now and I really can't see where I'm going. I went over a bump slightly too quick in the road and I skid, I'm not kidding, seconds from hitting a tree. I managed to kind of oversteer around the tree and I cursed myself for being so stupid. It then dawns on me that if I drive at this pace, I'm probably going to catch up with whoever's ahead of me. I then realised the best thing I can do is turn my normal beams on and flash my full beams periodically, just so I can illuminate corners. But of course, the issue with doing so is that it's going to notify everyone around me as to exactly what I'm doing right now. I continue driving at a more normal pace, and I realise that I have to do this or I'm going to run out of fuel pretty soon. While driving, I'm suddenly met with a flash of light. It kind of dazes me for a millisecond and I'm partially blinded. Suddenly I can see well again and I realise that it was a lightning bolt. A few seconds later, I almost jolt forward and fall out of the driving seat because the loudest thunder I've ever heard in my life seems to have gone off at that exact moment I was driving. Most likely heightened from this situation, I feel really scared again. What's worse is the trees are getting much bigger where I am now, and it's making driving very difficult. I decide to turn on my high beams for most of this part of the journey, though I know it's not good for my car battery, and at the time my car was pretty old, so this is an issue. Around another corner and the rain's picked up a lot and I go through quite a big puddle. I kid you not, the car stopped. I pull my head back and say, God, you've got to be kidding me. This literally looks like that scene in Jurassic Park when the car breaks down and the dinosaur comes. I didn't have one of those cool Jeep things and I don't have a sunroof to look out of, but God, I was scared. I ended up punching the steering wheel, and luckily it didn't set off the car horn because that would have easily notified others of my position. I quickly turn my head around, scouting all around me looking for anyone else that could either help me or might be a danger, and I don't see anyone. I jump out of the car and quickly start pushing it. I managed to just about get it off of a rock that it was stuck under. I mean, that's probably an exaggeration, but I just kind of shimmied it into a better position. I start kicking some more rocks and things around so I can clear up a path, and my tyre is now free again. I quickly jump back in and my feet are soaked, and luckily the car starts now. Luckily for me, no dinosaurs come to eat me. I then turn off of another forest road and I know exactly where I am now. I'm not far from a main road and God, I'm excited. Just before I turn on, I stop to give way to potential oncoming traffic and my hands tighten on the steering wheel. At first I'm not sure exactly why I'd done this, then a second later I realised that my subconscious has noticed car beams come in. I quickly turn off the engine and all of the lights with it, and I duck down in my seat. Another car's coming. Then it hits me, it looks just like the truck I've seen before. I lay as low as I can as it slowly passes me, quickly jumping up when it's about to round the corner. Then I realise that it has a license plate. It's a different car. I let out a sigh of relief as I realise that I'm probably a little too paranoid from what happened. I start my engine again and then turn onto the road. Now for the first couple of minutes of driving, I'm going at a ridiculous speed again, kind of neglecting my fuel. I realise soon that this is a pretty bad idea because I'm not actually sure where the next gas station is. I drive for another 10 minutes until eventually I make it back to roughly where civilization should start, and I know a gas station isn't too far away. Now on this drive, I basically put down those people to playing a cruel prank on me, or maybe they thought it was a friend of theirs or God knows what, and I've actually calmed myself down a lot. I decide that I'm not going to report it to anyone, I'm just going to go asleep, and I know for a fact that if I tell my parents, they're never going to forgive me for driving this course alone, and they're going to demand that they go and pick me up from my college, and that's not going to happen. I don't need the embarrassment from them, thank you. So, I continue on. I eventually pull into a gas station, and my god, I've never seen such a middle of nowhere one as this. To say it looked creepy would be an understatement, and I'm very tempted to go back into the forest again because I'd rather deal with whatever was out there than this place, but I don't have much of a choice. My meter is just over empty and I'm on an incline, so that's probably accounting for it having that little bit above it. I sigh and say fine, if I've got to go in, I've got to go in, and I close the door and step out into another puddle. God, this can't get any worse, I say to myself. I decide with the $10 I had remaining in my wallet that I'm going to spend $7 on gas and I'm going to use the other 3 on getting some kind of food or whatever as a treat. As I get closer, I realise that this isn't really going to be an easy gig because there's not much food in there, which does actually annoy me because I'm quite hungry, and they only have them small portable gasoline things that you can fill up when it's an emergency. I walk in there and I realise that they have some chocolate bars and I'm quite delighted. I say, hey, how much for the gas and how much for the chocolate? Clearly with a $10 in my hand. And the attendant says, well, $2 for the chocolate or $10 for the gas. And I regret to say that I had to get the gas at this point, and I hand over the money. Now the person working in there, the only person in there I should say other than me, seems really weird. He seems to hold eye contact for far too long after you've said something, and I just get a really weird uneasy feeling off this guy. He has a weird moustache. He's dressed in a one-piece overall like he's just come out of a farm, and it looks like he doesn't know what the 21st century is. He's about 6 feet tall, and I start to realise that he's kind of matching the description of the person I saw earlier. The clothes are a little different, yeah, but he just gives me really weird vibes that I've not really experienced before. He holds his eye contact for far too long every time, and it really annoys me. I go to leave, then he says, where are you from? Out of town? I think, oh god, this is the end for me, and I start panicking and start looking towards the exits quickly. I do so very blatantly because he says, relax, relax, we're not all gonna kill you out here, which made me feel 10 times worse. I then say, no, I'm from very close to here, I'm just on the way home from college. He says, college? What'd you need that for? I don't actually bother explaining the course I'm taking because I'm sure he's not going to understand it or why I'm doing it. Though he keeps on pestering on, and I tell him that I'm doing business. He laughs and says, business? I didn't need a business degree to get in here. Then says how it's a waste of money and starts blaming the government and other things along those lines. He then says, no really, what are you doing out here? I then feel very uneasy and I take a few steps back, and he says again, I'm not gonna kill you, but what were you and your friend doing out here? I'm very worried now that this guy is absolutely off his head and he's just imagining that someone else is there and maybe he sees people. I say, no one's with me. He says, why didn't he come in the store with you? I say, what do you mean? He says, who is that just got out of your car? I say, no one, somewhat angrily. He says, I literally saw someone get out of your car, stand in the middle of the car park, just stare at you for a good 4 minutes, then walk off into the forest. The penny dropped. I turn around, then turn to the store attendant, then once more. I tried to speak, but no words can come out. I just quickly tell him to lock the door, lock the door. Thankfully he follows this and says, what's wrong? What is wrong? And sits me down, but I'm too scared to move. I then barely get the words out and explain, I think someone's followed me. I'd come here on my own. Then it hits me of what happened moments earlier. The truck I saw earlier. I start crying a little bit with the fear, and he manages to calm me down and says, don't worry, I'm gonna go and look. You're safe here. He quickly goes to grab something from the back, unlocks the door, then runs out. He's gone out there with a shotgun, I realise, and I tell myself, this can't be happening. This can't be happening. Terrified, I quickly go and lock the door because I'm worried that I'm gonna get followed once again. I don't know whether this person is playing some kind of big game on me and this is all just fun for him and he's the one in the truck. I can't be sure, but he's gone outside with the gun into the darkness as the rain falls down. I can hear the occasional lightnings, and that really makes it feel like it's a horror movie right now. I put my hand in my head and closed my eyes, and I hear bang 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 on the door. I look up and thank God it was the store attendant again. He says, "Hey, what are you doing? Let me in." And I apologize and quickly open the door. He said, "Hey, whoever that is long gone now, but I want you to see this." He takes me outside with him still with the shotgun, which is probably the only reason that I went outside with him. You can see some muddy footprints that lead from the opposite side of my car away from the driver's side that stand exactly like the guy just described to me, then slowly fade off into the forest. This guy was telling the 100% truth. There was someone in my car that I have no idea about that was in there for God knows how long with me. The attendant then says, "Quick, we're coming inside and calling the police," and I have to thank him for this. We get back inside and he makes me a coffee quickly for free. He then hands me the phone and he says, "I've dialed it for you." An officer picks up and I report exactly what's happened and they say they're going to send someone out to investigate. I say, "Do you want me to wait here?" And they say, "No, it's not necessary." And they then send out their squad and hang up. I then thank the store attendant profusely and I apologize for being so paranoid, but he said it's understandable. He said there's people out here that you don't ever want to mess with, and he said he's heard some stories. He then says that he'll follow me out to my car, but he can't go any further. I thank him profusely again and he says it's nothing and turns around cold-heartedly almost and heads back into the store. I then get in my car again and again, I'm ashamed to say it, but I absolutely floor it, going way too quick. The next 30 minutes or so of the drive feel like an absolute blur, and I eventually make it back onto the road that leads to my parents' house, back to true civilization. I pull into my parents' driveway, park up and quickly go to bed. Everyone else is asleep now, it's almost 3 in the morning. I ended up hitting the sheets and waking up the next day feeling exhausted. I didn't tell my parents what happened and my dad jokes and said, "How'd you get caught out in the rain?" I never had the heart to tell them even to this day because I know how much it would have scared them. I tried to follow up and get answers from the police about what happened, but they didn't give me any information and said the investigation's still ongoing. This all happened years ago, and I still have no idea who is in my car with me, or for how long, or what they planned on doing to me. When I was a kid, my family and I were hiking in the mountains. We got to a small clearing at the end of a dirt road and we saw a red convertible with its doors open. My dad said, "Wait guys, let's check this out." He walked around the car a few seconds and then immediately started speed walking towards us. He didn't even look back at us and just said, "Let's go now." I was curious, so I started to walk over to the car but saw several bullet holes and blood on the seats. I ran back and said, "Dad, what happened?" He said, "I don't know, but the hood was warm. It still gives me chills." One of the more weird experiences of my life was while driving through the woods in pretty much the middle of nowhere. My car seemed to stop completely randomly, and I thought there was hailstones outside. There was prodding on the top of my car, then the sides, even to the point that I could actually see the impact on the window, but there was no hailstones whatsoever. It was literally like hundreds of people were punching the sides of my car, and suddenly it stopped, like nothing ever happened. It was so scary that I didn't inspect the car until I got to my destination, but I could clearly see some dents in the side of it like people had been punching it or throwing rocks, but there was no rocks or anything. So one night, I was walking to my friend's house from my grandpa's. The fastest route was to actually cut through a trailer park surrounded by woods. There was a path if you knew the correct yard to trespass, sneaking through a family's yard. Now I finally come to the edge of the woods, only to see very distinct orbs of lights about the size of softballs hovering in front of me. I froze and stare at them for a while, kind of squinting, cocking my head back to see what the hell they are. I decided to approach them and then they flew away. Now I don't believe in ghosts or anything, but I still don't know what I saw to this day. Now this is going to be very long, and everything's based on real life events. So my family owns a lot of property in Heltus, Texas. One ranch actually has a ton of history. Now I grew up on this ranch, and my dad owns a small single-wide trailer. We were neighbours with my tia and tio. They're about 100 yards to the left of us. The back of our trailer is really close to thick woods, so it didn't really have a backyard. We are kind of plopped right in the middle with the woods, but our driveway was connected to the main dirt road, if that makes any sense. Well, I always felt creeped out around the backyard area and our back door. Like I said, we didn't have a backyard. It was a heavy uncleared wooded area. We never used the back door, and it was always locked with one of those chains that went inside. I was actually a very active kid. I couldn't sit still or inside and chill. I always had to be outside exploring. Usually my cousins and I would explore the ranch, build forts and ride four-wheelers, but there were times when we would go exploring, but I would go off on my own. I remembered one time I was looking around the trailer alone, trying to find a good spot to build a fort. I was about 8 then. I went right to the end of the trailer to explore. Now this area had a large cleared brush. Behind me was the wooded area. I remembered walking around focusing on finding a good fort spot when out of nowhere I felt very uneasy. My attention immediately went back to the wooded area. I felt as though someone was staring at me. The feeling was so intense, I literally booked it into my house. I remembered that I wasn't really sure exactly who was there, but I just knew someone was near and staring at me. There was another time too, not too long after, that I started experiencing weird things, where I came home from my cousin's house and gone to get some clothes since I was staying the night with her around 9 PM. My cousin's driveway connects to the main dirt road in the same area as my driveway. Anyway, when I opened the front door and walked into the trailer, I noticed the back door was completely open. Again, I was staying at my cousin's house, right next to the driveway over, and my dad was down the road at a local bar. There was no one at the trailer for hours. My dad never opened the back door ever for any reason. I immediately felt very spooked and tailgated it back to my cousin's house without getting the clothes where I initially went to pick it up. Now there's many other weird things that my cousins and I experienced on the ranch, but this experience is by far the most alarming. It was during the summer of '07, so we're about 12 at the time. We were at my cousin's house, and my dad took us to Hollywood Video earlier that day to rent a movie. This is what he did to make up for being at the bar until around 2 AM. So we ended up renting the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and decided to watch it until around 1 AM. We chose to rent this movie and watch it at the time because we love to get spooked. Well, after we had finished the movie, it's around 2 AM and we're still up and want to play or party around. So we decided that we would walk to my trailer and pick up the boombox so we could listen to our CDs we'd just burnt on LimeWire and jam out and dance. Remember, my cousin's driveway is connected to the main road parallel to where my driveway was. We went to walk in, and out of nowhere we hear a chainsaw going off in the hill about 50 yards to the left of us, way too close for comfort. Again, this was 2 AM in the middle of nowhere. All the land surrounding us is owned by a close family. No one would ever go there to clear the land or operate a chainsaw, not at 2 AM in the dark. We had to use a flashlight to see the dirt road in front of us, that's how dark it is. When we heard the chainsaw, we all paused and looked at each other confused. Once we processed what we're hearing, we ran as fast as we could and make it to the trailer just about over to my cousin's house. Unfortunately, my dad wasn't home. He was out doing whatever he was doing, so we couldn't tell him about what we just heard or ask for a ride back to the cousins. Now, none of us even had a cell phone at the time. We ended up grabbing my loaded .22 and walking back with it in hand. Now, luckily we never heard that chainsaw again. Now, to this day, my cousins and I are perplexed over this experience. There's literally no logical explanation for the chainsaw we heard at like 2 AM. In a weird way, it almost sounded like a very loud recording of a chainsaw rather than an actual one. Again, none of my family would wake up at 2 AM and start clearing land/brush, or play with a very loud chainsaw recording for any reason. I feel especially weirded out because at the time we just finished watching that particular film. Even though we were trying to get spooked, we know it wasn't just in our heads because we all heard it and we weren't expecting to hear it either. We all heard it as clear as day at the exact same time. My cousins and I told our family about the experience multiple times. My family is always weird. My dad got short with us and said, well, shouldn't have been out there at that time. My tia said something like, well, this is why we always tell you to get back inside after the dark. Now, for some extra info, our family has been in Texas since it is a part of Mexico. My cousins and I are part of Daughters of the Republic of Texas, and our history runs deep. We also have native/indigenous lineage. However, I don't know too much about it, but anyway, I was very creeped out by this and hope to get some answers. So this happened on Thursday, and I want to know what you guys think. Okay, so I totally understand if no one believes me, but we're still unsure of what happened, so let me explain. On Friday, we're making our way to Clark Summit. As we were walking, now one by one we noticed that we're veering off the trail. I said to my friend in front of me why he's going off the trail, and he said to our friend who is in front the same thing. The friend told us, I can hear a woman talking, can't you guys hear it? Now we can't hear anything. We tried to convince her to leave it because it's already kind of dark, and we were close to where we wanted to set up camp on the trail. The friend in the front is female, and insisted what she heard sounded like a woman calling for help. And it sounded like it was really close. She said she felt like she is inclined to investigate a possible female in distress. While we're totally okay with going about our business, really. Okay, so I got a bit spooked at first hearing that because she's obviously serious, and we're absolutely certain we can't hear whatever she is. Here's where it gets weird. We only veered off the trail about 300 to 400 meters, yet at one point, we're completely lost. We don't have any fancy gear or GPS stuff because we never really needed it. But we've been on this trail long enough to know that we haven't gone far yet. Yet, we couldn't find any trail or direction after walking for a good 20 minutes. I started to feel weird and really lightheaded. And when I mentioned this to another, they said they felt the same. Now, this was already getting pretty strange. It was like something changed the environment around us, or moved us somehow to another location. I have no idea which way to go, and now it was fully dark. My female friend said she also heard the woman say that I'm over here and please help, saying it sounded like Curtin crying. So now we're somewhat lost, after only walking for about 20 minutes off a large trail because my friend is hearing voices. We decided to stop walking in any direction, because the last thing that we wanted to do is get lost in the dark. Now we had 2 tents, yes, and sleeping bags in our packs, so we found a clearing and set up. We figured once the sun was out, we would easily find our way back off to the trail. Before we could even lay out the rest, I noticed a tree near us was moving as if someone was climbing it. Now, it was really dark. I wear glasses, so I really struggled to see. So then I called them over to see. I thought it was an animal at first, but it wasn't. It wasn't anything. I could see the outline of what was roughly a human shape, but it was transparent, like completely see-through. That's the best way to describe it. It's similar to the way that heat waves move on the pavement and whatnot. It's the same effect. They see it too. My male buddy said to me, "What are we looking at?" And when we finally spot it, they all said the same thing, transparent but still visible through the foliage. We all just stood there, still whispering theories back and forth as to what we were looking at. I thought maybe it was some kind of optical illusion, but they both immediately jumped to aliens, of course. The thing just sat there, perched on a large branch about 50 feet up. It was like it was watching us. The other oddity is that, after staring at this thing for about 10 minutes, the rest of the forest sounds seemed to go back to normal. Now this was really odd. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I have goosebumps all over me for realizing that it suddenly went silent for no reason. After about 10 minutes of us standing there, whatever this thing was started climbing up the tree and ever more, until we can't really see it anymore. We approached the base of the tree slowly, walking in a circle with our nets cranked up trying to see it. It was too dark, and the trees were too close up for us to see the top. We didn't hear it jump to another tree, so we assumed it was still up there. We're all obviously spooked, so we're not really sure what to do at this point. Now after 5 minutes of walking, we managed to get back on the trail. Now I literally dropped my bag and said, "What the hell?" And we all stood there very confused, trying to confirm what we were seeing. Now my buddy likes to joke and said maybe we walked through some hallucinogenic spores and had imagined all of it, but I highly doubt that. But whatever happened, it seemed kind of like, I guess, predatory. Like something was luring us, trying to confuse us. My friend still thinks that we were messing with her and not hearing the woman. Was it that thing we saw imitating a woman? Did we get lost on the trail? This is easily the weirdest thing that I've ever seen in my life, and we still don't have a good theory as to what we saw. I mean, this thing wasn't an alien potentially, but it seemed to be humanoid, but it was 100% transparent somehow, able to climb a large tree without making any noise. I truly don't know what we encountered this day. While working as a park ranger, it wasn't uncommon to get calls out to investigate fires, and that happened one day, and boy, I'll never forget it. I headed over to a reported area, and there was already a few other police there and firefighters. They had already checked out the area and knew nobody was in there. I went to go and look at a cabin just before it collapsed, and I kid you not, I saw a dark figure come, stand perfectly in the middle of the flaming doorway, and not move even once it collapsed. They remained completely black amongst the fire, and seemingly just vanished after that. I wasn't sure whether somebody was there and maybe just somehow melted, but we searched through the whole area and there's literally no one. Okay, for some quick background, I'm of Mexican descent, and in our culture, the dead and spirits are a big part of our culture as seen by Día de los Muertos. I butchered that. Now as a kid, my family would always share ghost stories from the old country in Mexico. I would like to share a few if you're willing to listen. This one is from my grandma. She states that when she was a little girl, she saw the devil or some kind of creature imitating it. Back in the 1940s, many families were poor, and I mean really poor. She lived in a poor village in Guerrero, and to go to the bathroom, you literally had to take a trip to the forest, even at night in pitch black darkness, with only the stars and moonlight to guide you. She was there peeing when she walked back home, and she suddenly heard what sounded like a parade of horses coming her way. Of course, that was not possible as it was complete darkness. No one travelled the roads at the time. She saw a figure on top of a single horse, and she said he didn't look up, just told her something and kept going before disappearing quickly after. When she arrived home, her mother saw her hair standing up on end. Now this meant that there was some kind of evil presence in her village. And now another story. She encountered the famous weeping woman, La Lorena, in a similar situation while out in the woods at night. She said a woman who was half white and half shadow was walking down a dirt road while crying, giving out lament sounds. She couldn't see her face and she didn't seem to have any legs. Now this is my mother and father. In Mexico and other places in Latin America, there are many accounts of gnomes and evil nature spirits such as shapeshifters, forest imps, and fairies. My mother told me the story of her sister who had a baby daughter one night. My aunt was sleeping. They lived in a village near forest, and apparently she saw a little child walk around making noises. She had a young son, but he was sleeping in his room. This girl was a newborn child and shouldn't be able to walk yet. She had no idea whose child this was. She called the child thinking it was her son, and it ran towards her room and under her bed. When she looked down getting ready to scold this child, which she thought was her son playing in the late hours of night, there was nothing there. In Mexico, it is believed that gnomes can kill and take the souls of children. This almost happened to my father. He was getting ready at my grandmother's house playing in the yard as a kid. Apparently they were going out later, but she had many trees. When suddenly he saw a bunch of children on the tree top calling his name, gesturing him to come up. His grandma said that he could play with kids, but of course, she saw nothing up there and held him inside because she knew what it was. She said some prayer completely freaking my dad out and said he's not allowed to go outside again. In another instance, though, unfortunately, he was playing with his baby cousin sitting in a baby chair when suddenly his cousin just dropped her head like that and went to sleep and passed away. My dad called over his aunt, and when examining her, they found marks on her neck, as though she's attacked by an unseen force. My mother said that her father and a neighbour were enemies, but there was something about this neighbour that scared the locals. There were many rumours and claims that he was a Nahual, but this is so. Apparently when the house was sold, they found hidden within a book of spells, witchcraft and Satanism, and other horrible stuff. Finally, the last story to tell, it involves ghosts from the Mexican Revolution. My mother was a young girl. This is basically a repeat of my grandmother's story, where she went out to use a bathroom at night, and when she looked up, she saw a man dressed in Revolutionary era clothing sitting on a rock. No one was out at those times. He had an old Mexican Revolution type sombrero, and just looked in my mum's direction but had no face, just a silhouette. She got up as fast as she could and ran back inside. It is said in her village that a Mexican Revolutionary guerrero soldier was executed in that spot, hanging from a tree. This was common in the time, as most revolutionaries were either hung or had a firing squad execute them. I've had very weird experiences before. Now, I'm not from Sierra Nevada, but far north of that. I spend the majority of my free time in the summer hiking, camping and fishing. I'm familiar with the area, the wildlife and ecosystem in general. I haven't posted anything like this just because I've never had the reasons to, but I had a weird feeling once and a strange reaction with my dog. Now, the dog's a very experienced dog who's quite large. He's a male and about 130 pounds. Nothing scares him. I've literally seen him square off with a mountain lion and not react. Now, it was on the smaller side, but still a juvenile male. With a couple of good growls and posturing on my dog's side, it sent the cat running. Now I had another in the same area, would hear it crying. It seems to have come from the tree line at about dusk, and the dog quickly scared it off in the same fashion. It does not get spooked is what I'm saying. But there's been a couple of times where he and I are out hiking, and the woods suddenly go dead silent. Normally I'm assuming it's a predator or something, or maybe people. But those couple of odd times where he's completely fearless normally and happy, he suddenly whimpers and cowers next to me, standing on edge, clearly terrified. I should mention that a dog that size leaning on me can make me sort of want to fall over. He's nearly sent me down the side of a mountain before. Now, when this happened once, I heard a strange clicking sound that I couldn't explain. It's almost like it sent shudders through my body. But I'm not talking about a fear, like actual shudders, like when a sound's so loud that it passes through you. The one time this happened, I literally sprinted for my life. And it was almost like the second I passed a certain tree, the sound immediately continued like nothing had changed. That's the part that scares me the most. How can the sound turn off then on again so suddenly? I wouldn't have been so terrified if my dog wasn't so afraid, but that's what freaks me out. It was our second year in our new home in the suburbs, specifically in the Philippines, Cagayan de Oro City. I was 8 years old at the time when I first discovered that things I thought could just exist in stories were actually true, and I experienced it. It was a Sunday afternoon, and when we are told to get our butts moving because we're going to go to the mall, I'm really excited and happy that after a long weekend, I got to spend a day at the mall playing at the arcade, so normally I would get excited and active. I took a shower and was so loud and noisy that little did I know, things were about to go wrong. I was asking my babysitter if she saw where my shirt had gone, and she pointed to the left side. And when I tried to look towards where my shirt was, my head slightly tilted to the right. Now it didn't bother me at first. I tried to move my head straight, but as to my inconvenience, a very sharp pain took to my neck, and slowly I couldn't do anything but tilt my head to the right. I shout to everyone in the house for help, and the babysitter rushes over to me. At first I thought she's going to take this as a joke, but she realizes I'm in pain. So what we did was went to my grandmother's sister to check on me, and she replied that it's him ma duyan, and was annoyed by my antics and that I was being too noisy, so slapping me was enough to make me realize my rudeness. A small dwarf-like creature in the Filipino folklore, from what I remembered, there were two types of them, the one that is mostly good, and evil being the other, and to my stupid luck, I annoyed the bad one. After we visited my grandmother's sister, we eventually went to the mall and ate at KFC. I specifically remembered what I ate, and it was spaghetti. After that we went home. A few days later, I could tilt my head a little bit more to the other side and look like a normal person. My mum heard what was happening to me and told my babysitter to offer a black native chicken as a peace offering. Then a day later, things go back to normal. After the encounter, we let our house be blessed by a magamat, which is a witch doctor that specialized on dealing with things instead of hurting them. And nothing bad or paranormal happened since then. For my entire childhood, My father and I used to take late night walks due to his insomnia from shift work. Our neighbourhood is considered to be very safe, and ultimately was an urban neighbourhood besides one of the roads towards the back of the neighbourhood being lined with a thick forest for about 1.25 miles deep, which made a circle back on itself. All of these walks are very dear memories of mine, except for one, and it ended being the last one. Along the road with the tree line, there was a slight tree light to illuminate a small plot of land that somebody owned but was very overgrown and ill-kept. It was very common for us to walk this road to enjoy the sounds of the forest, the lack of illumination, and the ease of circling back. One ordinary night as we are walking and making conversation, my father abruptly stops, pulls me closer, puts a hand over my mouth, crouches with me, and points towards a single illuminated plot roughly 100 yards away. At first, I don't see anything. I think he's pulling my leg, but as I began to look into the forest, I see a very small humanoid figure, roughly 3 feet in height, scrawny with long limbs. It almost materialized out of the bush line and cautiously takes in its surroundings before signaling towards the bush. After a few seconds, 2 other small humanoid figures materialize as well. After a brief moment of what looked to be a discussion, all 3 make a dash for the tree line. Once this happened, my father picked me up, threw me on his shoulder, and we make a break for home, which is about half a mile away. Now my dad is 6'5", 220 pounds, but I'm only 120. He literally never showed a sign of slowing down. That's how scared he was. And after that night, we never took late night walks again. Instead, installed 4 bright motion detection lights on our porch. The few times I brought it up, he says he doesn't want to talk about it. Those figures still give me chills, and the image of those 3 huddling together is very vivid 15 years on. I didn't see anything, but I've had a few weird experiences out in the woods. I live near the Eastern Sierra Nevada mountains. I hike up there pretty much from May to October. A few years ago, I decided to hike this pretty strenuous trail that leads to a huge rock slide. I park and notice that I'm the only person there. I have 2 dogs, get them out and start to go up the trail. About a mile in, I come to this clearing that has a huge teepee-like structure in it. The trees are woven together. I put down my walking stick and start taking pictures. There's a weird tall sapling that seems to be bent almost backwards that's woven in. I move up the trail after the pictures, and as soon as I walk past the tree structure, I immediately felt like I'm being watched, and the woods went silent. It was so weird. No bugs, no birds, no small animal sounds, dead silent. I hike by myself all the time and don't get scared or creeped out easily. I've seen bears and I'm pretty sure there's cougars up there. I keep going up and the feeling's getting worse now, being way more intense, and my dogs are acting weird. These are experienced trail dogs that don't really get weird like that. They always stay super close to me, not making a lot of noise. I realise that I've left my walking stick down by a tree structure. Oh well. I don't want to go back down there to get it. I got a 1/4 mile or so past the tree line now, and the feeling of being watched is unbearable. I'm thinking, okay, rationally, it's probably a big cat, so I head back down. The rational part of my brain is slowing down now. My fight response? Nah. I go full speed down It's a 30 or 40 degree slope. I get down the tree structure and meadow and I look down where my walking stick is. It's gone. Like it's nowhere to be seen. It was pretty distinct too because it's made of aspen. I picked it up somewhere else and there's no aspen in this forest. I'm terrified. I kept running. I felt like I was being chased, but I never saw anything. Never heard anything either. Yeah, it could have been a big cat, but why did it only start after I passed the tree structure? And how did my stick go missing? I was nearly to the parking lot before the feeling of being watched finally left me. And I will never go back up there, not even in a group. I still get chills when I think about this. When I was about 7 or 8, every morning when I would wake up, I would go into my grandma's room and lay in bed with her until she got up. One morning, I'd go in, get some blankets and lay down with her, when I look over to the dresser, and in front of the closet, I kid you not, there's 2 6 to 8 inch men. I just stared at them and froze because I was terrified. I finally closed my eyes hard and hoped they would go away. After a couple of seconds, I opened them up and they're gone. I always wondered if what I saw in my mind was real, but I can picture it so vividly. Even what they were wearing. One had a red shirt, one had an orange shirt, and to this day, I'm now terrified of gnomes. Like I get sweaty palms and like flashbacks, almost like I had PTSD. I work for a small technical consulting firm. We have about 10 employees and 2 owners. Most of us are usually on site with clients full time. In some cases though, we have in-house work jobs that require us to go and work from the home office. My last gig ended and I had to go to the home office. Home office is a gorgeous, completely updated building 50 miles out from the city in a small farm country set about a mile back on a huge hill with a long driveway which is the only way in and out. The building is mostly glass and parking is right behind the building, so I can literally turn around and see where my car is from where I sit. The office overlooks a driveway, so you can see anyone driving up, and mostly delivery guys. At first, it was really peaceful being out here. I'm an early bird, so it was a pleasant drive out in farm country. I didn't have to lock my car doors like I did when I worked downtown. I could gaze out my window at gorgeous green fields, but honestly, it got lonely, which is why when UPS would show up with a package, I'd jump up to meet the delivery guy. Point being, I'm hyper aware of who's there. Some days, I would be the only person in the office. Some days there are 3 or 4 other co-workers in between assignments or working on short in-house work. One morning, it was just me and the other co-worker here. This particular co-worker and I would walk down the long driveway and back once a day to get some steps in. We did this particular morning and came back into the building. A few minutes later, he looks over at me and says, "Look at our cars." Now we had only just walked past our cars a few minutes prior. Now all of our doors to our vehicles were open. All 4 doors on each of our vehicles. I hadn't heard a thing. No one had come up to us. The nearest farm was 12 miles away, and my co-worker certainly hadn't done it. He was sitting 10 feet away from me the entire time. Someone had walked through miles upon miles of cornfields just to mess with our cars? And leave, not even take anything. Heck, my coworker even had his iPad on the front seat. We looked around, closed the doors, locking them, and went back inside the building. I have this horrible feeling when I'm alone in there now. It just doesn't make sense to me. I've never experienced anything like this. This happened to me about a week ago. I found a summer job at our local supermarket, and about 2 weeks in, I got asked to work late shift. I accepted since I was in need of money and never slept early. Everything was fine and dandy until about 3 AM, when a shirtless, scared up guy came in. After lingering around the store for a while, he quickly came up to the counter, making instant eye contact with me, and as I was about to ask him if he needed any help, he whispers, "Don't you dare move." I didn't answer him at first, so I asked him if he can repeat. At that point, he got agitated and yelled, "Don't make another sound or I'll cut you up, okay?" In a swift motion, he vaulted over the counter going to the alcohol section, tried to grab a bottle of whiskey to hit me with, but thankfully, the owner hid a baseball bat under the counter. The moment he turned his back on me, I whack him full force in his knee. He winces in pain trying to get up. I winded my bat again, acting like I'm gonna hit him, just to see him pull out a homemade shiv of sorts. I let him get up. The moment he got up, he swung at me, lightly lacerating my wrists. I pushed him back with my baseball bat and he ran for the door and got out. The other day, I called the police showing them the security footage, but they haven't contacted me since. I think it's safe to say that I won't be working the late shift again for a long time. I'm just really glad that guy didn't cut an artery or something. If I wasn't so aware and didn't have the baseball bat, I know the situation could have ended in a far worse fashion. A few years ago, during what was probably the darkest period in my life, I worked overnights at a local Walmart 6 days a week. I would spend 9 PM to 7 AM stocking anything from fishing lures to makeup. I've never been to a more depressing environment. Everyone was really apathetic and too caught up in their own depressing lives to care about anyone else, including the managers. Walmarts have a generally wild, weird vibe to them anyway, but this was a 24-hour supercenter in rural Western Virginia, so you can imagine the characters, the meth and opioid addicts mostly, that would show up throughout the night. We had no security guards, and from what I've come to understand, a lot of cameras haven't worked properly in a while. Being one of the few young female overnight stockers, I've encountered my fair share of unwanted advances, but the one who took the cake was the guy who showed up every time I went outside for a smoking break, regardless of the time. 2 AM, 4 AM, 6, doesn't matter. The dude would appear around the corner, trying to strike up a conversation within seconds of me stopping outside. It didn't matter what entrance I used, they're always there. At first, I assumed he worked there. I mean, why else would someone voluntarily lurk around a crappy Walmart this late? Pretty much everyone on the night shift during their 2 nightly 50-minute breaks wouldn't encounter him. Maybe the timing's a coincidence, but no. I came to find out he doesn't even work there, even though he often wore a dark blue t-shirt like that of an overnight employee. I stopped going outside alone and would only venture outside with one of my guy friends, particularly one I've been friends with since middle school. Even their presence doesn't deter him, and it become a store-wide joke. I was weirded out, but not alarmed until he started getting a little more aggressive. He'd ask me if I was seeing anyone, and would ask me out. Pretty much every chance he got. I was playing Grand Theft Auto 5 at the time, so I came up with a story about my scary long-distance boyfriend Trevor from Northern California. Even then, he wasn't fazed. I was really annoyed though and started ignoring him. Now one night when my main guy friend had called in sick and the others were working on something on the opposite side of the store, I went outside with two older women in my area. After a few minutes they went inside, and just as I was about to follow them, Walmart Creeper suddenly appeared and insisted on going to his car with me. He then literally tries grabbing me by my hand. I rip it away from him and lose it, sprinting inside. I report him to the head manager that night and found out that he had a cousin who worked in there. Apparently he likes to hang out with his cousin. The cousin apologizes profusely. The management's on a whole nother level of crappy and doesn't do anything. They don't even ban him or say anything. I ended up quitting specifically because of this. I found out through a friend that the guy who was still hanging out at the store every night still does this and creeps on other weird women. Apparently he tried like hell to learn my name and where I lived, stalking me for months after. Apparently he was literally constantly upset that I wasn't there before disappearing without a trace. I can't help but think about how crappy the cameras were, and why oh why I couldn't have just had better security and taken me more seriously. So I have a good friend that I work with. I've known her for 15 years, and for the sake of this story, we'll call her M. We work at a restaurant/theatre together, and often after our shift, we go to a local bar to have a drink and a talk. The bar has your usual crowd of guys looking to hit on pretty girls, though, and we often have to tell people to leave us alone. Em's not the best though. She can't always do that well. She often gets sucked into having conversations with weirdos if no one is around to rescue her polite awkwardness. This happened to be the case a few nights ago. An older man approaches us and it seems harmless at first. She was alone reading and he was a professor that was drawn to people that seemed to be more intellectual. He claimed to be a regular guy at the bar and just wanted to get out and talk to feel less lonely. She pitied him and decides to be friendly. As the night progressed and he became more intoxicated, he starts saying stranger things, complimenting M, saying things that make her weird weirded out. He mentioned something along the lines of, I have a lot of money in my bank, and insinuated that it had been obtained illegally. Maybe he secretly sold drugs or something. All I know is that it sounded weird. He's a biochemistry professor too apparently. Doesn't add up. M decided to head out, and she'd hoped that she wouldn't see him at the bar again for a while, but M saw him very shortly thereafter. And not at the bar, but at our restaurant. She mentioned where she had worked to him by accident and forgotten about it. This man came to where she worked without invitation to talk to her. Like I mentioned before, we worked at a restaurant/theatre, and on the day that he came in, she was working at the bar, behind the desk where all the movies are. In order for customers to walk back there, they have to show their tickets. He didn't have a ticket, and he told the ticket man that he was M's uncle coming to say hello, and the ticket man lets him through, not saying anything. He went up to her and started trying to have a casual conversation with her. She was in shock that he found her at work and wondered how he could be there. She politely tries to brush him off and pretended to be busy, hoping he'd leave. He doesn't. He hung around waiting for a minute to talk to her. She tells the managers about it and one of them came to the rescue, taking him out. Later one night, she was at the bar across the street again and mentioned to this bartender who didn't seem to be surprised. Apparently, it's not the first time that he's been weird like this when girls are there. He's also done this to other girls, literally following them. Maybe this is just some really old lonely person desperate for money or companionship. Maybe he's just socially awkward. But I don't know, it just doesn't seem right pretending you're someone's uncle to try and get closer to them. I hope he doesn't show up again. It's really shook my friend up and I don't like it. I work as a cashier at a grocery store, and nothing about this night would have stuck out to me if it wasn't for this event. I had till 7 PM to close shift, and the store closed at 12 AM. I clock in, and everything's the same old. However, early in my shift, I had a younger guy, probably mid-20s, come in. He grabs a soda from the cooler. Nothing special that sticks out in my mind. So my break time comes around 9 PM. I go to the back to lock out, and then head out. I go to call my boyfriend at the time, and as I'm walking out, I saw the same younger guy that I rang up the soda for over an hour ago at the lottery ticket machine. Okay, whatever. He's bored. It's not uncommon to see the same customer coming back for a second time. I make my call, and my break's about to go up, so I clock back in. I get on my lane and look over to the lottery machine and he's gone. Fast forward about 30 minutes before closing, I'm cleaning up. And guess who I see over at the same machine? Yep, shady soda guy. We make brief eye contact and he walks out the store. Over the next 15 minutes, I get so busy cleaning and making sure that the store is ready for the day shift that I forget all about the soda guy. Time to clock out, so I do so. I usually wait and walk out with the office checker and the security guard, but on this particular shift, I don't know the security guard and don't care too much for the office checker on duty, so I walk out without waiting. As I get out, I head to my minivan. As per company policy, I had to park at the end of the lot so customers can get closer to the store. As I make it halfway to my van, I see a weird blacked out car taking up 2 spaces in front of my van. And there's another in the distance. I start walking up faster with my key in hand. As I get closer to the car, I see 4 people in the car, then 2 doors open, and somebody steps out, wearing all black, the soda guy. By the grace of God, or whatever you believe in, before they fully got out the car, the security officer checker come walking out of the store, and they quickly get back in their car, literally speeding off. I don't even see a license plate. The security guard stopped and looked at me like he didn't know what was going on. I was freaking out, so rushed the rest of the way home, crying my eyes out. My brain, even after all these years, doesn't know how to process this. Was I overreacting? Was I about to be abducted? I still don't like thinking about it because it makes me tear up. At about 8 PM last night, I was walking with a friend of mine, Sally, about a mile to the closest cafe. We're both girls in our late 20s, neither of us drive. Sally didn't have her Opal card, which is the Australian version of an Oyster card. So walking, that's our only option. It's summer over here, so it was fairly well lit, and we're both walking down the main roads and not too concerned. When we finally arrive at this cafe and sit down, now I was paying with my credit card. And sure enough, it was cash only. Sally was on the phone when I got back from the counter, so I just gestured her to stay put and guard while I went to get the cash out. This is my home suburb, so I know there's ATMs around, and my best bet is a gas station about a block away. Now I'm doing a light jog so I don't keep Sally waiting, when a balding sweaty guy, probably in his late 40s with a tank top and no shoes, comes facing behind me as I pass the corner of the block. He walked for about 100 meters. I really don't think much of it. The gas station was the next building along, and it seemed like he'd just come out of a nice suburban house along the street, and it's not the witching hour, so I just assume he's going to the gas station as I am. He didn't even cross my mind as I entered this tiny convenience store, nor did he follow me in. In my peripheral vision, I saw him walk past the door and out of sight. I look around for an ATM that they have inside sometimes. No luck. So I go up to this man in his late 30s, at the desk, reluctantly asking if they do a cash out. He smiles and says of course, saying who's with you. I have no idea who he's talking about at first, but he then points to the man from earlier, pacing around outside the store. Keep in mind, he didn't look at all menacing. He wasn't going back and forth just outside the door. He was just drifting in space outside, from the pavement to the gas pumps to the storefront, seemingly aimlessly. Maybe he's on drugs. I tell the clerk no, not thinking much of it, and he says, he was staring at you before, and I thought maybe he's your father. I laugh it off. I wasn't concerned at all. He was still ambling around outside. I couldn't imagine him having a fixed gaze on anything. I thank the clerk for the cash, but before I turn away he says, just wait and see if he leaves. We wait for a few minutes in silence, and the guy begins to pace back and forth directly against the front wall of the store, looking straight ahead, but never in. It still looked like the man was just a drug addict, and seemed harmless. Not once did I catch his gaze, so I figure it's safe to slip out, where it's starting to become dusk and kind of bright. Sally was texting me, where are you? I thank the guy at the desk again for his concern, assure him that I don't know the guy and am not involved in some weird scheme to rob the store. The clerk asks if I want him to walk out with me. I say that it should be alright, and begin walking away from the block. As I leave the store though, the drifting man stops pacing and makes a beeline for me from the other end of the building. I seriously don't think much of the guy at all up until this point, but now he's powering towards me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I start to power walk so he doesn't think I'm actively trying to escape him, still trying to convince myself that I'm being paranoid and should be more casual. I don't look behind me to see how close he is. I've reached the pavement on the other side of the gas pumps when I hear the clerk outside. He's yelling at me, run! I make a break for it, looking over my shoulder. He grabbed the man from behind, The balding man isn't even glancing behind him or trying to escape. He's literally just staring at me running away with this death stare. I kept running until I crossed the road and then turned around, but still standing. The clerk is holding on to the man. The clerk and I are just looking at each other in pure bewilderment, not really knowing what to do. He makes a hand gesture to go and I wave thanks. I go back to Sally and we rush home a complete different way. It's a really weird experience. I'm just thankful that the gas station worker was so kind and caring. When I was younger, I worked at a gas station as an attendant. I was really hoping to do a good job to impress my supervisors, but I had a few things go wrong what made him lose faith in me. One of the scariest moments was a crazy local drove down by the station, hid in the bushes, and literally started shooting the pumps. My boss is convinced he's aiming for me, but it seemed like I was an unintended target, that he was actually trying to shoot the supplies. Paint cans and oil cans suffer the most damage. I can't figure out why on earth he was trying to do this. He is a real nutcase. I was lucky that the whole thing didn't blow up that day. Freaking crazy. This happened about 6 months ago, and it's really been bugging me since. This will be long, but I must set the scene. So my family has a cabin we've had since the 60s, and I've been going there my entire life throughout the years. It's nestled in a little town of less than 2,000, surrounded in vast forest and farmland. You see cows everywhere and stray dogs that let you stroke them. You'll maybe see 30 people in a day if you go into the little town and shops around. Definition of a small country town for sure. Since I spent my entire life there, I know pretty much everyone. All my family knows everyone. Men dressed in western clothes with big jeans and old flannel shirts and belts with big buckles. Women dressed in jeans and tank tops with country factory logos on them. They're all nice enough and keep to themselves. So I'm driving up there one night to meet my parents since they had been gone the night previously to open the cabin for spring. My boyfriend has also flown in so he can finally meet my family up there. I'd been driving until it got dark. About a 2-hour and 10-minute drive from my house, and he had been taken over driving from around 10. There's a little national park close by, about 15 miles of total land. Since I'd fallen asleep and couldn't give directions, he decided to log the address into the GPS. It took him through the back way through the park that I never drive through. So when he woke me up to ask me where the next turn is since the GPS said he couldn't go either way, it took me a minute to figure out where the hell are we. There were no lights anywhere, and we're the only car for about 15 miles. There's long forest with tall giant trees on either side of the road, with a lonely deer or two in the woods to keep us company. I mentioned switching drivers because I remembered that road, which would lead directly into the intersection that would go through a small community up to the mountain by my cabin. But it was prime. Leave a tow baby on the side of the road and kidnap someone when they check it out territory. It was dark enough that the forest was thick enough that we joked some cult members are probably there. Hell, maybe they are. Needless to say, we decided stopping isn't a good idea. We eventually passed through a small clearing/intersection with a dinky concrete building on the side of the road with one light on, and a car pulled in in the slanted gravel ground. My boyfriend drives forward. He then sees that there's two people there. My gut immediately twisted, and I start to feel sick. Sick enough to feel ice cold sweat running through my hair, and my veins now are pumping through to my stomach. You never see people at night here, and it's two teen boys in fact, wearing nice clothes, Nike shorts and obnoxiously coloured sport workout clothing, aka very out of place, like something's wrong. They see us coming and walk away from what appears to be an old beat up car, probably from the 1960s, and it's important to note that this was completely gone of any paint and rusting. They smile at us and wave. I don't have a clue who these people are, and I'm starting to hear noises around us. I knew a gas station was right up the road from us. They could have just walked from there, but there's no lights up the road and no reason to be here. The building around us is abandoned, but there's a light on the wall. I'm starting to think these are in on it. They walk out onto the road, almost blocking my boyfriend from going forward, who had to slow down continuously not to hit them. Suddenly the light goes out in the building. They constantly wave their arms and smile at us, saying something that we can't hear. We think about stopping but decide it's stupid to. My boyfriend quickly drove around them, slamming on the gas, trying to calm me down since the whole scene scares the life out of me. Images of getting out of the car and something stranger or worse happening flew through my head. I look behind us and they're suddenly angry, staring at us, not moving an inch, and the light flickers on in the background in the building. Who are those kids? Why were they wearing city clothes? They looked too young to be driving. I know it wasn't their car. And who was in the building? We finally made it out and found the intersection we wanted that led to the familiar gas station, and he didn't hesitate when I said I need to drive next. About 10 or so minutes later we get to the cabin and explain what happened, and my parents are terrified. God knows what would have happened if we had stopped and actually got out. I don't like to think of it. A little over a year ago, I worked at a gas station. It was one of those 24/7 ones with a mini mart inside of it, and I worked the evening shift. Now, I saw and dealt with a lot of messed up things in that store, which just led me to roll my eyes when people were doing or saying creepy stuff. Hell, if I had $1 for every time I was threatened with death, I'd be retired now. So one night, I was out in the store restocking shelves when one of the regulars came in and started talking to me. He was a full-blown druggie. He would have been in his 50s, and he was tweaking while sitting on me. By this point, I'm used to weird stuff and ignore it. He said some messed up things to me though, something about what he wanted to do with me. I zoned in and out of what he was saying. It wasn't uncommon for him to ramble about weird acts and other gross things. I tell him that I have to get back behind the counter because my co-worker needs me to make coffee for a customer. He was a bit irritated but said that he would talk to me later and left the shop. After making coffee, I had to restock drinks, but the day team hadn't emptied the trolleys of boxes, so I took out the boxes to the big bin. The bin is located on another side of the store, but there's no cameras, so people inside the store can't see you there. That used to make me nervous, but I had been there longer than some of the people who had come through. and was used to the environment. As I was throwing the boxes in the bin, the tweaking guy from before comes up to me, grabs my arm. I tried to play it off like he's goofing around and laugh and say something like, "Hey, I know you like me, but you can't do that. My husband's gonna get mad." Sounds like I wasn't trying much, but with people like him, it was best to remain friendly. The last time someone was more firm, he got knocked out by a right hook, and I was a lucky girl who got to witness it and call the police. He then gets angry and says, "I told you I was gonna have my way with you." Now, I've stopped smiling and I'm scared. He shoves me against a bin and goes to unbuckle his belt when glass smashed. One of my favourite customers was across the road at a pub and saw him go straight for me, knowing his reputation, knowing something bad was happening. And when he saw what was going on, he smashes a bottle over his head. Cops were called and I don't see him again. As for the guy who saved me, I'd given him free coffee for a month. I refused outright to take out the boxes now. I'm just glad I got off okay and was saved that day. Probably the weirdest thing that happened to me in my life was when I was driving to a gas station one night. Now, I was on a very long road trip at the time, heading from college to home. I literally had to drive hundreds of miles, and I'm in the middle of the backwoods, not seeing cars or buildings for miles. I'm starting to get worried because of how low my gas is running. I'm really thinking that I'm gonna have to tent it out here in the middle of the night or something, the last thing that I want to be doing. And hey, did I forget to mention that I'm terrified of the woods? Just as I'm thinking this, I decide to switch on the radio to try and calm my nerves. Even worse, they're playing ABBA songs. I really don't like ABBA songs, and I continue going. Luckily for me though, I've got the moonlight to help guide me, even though that my headlights aren't doing much to penetrate the woods. We're now entering the dangerously low gas territory, and I'm worried. But lo and behold, what do I see? An old gas station up ahead. Ah, oh, thank God, I think to myself. I was getting worried there. I pull into the gas station and stop for a second before getting out. I have a really weird feeling. I know it's quiet where I'm driving, but it's just far too quiet up here. I look around and don't see anyone. There's no one near the counter either, and it looks abandoned almost. I then hear a voice on the intercom. "Yeah, just go pump your gas, we'll help you in a minute," in a horrible raspy old voice. Now the very second that I go to unlock my door, all of the lights shut off. I know it's not a power outage either, but I can still hear the sounds of the intercom not being turned off fully. Needless to say, I turn my engine key. I'm shaking so much I can't even put it into gear. Not to worry, adrenaline takes over, and I speed up to 60 like I've never drove so quick in my life, and don't bother looking back. As I've been driving for about half a minute, I can see lights in the distance behind me. I'm scared to look. Turns out, all of the lights are on again in the gas station. I have no idea what happened that day, or what they were planning to do with me. Things I do know for a fact though is that they purposely turned off the lights and were purposely waiting for someone to come there. And I also know that there was no help or way to find me if anything happened out there. My family loves to go on vacation in Sweden, and my grandmother even has a cottage in the forest that all the family members use if they want. A couple of years ago when I was 20, I was on vacation there with my mum and grandma sometime in autumn for about 10 days. This is a Swedish backwoods. We go there to unwind, to enjoy nature and take a rest from civilization. Hiking, canoeing, and looking for stuff, sitting around the campfire, and just them sorts of things. It's not completely isolated. You can find some villages and fields here and there. It's definitely very rural though, so you don't have much of a chance of encountering other people. Now, I've always liked to go exploring on my own, finding out the new paths through the woods, fixing our old maps to reflect the landscape better. The maps you can buy of this area haven't been updated for years, and many paths don't even exist anymore due to overgrowth. What I also like to do is explore old abandoned buildings, and rural Sweden's great for this. Back in the 1800s, Swedish people in the countryside were dirt poor and starving, so many moved to the New World for a better life. You can still find the foundations of farmhouses, even foundations of entire villages in the woods, sometimes with rusted 100-plus-year-old farm equipment. Also, like so many countries, Sweden has an issue with rural exodus nowadays, with middle-aged and young people moving away to cities. Old people stay out there until they die, and no one buys their houses until they're literally just sitting there abandoned. This means a lot, so you can find many empty houses in the forest, and I just love exploring them. Most of them have already been looted, presumably by hunters, loggers or hikers, but sometimes you can find interesting things. Now, one crisp autumn day, I took one of our bicycles, a map, and something to eat and drink. Told my mum and grandma I wanted to be back by nightfall, and at the latest, would be set out to explore there. On the map I had chosen, there's a wide loop that I guess would take about 3 hours if the paths were clear and didn't stop to explore. But even if I did, I guess I had plenty of time until dusk. I had a lot of fun at first, driving the mountain bike down smaller and smaller forest paths, finding foundations of old buildings and some root cellars that were still intact and some mushrooms. I have some problems with the map though. Like I said, many paths that are still on the map don't exist anymore, so I had to turn back a few times, but mostly I had a pretty good idea of where I was. Of course, that made it all take longer than I anticipated, and when I reached the furthest point of the loop and turned into a path that according to the map would take me back and add an hour, the sun's already setting now. At this point, I'm already feeling a bit uneasy, I have to admit, because of my bad time management and because I was worried that I could trust the map even less than I thought. And shortly before turning onto the path, I found some traps in the woods that kinda creeped me out. 3 big cages, each with a platform in the middle that was connected to a steel door in front. On those platforms were some kind of animal remains, rotted black things with bones sticking out, etc. But it hadn't been touched, I guess, since the doors were still open. I had taken a stick and deactivated the traps by pushing onto the platform through the cage bars. When the doors had snapped shut, it was so loud that I flinched. Now, as clumsily as I was cycling along on the uneven ground, I realised the sun's setting. I had this uncomfortable feeling that Everything around me was sort of aware, if that makes sense. It wasn't the feeling of being watched, not quite yet. It just felt like I had to try and be quiet now, somehow. After a while, I came upon a crossroad in a more open area where I was supposed to follow the path straight. The trees were not so high here, and I guessed it had just been one of the clearings created by a severe storm years ago. At that crossroad was a tiny wooden building, somewhere between a shed and a cabin. I had originally set out to find abandoned houses so far, and have only seen a couple of foundations. So even though at this point I should have turned back, curiosity gets the better of me. I want to check if this was locked and if I could take a peek inside. It's not locked, but the door was kind of stuck in the frame for a moment until I could tear it loose. Inside the cabin was a cot, a tiny oven, a mass of taxidermy animals that I've never seen before. They've even taxidermy animals on the cot and on the oven, now to the walls and ceiling, and the entire inside of the cabin, every inch of it's covered in a layer of black mold. It was so much that some of the animals were there and you couldn't really tell what they were anymore, only guess from the shape. They all looked monstrous covered in that stuff, and the smell was overwhelming. I quickly tried to close the door again, but the wood had warped so much it's not possible, so I left it hanging to get out of there. As I was cycling away from the cabin, I felt so strange. This time, I did feel like I was being watched, and was nonsensely thinking, you should have closed that door. I don't know why I thought that, but it made me uneasy to think the shed door's open. I told myself I'm being silly, because why would it matter? Obviously no one's using it anymore. And about 10 minutes later, the path entered a stretch of older woods with much higher trees. The sun was now close to the horizon, the sky's full of orange light. Under the fir trees, it was already getting very dark. I checked my phone to tell my mum that I'm maybe gonna be late, but there's no reception. A couple more minutes into the dark forest and the path disappeared. At this point, I have two options. Try and push through with my bike until I met a logging road that was hopefully on the other side of that stretch of woods and it can take me back, or return, go past the mold shed again and try go back the other way. Basically, the second option was not an option for me. As I already said, I kind of had to zigzag and improvise even to come this far, because the map's wrong in every place seemingly. Going all the way back is a perfect way to get lost out there in the dark. But also, I really don't want to go past the shed again. And now I have a sudden aversion to look behind me. As dusk was creeping through the forest, I was getting really paranoid at this point. The uneasy feeling crystallized into the idea that I've disturbed something there. Because I've left the door open, it's following me. I know it's stupid, but I can't shake the feeling. Going back past the shed, past those traps, and then through the ruins of that old village, past the open mouths of the root cellars in the dark, getting lost in there with the feeling of something possibly on my trail. No way I'm going back. You might even get lost trying to go through the woods in front of me. And I would have to push, maybe even carry my bike. For the woods don't seem to stretch too far in front of me, only left and right, so it seemed like the better option. I was just hoping at this point the supposed logging road on the other side's still there. After tearing through some barbels for a bit, I found what I guess might be the remnants of the old path, because the ground was sort of lower there, and I tried to follow that until I come upon another set of ruins. The foundations of some farmhouse presumably. Behind that, the ground slopes down into a marshy area with birches that seem very white in the gloom under the trees. At this point, I stopped to listen. I still don't want to turn around. I couldn't hear anything, but the feeling of being watched, being alone, only increases at this point, and I felt like something was coming for me. But like the forest itself was somehow aware of my presence, listening, watching, like it was being deliberately quiet. I was feeling so scared that I didn't even try and talk myself out of the feeling anymore. I just accept it as what I'm dealing with now. I had some leftover food in my backpack, half a sandwich and some sesame snacks. And then, the mushrooms I found earlier. I took it all out, laying it on a stone, on one of the walls that surrounds the ruins. I then said something along the lines of, "Please let me go, I'm really sorry. I won't come back here again. I just want to go home, please. I'm sorry." Or something along the lines of that. And after that, I grabbed my bike and went down into the swamp, still looking back only partially. Luckily, it turned out it wasn't a large swamp or anything, really just a wet patch for about 200 meters until the ground sloped downwards again, then upwards. Still, it took a while because of the bike to get out of and really hurt my calves. And I can't really see anymore and was constantly stepping into puddles getting stuck. When I emerged on the other side, I was absolutely soaked in sweat, and my heart is absolutely pounding. And then, wouldn't you know it, the trees opened up, and there it is, the login road. I could have cried with joy and relief in that moment. I stepped onto the road and turned to look behind me, but I can't even see the swamp through the trees now. It's almost pitch black there, but luckily there's some moonlight, and the light on the bike also worked. I climb on my bike, pedaling home as quick as I can. About half an hour later, I even had some cell phone reception for a moment, so I can call my mum and tell her what happened. Well, I told her I got lost. I didn't want her to know that I worked myself into a panic and got into a dangerous situation, that I had a horrible feeling I couldn't shake of being followed. By the time I arrived to our own cabin, I'm completely exhausted and overwhelmed by what's just happened. It's honestly almost putting me into a state of shock thinking of it. I have no idea what was out there, following me or watching me. I don't know why there were so many taxidermy animals in there and it was full of moss and mould. I can't believe something was out there stalking me in the darkness for God knows how long. I've never had a feeling like it in my entire time out in the wilderness since, or before then. It still gives me nightmares to this day. I was 12 or so at the time. Some friends of mine are in the Girl Scouts and invite me to join them for a sleepover at this old sanitarium in Marine, just north of San Francisco. At this time, 50 years ago now, the building's not in the best of conditions. There was an old caretaker's cabin and some outbuildings. My friend and I have wandered around and explored for the first day, Saturday, and well, we're not the best behaved little monsters. In spite of the locked door, we crawl through a window into the caretaker's cabin exploring there. My friend went upstairs and I stay in the downstairs part as a sentry. Already nervous, I was even more jumpy when I heard someone coming down the stairs, but it wasn't my friend. There was no one there, at least I can see. Now fast forward to one evening. In an attempt to go to sleep, we're overtaken by giggles. Now, one of the counsellors separated us so the others can sleep. I was placed in bed in this little sunroom thing. It was an enclosed room, but with windows on 3 walls. Now, the wall I'm facing actually has a set of French doors and a balcony. Now I'm awoken by a strange sound. It's about 3 in the morning, and everyone else is asleep. I then watch a woman in an old-fashioned dress walk past the doors through to the balcony, look at me, then descend the stairs silently. I figure out it's just a counsellor, until I wake up in the morning and realise that there's no stairs. We explored every acre of that place and never found any signs of where she could have went. And none of the counsellors were up at that time either. Now I'm not one to believe in the paranormal, but I had one experience I simply cannot explain in any other way. So my family owns this old cabin out in the wilderness. It's half derelict, and to be honest, I don't even stay in there because I hate the spiders that I know are above me. I instead sleep outside in my tent. And one night, I'm doing exactly that, thinking, wow, I'm glad I'm in here, not in there with all them spiders and the real danger. At that very moment, I can hear a piano in the background. I think my phone's on, so I go and check it, but it's on charge and there's no sound coming from it. I unzip the tent, and I can see a torch and a white piano. I've rubbed my eyes because this makes literally no sense to me, and this is where the sound's coming from. I pull out my binoculars and sure enough, there's a piano with a torch next to it, and sound coming from it. Hell no, I think to myself. I look around for people and see no one. I go inside the tent again, going to get my rifle because I'm very scared now. Just as I come into the tent, the sound stops. I come out of the tent and it's gone. Only the torch remains, but it's been knocked over. My dog is absolutely terrified at this point too, so I know something's up. I grab my stuff near my tent and just get the hell out of there with my dog. I've never been back there since, and I still have no logical explanation for this whatsoever. I really wish I had a reasonable answer, but I have none, and I've never seen anything like it. Me and my dad, and younger brothers and mum were all staying in this lovely cabin, out in the forest, one winter. It was close to Christmas time, and we love staying out there. We're a wilderness family, and my dad's big on hunting, so this was a great time for us, and I have a lot of my most fond memories here. Now one night we're staying in the cabin, and my mum just can't sleep. My dad says she's just being paranoid and that she could go back to bed, but she refuses to. Just as I wake up, and my brother does to hear this, we hear an extremely high-pitched sound that we've never heard before, and literally, all of the windows simultaneously blow out on the cabin. My mum and dad don't take a second to react, rush us into the car. My dad gets his shotgun and does a quick sweep around. He can't find anything. I never seen him look so scared, and hops back into the car, and we drive out of there. A few years later we get the windows replaced, but we end up selling the place. When I speak to my mum and dad about it to this day, they still get very scared and say they really don't have an answer for what happened. When I was younger, I used to love go exploring the woods and forest with my friend. Now, we used to have to lie about what we were actually doing, because there's no way in hell that any parents in their right minds are going to let their kids do this. But we were lying and did so anyway. Now we set off like normal one day, and it began to rain heavily. I already slipped on a rock and ended up twisting my ankle, so I wanted to go home. However, my friend, James, wanted to stay out later. I was hesitant but said fine because I had nothing better to get on with. So we're going about exploring when we realise how dark it's getting. Not to worry, we have flashlights. We shine our lights around and hit a dark object. We both focus our lights simultaneously and hey, it's a cabin. It's a really old looking one too. We both look at each other and smile, really excited to go and explore in there. My friend James says as a joke, last one to get there is a loser, and jogs off, and what happens no less than 4 seconds later? Twist his ankle like me. He's in some pain, but I literally cannot stop laughing. I still think it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I eventually catch up with him and say we've really got to get heading home now, but not before we explore in here. As we're doing so, I get this horrible feeling like we're being watched. Something just feels off and I don't know what it is. I get worried maybe an animal's in there, so decide to throw a log in. As I do so, I hear an extremely loud thump sound and snap. It scares the life out of me and I actually fall over. I can't believe you're that scared, man, my friend says to me, and I say sharp. I didn't think the floor was that weak. I threw it through the window, but it also props the door open. And as it does so, to my horror, I can see this place has been booby wrapped with a bear trap, and I've just set it off, and some other trap in the background that I can't actually see. And the feeling of being watched? It's getting worse now. We both look at each other terrified, knowing that we can't even run if we want to. We both link arms and kind of support each other's hurt legs, and get out of there as quick as we possibly can. We both swore never to tell our parents what happened, but looking back on it now, it's absolutely horrifying to think that someone booby-trapped a cabin in the middle of the woods, obviously trying to lure people in. And that was almost us. If it wasn't for some stupid injuries, my friend would have sprinted in there and trapped himself, and God knows what would have happened, or it could have been myself. Over the years, I've had a handful of scary stories, but by far, this is the most weird. I grew up in the south, with tons and tons of beautiful places to see that haven't been taken over by concrete yet. It's nice, but along with that, it's boring. Being a teenager, I wanted to go out and have fun, led to mostly improvising with your buddies and hoping something good will come out of the night. There wasn't really a local spot to go hang out at like a club or cool bar, And the places that were close to this were boring because you did them so many times. I'm sure if you lived in a rural area, you can understand that feeling completely. Something that I found is a ton of employment in as a teen was just cruising around super late listening to music. I would fill up my gas tank, grab something to drink, and I would just drive around until the sun came up. It's just a way for me to clear my head and relax. The country roads were always fun to drive around at 2 AM. Well, one night, I absolutely get more than I bargained for. I can't remember what month it is exactly, but I know for a fact that it's summertime because I'm out of school, and I also remember it being a comfortably chilled night. So, if I was to guess, it had to be around June or August. I was cruising around like I always did and was worry-free, having my music blaring in my zone. I decided to head down to a park out of boredom. This particular park is at the very end of a long stretch of desolate country road, but is a really pretty drive because of that. When I say desolate country road, I don't mean that it's some dirt road that goes through the woods or anything crazy. By this I mean that it's a normal paved road, but there is nothing on it after a certain point. The entire road takes about 20 minutes to drive down to get to the park, and after about 10 minutes into the drive, houses start to spread out further and further to become no houses, and just a road leading to a park. I think a lot more of the reasons I like driving at night is because how crazy it looks, and it's kind of an adventure. The park isn't open for camping or anything. It's mostly just a lot of land with walking trails and biking trails set up through miles of woods. So obviously at around 3 in the morning it's pretty dead. I made it there and just did a slow normal little loop around drive of the park. The night before it stormed so badly I remembered my parents had to take shelter because of a possible tornado. There ended up being no tornadoes, but the storms are rough. Because of this, I came up to a fallen tree in the road that looped around to the exit on the other side of the park that must have been where the storm was. It wasn't some massive tree or anything, but I know for a fact that there's no way I would have gotten over it in my car, obviously. It's pitch black everywhere, besides the front of my car because of my headlights, and because of that, I immediately ruled out backing up the entire way. I just drove when I entered that way. I knew it was super dangerous and there was no way. At this point on the road, there was flat land on either side of me. I figured that it would make the most sense just to back up in the grass beside me a little and then drive back the way I came. It was a one-way loop around the park, but I wasn't really worried about going out the wrong way since it's so late. So I started to back off the road so I could just turn my car around. All was good until I went to pull up back on the road. I totally didn't take into account how wet the grass was and the amount of mud. My car goes nowhere. My back tires are completely stuck, and they're spinning in place. I was trying to floor the gas pedal. I start to become pretty scared at this point. Not the most ideal of situations to be in. I immediately take out my cell phone out of my pocket, but I've got no service. I have a massive sigh of relief now, but it's sarcastic. I hit my phone and suddenly I have a bar. I call my parents and tell them what happened and where I am. They're annoyed that they're gonna have to pay for a tow truck, Both my parents drive small four-door sedans, and there'd be zero help in this situation. It's about 45 minutes away from my home, and most of human civilization. So I realize that I'm going to be stuck out there for at least an hour before someone can get me. It's a weird feeling, but I try getting out of my head and continue listening to music. I mean, there's not much more I can do. After I kind of calmed down from the initial anger I had, I start checking out my surroundings. I didn't even notice at first because of what's going on, but in front of my car's placement is a field full of mostly deer from what I can tell. But there's tons of them. There must have been 50 eating grass. The field isn't directly in front of my car, but if I was to get out and throw a rock in that direction, I could have hit one. Now, this didn't really help out the creepiness that's going on. Look out in front of your car and see ATI reflections is weird. But it's just a field of deer. I watched them for a little bit, but I'm quickly over it and just start to browse through my social media apps. They seem to have been quicker than they usually load. After browsing my phone for about 15 minutes, I finally get a call back from my parents letting me know that a tow truck's on the way, but it's about an hour and a half from me. Still to this day, I remember hearing and having the thought, you gotta be kidding me. I understood that me and only me was the reason that I'm in this situation, so I can't really be mad at anyone else, but that was very obvious and not what I want to hear. I decided that the smartest thing for me to do is to make sure my doors are locked and lay down and sleep for a bit. So that's what I did. Okay, here we go. So I wake up 45 minutes later to the feeling of being watched. I'm not sure if anyone's ever experienced this before, and I don't know how common it is, but it's as though a sixth sense has went off in your head telling you you must wake up. Waking up to that feeling's not a nice thing. I sit up, immediately checking my surroundings. I see nothing. I look through my car very quickly for any sort of weapon, finding a pocket knife. A pocket knife. I'm very scared now, even though I saw and heard absolutely nothing. The feeling alone is truly harrowing. I was shocked to see that the field of deer in front of me is still full. I don't know anything about the animal, but I guess I always assumed that they don't hang out in the same place for long. Not sure why I thought it, but I was surprised nonetheless. I called my parents back to see if they've heard any updates from the tow truck dude. I decided to not mention the feeling I'm having because I didn't want them to worry more, and I also knew that there's literally nothing they could do to help if I really needed it. So no update from the tow truck guy. Ah, great. The call lasted just a few minutes and I felt like an idiot. They both had to wake up for work in a few hours and now have to spend over $100 on top of all of that and are worried about me. I could tell they're annoyed at the situation but worried. I told them I'll be sure to tell the guy that I'm fine and make sure he hurries and that I'm sorry when he arrives. We hung up and I looked from the phone and immediately went from 0 to 100 in panic mode. The deer in front of me are all completely perked up, staring in the same direction in front of them. Let me remind you that there's around 40 deer in this field. Every single one stopped dead, standing still, staring. I put on my high beams and stared, waiting for anything to happen. Nothing. I tap my horn real quick. They don't even budge. They are completely still, glued to what's by them. The way the tree line was, I couldn't see that far over. I knew that they're looking into the woods by them, but where, I can't see. I could hear my heartbeat now. I grabbed that stupid pocket knife, just waiting for something to happen. I would say it was about a minute after I honked. Every single one of them in unison starts to run the opposite way, at full speed. I mean, within literally 20 seconds, the field's empty. I'm petrified in fear. I knew staying in my car is the safest thing to do, but it's the worst feeling being a sitting duck. My head's on a swivel. I was freaking out in every possible way. I assumed that it's a bear or something, but it could have been absolutely anything. I was convinced at that point it was the devil himself. I don't know what to do. I knew the tow truck was close by, but I have no idea where he is. I begin to shake because of nerves and look around to make sure nothing's by me. I'm focusing on the field in front of me. I did this for what felt like an actual eternity, sitting in complete silence and complete darkness in the middle of nowhere, waiting for someone to jump out and attack you. 15 minutes go by, and I start to see lights break through the tree line. As I get closer, I see the tow truck guy. The lights on his truck felt like Jesus coming from the heavens to rescue me. He gets up to me, and I jump out of my car, immediately asking if he has a gun. I told him very quickly what's happened, and something's definitely out nearby. He let me know that he had a shotgun in the truck and assures me that it's a bear or bobcat. He gave me the whole, they're more scared of you than you are of them crap. The tree was small enough for him to sort of bulldoze it out of the way with his truck, and then he attached my car to his, pulling me out of the spot I'm stuck in. He was very nonchalant about what I experienced, but I'm badly shaken up. The whole time he was doing this, I still have my eye glued to the field, just waiting for something to happen. Anything. He was completely done with everything in about 15 minutes, and he told me to follow him out to his truck to the main road again. I get in my car and was ready more than anything to get out of here. We start to drive away from the spot I was in, my head on a swivel, completely shook up. As we're driving away, I look in my rearview mirror. We were down the park road just a tiny bit, but I could still see the spot I was stuck in, partially lit up from the vehicle's lights and the moon. I watch in my rearview mirror, and a man comes out of the tree line where my car was, walking into the middle of the road, watching us drive away. My heart stopped beating, legitimately. I lost my breath. My eyes start to fill with tears because how absolutely terrified I am in this moment. I couldn't see any kind of details of what he looks like, or even necessarily what he's wearing. To be honest, I don't care. The feeling that I felt driving away from that spot, knowing that he was right there the whole time watching me. Watching me as I'm freaking out looking around. Watching me as I'm completely alone for a long time. Maybe even coming up to my window, watching me asleep. That's a feeling that is something I can't necessarily put into words. All those years later, it still messes with me. The entire time we're driving off, as long as I can see him, he doesn't move. He watched us in the road. A million things are going through my mind. I was scared there may have been multiple people watching us. I tried to figure out if I should start beating on the horn like crazy or not. I decide that all I want to do is get out of there more than anything. The second we finally got out of the park and was able to be on a 2-lane road again, I fly past a truck driver doing nothing but 70 the whole way home, flying through stop signs, driving like crazy. I don't care. The only thing on my mind's home. I get inside, running there, very quickly acknowledging my parents and saying sorry and thank you. I went to my room, don't get a second of sleep. I was researching for any records of these things happening here. Escaped convicts, similar stories, etc. I came to the conclusion that the man was a squatter or something. I've read many things online about how people camp out in the woods building shelters. But what's the most scary part for me is what's unknown. What if? There's so many possibilities. I never told my parents this story until years later after it happened, and I'm already an adult. It freaked them out. I never went back to that park or area again, ever. Even though I no longer live there, I will never go back there. And God forbid that this person's call anyone else out there. Even typing this, I'm having chills up my spine. I hate that this happened so much. I hate the fact that I was asleep there, so vulnerable and completely unaware of the danger around me at the time. Me and my mum have a shared house kind of in the middle of nowhere. Really in the middle of nowhere. We're surrounded by miles and miles of forests. Now, my mum has some medical issues, and sometimes when she's really tired she can hallucinate and see things that aren't really there. So when she saw someone looking in her window at night, she didn't think anything of it. I become a little paranoid and decided to sleep with her one night, and it turns out it wasn't just her medication or problems causing it. There really was someone there. I screamed and it woke up my dad. He quickly grabs a knife and runs outside to try and find whoever it was. But there's no signs of anyone, and 20 years later, we still have no idea who was watching us sleep or for how long they were doing so. So just over 10 years ago, I was fresh out of college and moved back to my parents' house for the free rent/food for 9 months or so before I was leaving the state for graduate school. Now my parents are super chill and gave me my own space in the house, but being a 22-year-old single guy and living at home with my parents is certainly not ideal, but I didn't have any other options, so I started looking for some work to pass the time and save up money. Anyway, so summer turned to winter and I haven't found anything solid, but by then I desperately needed to spend some more time out of my parents' house, so I started looking for some part-time gigs to do and find some light bookkeeping for a small business owner guy that my dad knew. I didn't really want to do it since it didn't pay well, and it was short term, and wasn't even a real office setup. But then again, since my parents live in the middle of nowhere in the Midwest, I knew I had limited opportunities to make money, and this guy was going to pay me well too. About that time, a friend of mine in the city said that if I just paid him $200 a month and tied it up, he'd basically let me crash in the living room until I moved out of state. That's all I need to hear. I took the job. So my dad's friend had a construction type business that helped out with building stuff a little, but was ultimately more focused on renting out a few bobcats and large augers they owned. Also other various drills, then odds like generators and stuff. Now, this was a small mum and pop type thing where everyone knew each other, and the office only opened on days that someone's coming by. And this was just generally a mutually beneficial situation for the business owners and locals. Since I had minored in a business adjacent area and my dad recommended me, they trusted me to go in there for about 20 hours a week, check and file rental forms and make sure no one missed a payment date. The old building where I worked was about 90 years old, sitting on top of a hill, and the downstairs used to be an old country bar until the 70s, when this family bought it cheap, cleared out the bar and fenced in the property to use as parking lot area to store all their rental equipment and gear. I could generally come and go as I pleased, work any hours I wanted, as long as I got the work done. So if things were slow and there weren't any rentals for a couple of days, I'd usually go in after 7 and stay around midnight or 1, since I knew I'd be alone and could listen to music and do what I wanted. The office I worked in was on the second floor of the building above the old bar and looked out onto the long driveway. From my seat, I can easily see out of the window, and once or twice saw a family of deer or raccoons scamper by, and I always glanced out when I saw movement since it's noticeable. So up here, it's incredibly remote, very still and quiet, so if something unusual occurred, or something felt off, I would definitely notice. Now one night during winter, it snowed a few inches, and my dad told me to stay in case it causes the roads to be bad, but I had an old SUV, and more than that I just really wanted to get out of the house, so I went to work at about 8 PM, and was gonna stay until after 1. I always left the gate open at the bottom of the hill since, believe me, when I say no one ever showed up because we're in the middle of nowhere, I really mean it. I think the nearest occupied house was about 2 miles down the road, and to even turn onto our short road, you had to only be coming to our Pacific building. It was a locals only type thing too, so I'm jamming away to Fall Out Boy. Now everyone makes mistakes when they're young, and having coffee watching the snow outside, when I see an orange reflection there. I'm confused, but it looks interesting. At one point, around midnight, I went downstairs to the big bathroom to do my bathroom business, then coming back upstairs and getting settled into my work. I probably did about 5 minutes of work when I glance outside and see a huge imprint of something in the snow, just below the light. It seemed like a massive dog or substantial animals rolled around there. Since I didn't notice it 15 minutes before, it had to have happened while I was in the bathroom, or maybe back when I was focused on work, since I would have seen that movement for sure. I just shake it off and assume maybe a dog or farm animals came here. It's around 2 in the morning, it's time to leave. And as always, I got out of my car, unlocked the gate, and to be honest, I'd pretty much forgotten about the imprint, but when I looked down, I'm shocked to see that it wasn't just somehow disturbed snow. It was undeniably the imprint of a human-made snow angel. If you don't know what a snow angel is, it's when you lay on your back and move your arms and legs, and it appears to be an angel. I used to do this as a kid, so I 100% knew for sure what it was, and it was deliberately made underneath the light post. But it wasn't from a kid, it's from a very large person, or at the very least, a normal sized adult wearing tons of layers of big winter clothing. I look up and saw what I already knew, that whoever had made this snow angel could easily look up and have seen me through the window. So they must have been staring at me to do this. Why else would they have done this here? Now I definitely would have seen or heard someone if they drove up to the building. Someone walked deep into the middle of nowhere in the freezing cold to do this for miles. Literally stopping in front of our building, then doing a snow angel. Weird. I glance around in the tracks. I can see some that lead to the woods. It's clear the person didn't use a road, but instead came from the opposite side, which made me instantly uneasy, since the side was just trees and darkness for miles and miles. I was definitely freaked out, because for once someone's come here, but they've come out of the middle of the woods to do so. I look around but don't see anything amiss at all, and now just want to get the hell out of there. When I get back to my car, I drove a few feet, and I realised that my boss won't be there for 4 hours, and is probably going to see the snow angel and assume I did it. I wouldn't have been that worried, but I was young and felt it's going to be something that's looked down upon from me, so I opened up the back gate and ran it over. Also, as a side note, I should mention that when this happened, the snow starts falling more heavily and I know I won't be able to see much more. I'm stood here absolutely terrified, and that's when I hear it. When I'm getting in my SUV, there's the loudest high-pitched sound laughing that I've ever heard coming from the woods. It sounded like the fake laugh that the witch in the Wizard of Oz made. Like something was doing it in a fake manner on purpose to show that they're not scared of me, or were trying to see how I was going to react to this. My god, I'm scared now. And they're doing this on our property. I knew it was close enough that they could see me, but I can't see them. After a few seconds of laughing, they stopped, and then it's just silence everywhere, except for my heart beating through my ears. Then the laughing starts, louder this time, more like screaming. I panic. Now, I spent a lot of time in that area, and I know what coyotes or foxes sound like, and that's not them. This is a person trying to emulate a woman laughing, like someone deliberately making a fake screech, trying to scare me. Well, it worked. After that 5 seconds, I immediately filled with adrenaline, get in my car, and drove like hell away from there as fast as I can without sliding off the road. Back at home, I was up all night trying to figure out what happened and tell my parents. Now I know it's definitely not anyone I know in the area that would do this because they don't live close by, and they would definitely tell me after if they'd done it. And why would they be out there that late just to prank me in the freezing cold without their car nearby? I didn't do any drugs, I didn't drink, and I have no mental issues or have a history of it in my family. I worked there for another 6 weeks and never had another issue. Though I knew where my boss kept his gun, and I always made sure it was there when I started work. Thinking of that experience, it just terrifies me that they'd been there for hours staring at me, and were waiting for God knows how long to laugh at me. I mean, I don't know how they didn't get hypothermia. It all just terrifies me. Well, where do I start? So let me give some background information first. I grew up in a very rural area. My parents have a pretty big piece of land with a nice 2-story farmhouse in the middle of it. To the south of the house is a peach orchard. The west is where the driveway is. It goes through an alley of cottonwood and peach trees. But the land is pretty open and was used for cattle farming. The east and north is dense woodland and shrubs, which reaches out to our neighbours about 4 miles away. Back then, I was working in a carpenter's shop. I just got my driver's license, and so I'm able to get there on my own. It's about a 1.5 hour drive though. We started fairly late in the day at about 10 AM. Now, the owner of the company was sort of a night owl and loved to sleep in. Because of that, we had to stay until 9 PM. That was no problem in the summer, but turned out to be a bit of an annoyance in the winter, as it got pretty dark early and I hated driving in the dark because the lights on my car weren't the best anymore. I drove a 1987 Chevy pickup, which had seen better days. I didn't have much money on me back then, so this was all I can afford. So one day in late December at about 10 or 11 years back, I left work much later than usual. I had made a pretty stupid mistake on a nightstand I was building for a customer and needed to fix it, as the customer was going to pick it up the next day. When I finally finished, it's around midnight. I cast out on my stupidity, closed the shop up tight and went to my car. There are 2 routes I can take to get home. One is on a highway, the other is through backcountry and dirt roads surrounded by thick brush and trees. I usually took the highway as it was much faster and safer, especially in dark. But this day, the highway's blocked by police because of an accident, so I took the long way home. As soon as I left the main road and made my way up dirt trails, I got this feeling, you know the one, as though something bad's about to happen, almost like an impending doom. The longer I drove on the road, the stronger the feeling I got, until it was like all of my body and soul was aching desperately to turn around, drive back all the way to the roadblock and wait until it got opened again. I tried to suppress it as best I could and tried to convince myself that I have driven this route many of times before and I know it's safe. I'm driving on an especially tough piece of brush, and all of a sudden my left tire popped. I did my best to keep the truck on the road and make it to a safe stop. I kept a spare tire in the toolbox and had changed tires quite a lot on my own, so I knew it'd just be a minor inconvenience and I'd be rolling again in a matter of minutes. That's where I was wrong. I climb up on the truck's bed only to find that my toolbox has been broken into and all my tools and spares have been stolen. So there I was, miles away from the nearest settlement in bear and wolf country, in the middle of the night with no cell phone or way to repair the truck. I always kept a sort of survival kit in my toolbox with a blanket, axe, fire starter, and some MREs. But it had gotten stolen too. Thank God I still had my trusty knife my sister gave me when she moved to Finland. So I made the second, but bigger mistake of the day, deciding to walk home. To this day, I still don't know why I made this decision. All I had to do was wait in my truck until sunrise as I knew a neighbour was driving this route every day at around 8 AM. He could have taken me to town and called my parents to get the truck, but I said nah, I'm walking home. So when I went, I locked the car, took my rucksack with my belongings with me and started walking. I couldn't have had walked for far when I got this eerie feeling like somebody's watching me. I turn around, but nothing's there. I pick up the pace to make it out of there. All of a sudden, I heard some rustling in the brushes to my left. I call out if anyone's in there, but of course, I get no answer. The feeling of being watched becomes stronger and stronger, the rustling more frequent, when suddenly the brush stopped and I come into a small clearing. That's when he spoke to me for the first time. "Hey there, boy," with a weird pronunciation. The first part was spoken soft, almost gently, but the boy was like an explosion to me. He made a tiny pause in between, then spewing out "boy." He's big, I guess about 6'6", wearing a long trench coat, hat, grey short hair, lifeless eyes like a dead fish. That's what really scared me. But then I see his dog. It's a massive black shepherd-like dog, looking almost like a wolf. I've never seen anything like it. I froze immediately out of fear. I hear this term, but could never imagine it being like this. I can't move. I just can't. I tried, trust me, God did I try. "What you doing there, boy?" he said to me. "Don't you want to talk to me, boy?" I still can't move a finger, but my mouth slowly starts working again. I told him about my truck, how I'm gonna try and walk home, but I don't think he was able to understand a word I'm saying, as I'm stuttering and slurring the words because of fear. He made a step towards me, his dog fixated on me like prey. He came so close I can smell this weird smell. Now there's something else I can't quite point out. I still stood there, unable to move. He took a deep breath, closes his eyes, almost like he wanted to remember the smell of fear radiating from me. He started to grin. Not a genuine, honest grin, but one of those whose eyes weren't involved, like he was somewhere else. Then stayed lifeless as they were. "Be careful out there, boy. There are a lot of dangerous things out there, boy." And he vanishes into the brush, just as sudden as he's appeared. I started to throw up. My body moves again. All of a sudden, my knees feel weak, like I can't bear the weight of my own body. I collapse to the ground. My whole body starts to shake uncontrollably, and I sob with relief. As soon as I regain control over my body once again, I run. I ran like I've never ran before. I ran all the way home, which is quite a long way. I can't describe the feeling of relief coming over me when I saw the old familiar porch lights coming on and I reached the edge. "Hey there, boy," I hear again. My heart skipped a beat. I scream in sheer terror, and I knew that this is going to be the end of my life. I freeze again, so I didn't stop running. God. I ran and ran and ran, and never even bothered to look back. Only when I reached the warm yellow circles of light cast by our front porch did I dare to look back. And there he stood, on the edge of the woods like he did on the clearing, with his wolf on a leash. He grins at me creepily again. I fumble out my keys as my parents lock the back door at 8 PM. unlocked the back door and stumbled in. Only when I've locked the door do I feel safe again. I went upstairs to my room and made sure that all of the windows were locked and the doors. When I look out of the window, he's gone. I told my dad about this when we got to the truck the next day, and he knew nothing about it. I've never been in graver danger than that. The sheer size of him was scary enough. I'm just thankful that I got out in one piece. My dad owns a small cabin up in the Midwest. Now, it was snowing heavily at the time of this incident. I was staying there on my own. I liked how secluded it was, so I could really free my mind there. One night while I'm staying there, the snow's falling heavily. I just love looking outside the window, relaxing. I have the small fire going. I'm listening to music on my phone and really enjoying myself when I hear some kind of high-pitched sound. I can't figure out quite what it is. I wonder if it's something the fire's done. Taking out my earphones, I check, and that's fine. My attention goes back towards my bed area, and that's when I see some condensation from my face, clearly on the window. I go to rub it off and my heart drops. I see a handprint and go to rub that. It won't disappear. These have been made on the outside of the window. I have no option but to investigate. I'm worried that my dad or brothers come to see me and can't get in. I grab my rifle and head out. I can see footprints leading up to the window. I call out Dad and Jerry, my brother. I get no reply. I decide to follow them. Why on earth would they be up here without telling me, I think to myself. I follow the tracks a little further when suddenly they stop. And the ones I'm following are clear as day. That's when I hear the high-pitched sound again, and I bolt it immediately to my car. I don't even bother getting my belongings. Something's terribly wrong here. I drive all the way home during the night time and only tell my dad the following morning. Him and my brother are both at home, nowhere near the cabin. Now what's worse is they've also reported hearing some weird sounds and seeing strange lights at night. To this day I have no idea what it was, but it terrifies me so much. In 2003, I'm 6 years old. At the time, I live in a small condo. It's 1 bedroom, 1 bath and a connected living room and kitchen with an island in between and a spiral staircase with random miscellaneous things sorted under it. I was living with my dad, with a mother who was out of the picture. It was Saturday, and I remember specifically watching Codename Kids Next Door on TV in the bedroom after waking up. My dad worked a lot, but was such a nice guy that he left the TV on with Cartoon Network playing, which was my favourite channel. During a commercial, I got up to go pee, and even though I knew I was home alone, I closed the door out of instinct. God, am I glad about that. The next thing I comprehended was the sound of an incredibly noisy spiral stairs. That can be heard literally across the condo because of how small it is. Beginning to rapidly make noises, I got quieter and quieter over the course of the next few seconds, telling me that whatever made the sound was fast. As a 6-year-old, this was extremely concerning because, as I said, my dad always turned the TV on before he left work, and I knew he was long gone. So what did I do? Well, as any paranoid 6-year-old would do, when they think they half imagined it, I walk out of the bathroom and look over the 3-foot railing across from the bathroom door and next to the stairs where you walk down. And what did I see? None other than an afraid looking man looking into my living room, staying hidden under the stairs. After being terrified in the bathroom, I made a distinct effort to be quiet, so there's no way he knew I was looking at him. But he more than likely knew I was in the house somewhere. Practically guaranteed now. Okay, so there's a man in the house. I can A, yell at him to leave and maybe be murdered with literally no one around to help. Or B, I can hide, and I opt for B. I wait for what felt like hours, but in reality, it's about 20 minutes, until I heard shuffling downstairs for about a minute. Then, the sound I was praying for, the front door opening. I was still extremely skeptical, even thinking it's a trap to lure me downstairs. So I stay up, all day. Until my dad came home, who I didn't tell about the whole incident. Out of fear, I should have had, thinking he was going to get mad I didn't approach him. The crazy part? Nothing valuable was missing from the home. But you sure as hell know that I checked under the stairs every morning for the next 4 years of living there. Why he was there I have no idea. How he was there, I think he come in through a window, but I'm not sure. It's just truly terrifying though, thinking of it now. When I was about 6 or so, my family lived in an older 2-story house. My stepfather would be the first to tell you about the spooky house and the vibe it had. I often felt strange things happen, but only once was there ever an event with multiple witnesses, yet no explanation. My parents went out one night and left my older brother in charge of my younger and I. The master bedroom is upstairs, and my parents left the window cracked. Now we're all relaxing in the living room, and outside, the wind had begun to pick up. I was already on edge because of the noises the house makes in the wind. My mum was very religious at the time. In the centre of the bed, after making it in the morning, she placed her large, hardcover King James Bible. It weighs a good few pounds. Well, as we're watching TV, we heard an extremely loud thump. We all look at each other, all knowing it come from upstairs. We go to investigate, and there on the floor is her Bible. We check the room, no one's there. And not enough time for someone to get back out. Somehow, this massive book has fallen off the bed without anything else being disturbed. We left it as it was, and our mum questioned us about it when we got home. My dad checked the window inside for evidence of anyone, but there was none. Nothing was taken or disturbed, only the Bible. This happened over a year ago. Our oldest son, Camden, was 3 at the time, and our youngest son, Connor, was around 5 months old. It still gives me chills and still makes me uncomfortable even walking by it. It was January evening in PA. It was dark outside with a couple of inches of snow on the ground. We had just finished eating dinner, and I planned on giving our little one a bath. My husband drives trucks for work, so isn't home very often. It is me and the boys during the week. Now Caden's in his room playing with a toy at the time, and there's a sliding door leading to a deck. A little detail, we have no sensor or even porch light on that side of the house. At the time, we didn't use the deck at all, only to use our grill during the summer months. It is not close to the sidewalk or the next street over though, so basically it's an open space of yard off that deck. Anyway, Caden was playing in his room, waiting for his turn to have a bath while I brought Connor into the room. We were just about done with the bath time when I heard Caden's little feet running towards the bathroom. He stands away from the door and says, "Mum, there's a man looking in the side door. I think it's a mailman." Now my heart skips a beat because 1, no mailman's coming at 7 PM, and 2, the side door, as he called it, was never used. Especially not in the winter. I didn't hear a knock. I began to sketch myself out, more by thinking about how there's no light there, and one person is literally gonna have to walk through the yard in the snow, walk up the back stairs of the deck, and go to that door where the front porch light was on. So now I take Connor out of the bath, put him in a towel in his little chair, and told Caden to sit with his brother and not to come out until I said it was okay. He was confused but listens, just keeps asking what's wrong. I grabbed the biggest knife I can find, had 911 ready to call, and go get my mum a bare face on. When I walked to the side door, I shined the flashlight on my phone through the window of the door at a distance, walking up to it hopefully to scare someone away from it. Now the absolute worst fault that I have with this as a mother is that as I reach for the handle, it's unlocked. Someone could have walked right in. I flung the door open, shined my light, held up my knife and yelled "Hey!" in the most threatening voice a 5'4", 120-pound woman could make. There were footprints in the snow up the deck stairs and going down into the field and woods behind our home. I slammed the door, thoroughly freaked out, and locked it. I called the police and waited in the bathroom with the boys. While I was in there, I asked Caden, "Do you know who that man was?" And he said no, but he smiled and waved for a long time. I asked him what he was wearing. He said it looks like a mailman's uniform. The police officer came and searched the property with flashlights before coming inside. He asked me and Caden questions, and then informed me that he not only saw footprints leading up to the side deck, but to the door of our basement and kitchen window on the other side. He then suggested that I have someone come and stay with us for the fortnight, and they're going to continue to follow the footprints that are left in the snow into the wood line. My father-in-law slept on the couch that night with his guns being the closest relative to our house. My mother was a nervous wreck. I got very little sleep that night, and I never heard back from the police. I'm assuming the tracks were loose through the woods. Caden still mentions it from time to time, but I'm just terrified of this now. I pray it never happens again. This happened a while ago, so my recollection can't be word for word, but here it is. I'm a teenager. Me and my mum live alone. We basically live in the middle of nowhere. The nearest town is a little less than an hour away, and Even being close to a gas station is a very hard thing to find here. We're literally miles away from anything. I know everyone who lives near me, and we rarely ever see new people in our area of the woods. So just seeing someone who isn't familiar is suspicious enough. So this is pretty creepy. Now a couple of years ago, it's the middle of the night. Me and my mum are night owls. We like to be awake from midnight to 6 AM, the period that most people are asleep for. My mum was watching TV in the living room. I was using the computer in the kitchen. The kitchen and the living room are basically connected, so I wasn't too far away from her, only a few feet. The front door leads to the living room. It's a door with 9 windows, so it's pretty easy to see in. My mum looks towards the door, and she saw somebody staring at her through the window. He's wearing a hood that obstructed almost all of his face, and my mum jumped, and she of course walked into the door, asking him what the hell's he doing. According to my mum, he looked pretty young, but she could barely see his face. The man said something along the lines of, "Can you help my car please?" in a tone I can only describe as miserable and off-putting. Even though it was dark out, there should have been a light from the car. She can see there's no car, and the man's holding his pockets really tight. My mum said no and apologized, causing him to grip whatever's in his pocket even tighter. So tight it makes his arm tremble. He stayed for a few more minutes and then swiftly disappeared. Throughout the night, maybe 1 or 2 hours later, we'd hear slight weeping, but we didn't see anyone at any of our doors or windows. Now I may be making an assumption here, but I can only assume it was a weapon he was holding in his pocket. This was a creepy as hell experience. It's safe to say that he was blatantly gonna lure my mum out of the house to do God knows what to her. A year ago, there was a very small metal plate jammed between the front door strike plate and the piece that goes inside of it. We have no idea how this got here, but the metal stopped the doors from locking. So I'm assuming it was put there so someone can get in later. I'm worried these things are related. I hope this never happens again. I was home alone in my previous apartment in a not so great neighborhood. My apartment was on the ground level and my bedroom's facing a back alley. A dumpster sat less than 2 car lengths away. Homeless people often rummage through it. Now just before dawn one morning, I hear a tapping on the window. My back was to the window, my eyes are now wide open. It's still dark outside, and I sleep with my lamp on, and my worn out vertical blinds are missing a slate, causing a gap. So now it's clear in my mind that whoever or whatever the source of the tapping could now see me lying in bed, plain as day. The tapping was brief, maybe 5 or 6 taps. So I spent the next 5 seconds or so frozen, bizarrely trying to convince myself it was something/anything else but a person watching me and tapping on my window. Please God, let it be an animal. But then, more tapping. Now I was faced with the terrifying reality that someone had been watching me through my window in the dark for God knows how long, and he'd decided to tap on the window. Had one of the homeless people become aggressive during their dumpster dives? Something told me that nothing good was going to come from this. Now remember, my back was to the guy, So I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes, pretending that I'm too groggy to hear him. I stand up hazily, made my way out of the bedroom as I was going to the bathroom or something. Once I was out of his sight, I ran to the phone and dialed 911, considering whether to forget my embarrassment of being in my t-shirt and underwear, and bolting out my front door, which is out of sight from the intruder. I just wasn't sure if I could outrun whoever it was, or whether anyone would help me if I couldn't. Before I make a decision, I hear a loud pop of my window being pried open. I thought my heart would jump through my chest. At the same time, I could hear my upstairs neighbour Mike descending down his stairs. I opened my door a few inches and peeked out to ask for his help. Mike's a big guy, and I heard he was trained in martial arts of some sorts. He didn't hesitate to respond, hustling to the back of my apartment to see what's going on. Within seconds, I heard rumbling and someone being thrown against a wall to the bushes. A few moments later, Mike came out to my front door telling me not to worry again. He'd beaten him up pretty bad. I wanted to believe Mike, that the would-be intruder was maybe dumpster diving, but that he would never do so again. But it gets worse. It wasn't a homeless person according to Mike. When the guy escaped, he ran to the front of my building, hopped into a red sports car and sped off. My neighbourhood isn't a red sports car kind of place. The police later told me that the intruder's likely someone who's seen me before and is stalking me. So window tapper, I still wonder what would have happened if you got inside and Mikey wasn't there to intervene. I don't know if you still follow me, and because of that, I'm scared. This encounter happened when I was about 10. My sister and I were home alone since it was during the summer. Both our mum and my grandmother were busy, so they could not stay at home with us. We were used to being home alone during the summer, so it's no big deal. The only thing we could do was not go outside or open the door to anyone. During this day, I had gotten up and started to play Sims 2 in our kitchen. My sister was watching TV in our den. A few hours into our game, I hear the doorbell ring. At first I thought it was my game, but I have the sound off. So I asked my sister if she heard the doorbell ring, and she replies she hasn't. She said it was probably just a show she was watching. I brushed it off and went back to my game. About 10 minutes later, I see a reflection on my computer of a man in a suit, his hands cupped around his eyes, looking through the glass door behind me. I turn around to be face to face with this strange man that I've never seen before. I had no idea how long he'd been there watching me. He waved at me like he knew me from somewhere. I call my sister's name, and the man hasn't been noticed by her yet. She grabs the phone quickly to call out to her grandmother. Now, we had seen the salesperson before. None of them look like this guy. He's wearing a full black suit that doesn't fit him. It was not strange enough that this guy was wearing a full suit in 99 degrees. He was also carrying a briefcase. All the salespeople I'd seen only ever carried a clipboard and some flyers. But this guy, a briefcase. All the salespeople had also come at different times of the day. The next flag that came with this guy, he walked around our house coming to the back door, which during his little trip, you would have seen that there's not a car in the driveway, indicating no one's home. As I was getting up to hide, the man reaches down, grabbing the doorknob, beginning to jiggle it forcefully. Thank God it's locked. He now begins to smile, gesturing at me to come unlock the door for him. All the noise he had been making had now set off our £75 lab mix, making her go crazy. No way was she gonna let the guy off. My sister tells my grandmother, and apparently she's on her way. She wants us to hide in the back of her house until she could get home. My sister hands me the phone, then turns into the kitchen to grab the biggest knife we have. I can hear her yelling at the guy that we called the cops. She comes back into the room and we shut the door. She tells me after she lied to the guy about calling the cops, but he starts laughing. A little while later, we hear the door open and my grandmother calling us. We come out to meet her. She tells us that she did not see a man anywhere in sight. She had walked around the whole house before unlocking the door. She also thought it was weird if he was a salesperson, he wouldn't have stayed around. She ended up taking the rest of the day off to be with us. Also, she could watch us now in case he comes back. It's been 11 years since this encounter took place and I still have no idea who that man was or what he wanted.